The Butterfly Garden. The Butterfly Garden by Hutchison. Also by Hutchison, a wounded name. To Mom and Deb, because you are halfway through answering the question before you, realize how deeply disturbed it was and because everything else. 1. Or I guess part 1. The texts tell him the girl on the other side of the glass hasn't said a word since they brought her in. It doesn't surprise him at first, not with the trauma she'd been through, but watching her now and behind the one-way mirror, she starts questioning the assessment. She hits slumped on the hard metal chair, chin resting in the bandaged hand on the other, traces nonsense symbols onto the surface of the stainless steel table. Her eyes are half closed, deep shadows bruising the skin beneath. Her black hair is dull and unwashed, scraped back by a messy knot. She's exhausted, clearly. But he wouldn't call her traumatized. Sipping his coffee, FBI agent Victor Hanoverian studies the girl and waits for the team to arrive. At least his partner, anyway. The third core member of the team is at the hospital with the other girls, trying to get the updates on their conditions and, when possible, their names and fingerprints. Other agents and techs are a property, and what little he's heard has made him want to call home and talk to his own daughters. Make sure they're well, but he has a way with people, especially traumatized children, so it's a sensible choice for him to be there, wanting to go in and talk to a particular victim. He can see the pink lines around her nose and mouth from the oxygen mask, smudges of dirt and soot across her face and burrowed clothing, bandages wrap around her hands and upper left arm, and she can trace the bulky line of others beneath the thin underskirt. Someone at the hospital gave her to wear. She shivers in off-green scrub pants and bare feet, pulled away by the cold floor, and doesn't complain. She doesn't even know her name. He doesn't even know the names of most of the girls they rescued, or for the ones they're far, far too late to save. This one hadn't talked to anyone but the other girls, and when there were no other names, no information, just, well, he can't really call it comfort. You'll die or you won't. Now relax so the doctors so they can work. That wasn't exactly reassuring, but that's exactly how the other girls seemed to take it. She sits up in her chair and her arms extending slowly over her head until the entire back is curved in a bowstring. The mics pick up the painful pop of vertebrae. Shaking her head, she slumps back over the table, her cheek pressed against the metal, her palms flat against the surface. She's facing away from the glass, away from him. The other she knows must be there, but the angle offers another piece of interest: the lines. The hospital gave him a picture of it. He can see just the edges of the brilliant colors peeking against the back of her shoulder. The rest of the design is harder to see, but the undershirt isn't thick enough to obscure it completely. He pulls the picture from his pocket and holds it up against the glass, looking between the glossy paper and what he could see the design of the girl's back. It would be significant but one of the girls have them. Different colors, different designs, but all the same in essentials. Do you think he did that to them, sir? Asked one of the techs. Watching the girl on the monitor, the camera is aimed for the other side of the interview room, showing the enlarged view of her face, her eyes closed, her breath slow and deep. I guess we'll find out. He doesn't like to make suspicions, especially when they know so little yet. This is one of the very few times in his career when they found so much worse than they would have envisioned. He accustomed to thinking the worst. When the child goes missing, you work your ass off, but don't expect to find the poor thing alive in the end of it. Maybe you hope, but don't expect. He's seen bodies so small it wonders there even costumes to fit them. Seen children raped before they know the meaning of the word, but somehow this case is so unexpected he wasn't quite sure where the footing is. He doesn't know how old she is. The doctors guess 16 to 22, but it doesn't help him much. As young as 16, she would probably have representative from Child Services, but they've already swarmed the hospital and made things difficult. They have valuable and necessary services to provide, but that doesn't get them out of his way. He tries to think of his daughters. What would they do if they were locked in a room like this girl, but none of them were self-contained? Does this mean she's older? Or that she's had more practice and seem unaffected? Have we heard more of Edison and Ramirez yet? He asked the text, not taking his eye off the girl. Edison's on his way up. Ramirez is still in the hospital with the parents of the youngest girl. One of the women reports. Yavoine doesn't look at the girl in the room. Not even the monitors. There was an infant daughter at home. Victor wonders if he would pull her off. This is only her first day back, but he decides she'll say something if she can handle it. She's as one who triggered the search. Only been a couple of days. Disappeared from the mall while shopping with her friends. They said he went to the dressing room area and switched sizes but never came back. One less person to find. They'd taken pictures of the hospital with all the girls, even the ones who died en route to their arrival, and were running them through the missing persons database. It will take time for results to come up, though. When agents and doctors asked what are the patterns shape for their names, they turned to look for the girl, clearly the leader among them, and most said nothing. Few seemed to think it was more into dissolving into sobs that brought the nurses running. But not this girl in the interview room. When they asked her, she just turned away. As far anyone can tell, this is one girl had no interest in being found, which makes some of them wonder if she's a victim at all. Victor sighs and drains the last of the coffee, crushing the cup before tossing it in the trash bucket by the door. He'd prefer to wait with the Ramirez, another female in the room, always helpful in circumstances like this. Can he wait for her? There's no telling how long she will be with the parents if other parents will flock to the hospital once the photos are released to the media. If they're released to the media. He amends with a frown. He hates that part. Hates plastering the pictures of the victims across television screens and newspapers so there's ever a way for them to forget what happened to them. At least they can wait until they get missing persons data. The door opens and slams shut again behind them. The room is soundproof, but glass rattles slightly, and the girl sits up quickly, eyes narrows in the mirror, and presumably the one who she has to know are behind it. Victor doesn't turn around. No one slams the door quite like Brandon Edison. Anything? They match a couple of fairly recent reports, and the parents are on their way. So far, it's all East Coast. Victor pulls the picture of the glass and puts it back into the pocket of his jacket. Anything else on our girl? Some of the others call her Maya after she was brought here. No last name. Real name? Edison snorts. Doubtful. She struggles to zip his jacket over his Redskins t-shirt. Once the response teams found the survivors, Victor's team was called in from the duty to handle it. Given Edison's states, Victor most gratefully were there no naked women on the shirt. We've got a team going through the main house to see if the bastard kept anything personal. I think we can both agree that he kept some very personal things of theirs. Perhaps remembering that he saw the opportunity, Edison didn't argue. Why this one, he asked. Ramirez says that the others do not talk badly injured. More frightened, maybe more willing to talk. This one looks like a tough nut. The other girls looked at her. I want to know why. They must be desperate to get home. So why do they look at their choose not to answer questions? You think she might be part of this? Well, what we need to find out. Picking up a bottle of water from the counter, Victor takes a deep breath. All right, let's go talk to Maya. She sits in the chair and they walk into the interview room. Gal's covered fingers laced together across her stomach. It's not as defensive as posture as he would expect, but it's clear his partner's scowl is thrown by it as well. Her eyes flick over them, then taking in detail the filling away thoughts. None of these show their face. Thank you for coming with us, she greets her, glossing over the lack of choice she'd been given. This is Special Agent Brandon Edison. I'm Special Agent in Charge, Victor Van Hoveren. The corner of his mouth ticks upwards in a fleeting movement that could really be called a smile. Special Agent in Charge, Victor Hanorovich, she repeats, her voice hoarse with smoke. Quite a mouthful. Would you prefer Victor? I don't really have a preface, but thank you. He unscrews the cap, hands down on the bottle of water, using the moment to adjust his strategy. Definitely not traumatized, but shy either. Usually there's another part of the introductions. The helpful tidbits, she says, like you weave baskets and take long trips, and Edison likes to talk the streets, and he was in a mini. Edison growls and slams his fist on the table. What is your name? Don't be rude. Victor bites his lip against the temptation to smile. It won't help the situation. Certainly won't with the help partner's state of mind. But the temptation is there in the same. Would you please tell us your name? Thank you, but no, I don't believe I care to share that. Some girls called you Maya. And then why did you bother to ask? He hears Edison's sharp intake of breath, but ignores it. We'd like to know who you are, how you came here. We'd like to help you get home. What if I said I don't want your help to get home? I'd wonder why you didn't get home before this. Well, there's not a quiet smile, and a flicker of an eyebrow that might have been approval. She's a beautiful girl with golden brown skin and pale brown, nearly amber eyes, but not soft. A smile would have been earned. I think we both know the answer to that, but I'm not in here anymore, am I? I can get home from here. And where is home? I'm not sure if it's there anymore. This isn't a game, Edison snaps. The girl appraised him coolly. No, of course not. People are dead, lives are ruined, and I'm sure you are very inconvenienced at having to leave your football game. Edison flushes, tugging the zipper higher on the shirt. You don't seem all that nervous, Victor notes. She shrugs to take a sip of water, holding a bottle gingerly in her bandaged hands. Should I be? Most people are when they're talking to the FBI. It's not that different from talking with. She bites her chapped lower lip, winces and beads of blood that seep through the cracked skin, and takes another sip. With, she prompts gently. Him, he answers, the gardener. The man who held you, talked with his gardener? She shakes her head. He was the gardener. You have to understand, I didn't give him that name out of fear or reverence, or some misguided sense of propriety. I didn't give him that name at all. Like anything else in that place, I made up out of the whole cloth of the ignorance. It wasn't known was created. What wasn't created eventually ceased to matter. It's form of pragmatism, I suppose. Warm, loving people who desperately need approval from other fall victim like Stockholm syndrome. Like well, the rest of us fall into pragmatism. Having seen both sides and others, I'm for pragmatism. I've heard the name first day in the garden. I came to the splitting headache 100 times worse than any hangover I'd ever experienced. I couldn't even open my eyes at first. Pain lanced through my skull with every breath, let alone movement. I must have made a sound suddenly. There was a cool, damp cloth over my forehead and eyes of a voice promising that only water. That was only water. I wasn't sure which unnerved me more, the fact that it was obviously a frequent concern for her, or the fact that it was her at all. There had been no woman in the pair that kidnapped me. Of that much I was sure. His arm slid behind my shoulders, gently pulling me upright, and a hand pressed glass against my lips. Just water, I promise, she said again. I drank, but it didn't definitely matter if it was just water or not. Can you swallow pills? Yes, I whispered, and even that much sound drove another nail through my skull. Open up then. When I obeyed, she placed 2 flat pills on my tongue and brought the water up again. I swallowed obediently, then tried not to vomit when she gently lowered me back into the cool sheet and tried not to vomit when she gently lowered me back into the cool sheet and a firm mattress. She didn't say anything else for a long time, not until the color lights stopped dancing across the backs of my eyelids and I started to move my own volition. And then she pulled away the cloth across my face, shielding my eyes from the overhead light until I could stop blinking. So, you've done this a few times before? I croaked. She handed me a glass of water, even folded over on herself on a stool beside the bed. It was easy like an Amazon, or a lioness, really, because she slumped bonelessly like a cat, tawny gold hair and piled atop her head, some fancy nonsense, revealing her face in strong architecture, deep brown eyes and flecks of gold. She wore a silky black dress that tied high around her neck. She accepted my frank appraisal with something like relief. I suppose it was better than shrieking hysterics, which she'd probably gotten before. I'm called Lionette, she said, and I looked at my fill and given my attention back to the water. Don't bother telling me your name because I won't be able to use it. Best to forget it if you can. Where are we? The garden. The garden? She shrugged, and even that was a fluid gesture, something graceful rather than inelegant. It's as good as a name for it as any. Do you want to see it? I don't suppose you know a shortcut way out of here. She just looked at me. Right. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, planted my fist on the mattress, and realized I couldn't see very bit of me there was to see. Clothing? There. She handed me a piece of silky black something that provided me a slinky knee-length dress that came high around my neck and low to my back, really low. If I'd had dimples on my ass, she'd been seeing them. She helped me tie the rusty sash around my hips and gave me a gentle push toward the doorway. The room was plain, severely so, if nothing in it with a bed and a small toilet and a sink in one corner. The other corner seemed to be a tiny open shower. The walls were made of thick glass with a doorway in the place of the door, and there was a track on either side of the glass. Lionel saw me looking at the track marks and scowled. Solid walls come down to keep us in the rooms that are out of sight, she explained. Often? Sometimes. The doorway opened to a narrow hallway, leading along to my right, and now only a short way to my left before it could corner. Almost directly across the doorway was another entryway with more of that tracking. It led to a cave, damp and cool. An open arch at the far side of the cave brought breezes running down through the dark stone space. Bits of light catching the waterfall as it babbled and churned just outside. Lionel led me to behind the curtain of the water into a garden, so beautiful it nearly hurt to look at it. Brilliant flowers of every conceivable color bloomed in the righteous profusion of leaves and trees loud of butterflies drifting through them. A man-made cliff rose above us, more greener than trees alive at the flat top and trees at the edges of the brush of the sides of the glass roof and loomed impossibly far away. I could see tall black walls through the lower level greenery, too tall to see what's beyond. Little pockets of open space around the vines. I thought they might be doorways to halls, just like the one we'd been in. The atrium was massive, almost overwhelming in the sheer size before you even looked at the riot of color. The waterfall fell into a narrow stream that meandered through the small pond decked in the water lilies, white in sand paths tracking through the greenery to those other doors. The light through the ceiling was deep lavender and streaked through the rose of the indigo evening. Had been a bright afternoon when I was taken, but somehow I didn't think it was the same day. I turned the slow circle, making it all in. But it was too much. My eyes couldn't see half of what was there. My brain couldn't process half of what I saw. The fuck? Lionel actually laughed. Hard sound abruptly cut short, as though she was afraid anyone might hear it. We call him the gardener, she said dreadfully. Apt, no? And what is this place? Welcome to the Butterfly Garden. I turned to ask her what she meant, but then I saw it. She takes a long sip of water, rolling her bottle across her palms, then she shows no sign of continuing. Victor gently taps the table to get her attention. It? She prompts. She doesn't answer. Victor pulls the photo from his jacket laying on the table between them. It? He asks again. See, asking me questions which you already know the answer doesn't make me inclined to trust you. But her shoulders relax and leans back into the seat on a familiar footing. We're the FBI. Usually people don't think we're the good guys. And Hitler thought he was evil. And Hitler thought he was evil? Edison lurches at the edge of the seat. You're comparing FBI to Hitler? No, I'm engaging the discussion about perspective and moral relativity. And when they got a call, Ramirez went straight to the hospital, and Victor came to the coordinate and divulged the incoming information. Edison was one of the tour of the property. Edison always reacts to horror and temper. And with that thought, Victor flicked his eyes back to the girl on the other side of the table. Did it hurt? Like hell, she answers, tracing the lines in the photo. The hospital says it's a few years old. You make it sound like a question. A statement seeking confirmation, he clarifies. And this time, the smile creeps out. Edison scowls at him. Hospitals are many things, but completely incompetent doesn't tend to be one of them. And what the hell does that mean? Snaps Edison. Yes, it's a few years old. She recognizes the patterns now from years asking his daughters about report cards and testing his boyfriends. He lets the silence hang over a minute, then two, and watches the girl carefully flip the photo over. The shrinks of the larger team would probably have a thing or three to say about that. Who did he have to do it? The one person in the world he could trust without reservation. Multi-talented man, Vic. Uh, Without taking his eye off the girl, Victor kicked his legs in front of the partner's chair, jarring him. He rewarded with a suggestion of a smile, not a real thing, not even a ghost of it, really, but something like it. The girl peeks under the edge of the gauze tape around her fingers, fashioned like gloves rather than mitts. The needles make a hell of a sound, don't they? And it's not what you choose, but it's a choice, because there is the alternative. Death, Victor says. Worse. Worse than death? But Edson pales and the girl sees, and rather than mocking him for it, she gives him a solid nod. He knows, but then, you haven't been there, have you? Reading about it isn't the same. Though it's worse than death, Maya. She scraped the nail under the fresh scab of the index finger, peeling it away a dots of blood bosom against the gauze. You'd be amazed at how easy it is to get a tattoo equipment. For the first week, there was something slipped into my dinner each night to make me docile. Lionette stayed with me during the days, but the other girls, which were apparently more than few, stayed away. This is normal, she told me when I remarked it over lunch. Weeping stresses everyone else. The weeping thing stresses everyone out, she said, around the mouthful of salad. Whatever else was said of the mysterious gardener, she provided excellent meals. Most prefer to stay out of it until we know how the girl is going to settle in. Except for you. Someone has to do it. I can put up with the tears if I have to. Then how grateful you must be that I haven't provided you with any. About that, Lionette stabbed a strip of grilled chicken and twirled her fork. Have you cried at all? Would there be a point in doing so? I'm neither going to love you or hate you. Let me know. I'll try to behave accordingly. She gave me a fierce smile, all her teeth showing. Keep that attitude and don't do it with him. Why does he want me to sleep? Why does he want me sleeping at night? Precautionary measures. There's a cliff right outside, after all. And with made me wonder how many girls have thrown themselves over and they implemented those precautionary measures. I've tried to gauge the height of the man-made monstrosity. 25, maybe 30 feet. Was that high enough to kill someone on impact? I'd grown accustomed to waking up in the empty room when the drugs wore off. Lionette sitting on the stool beside the bed, but at the end of the first week I woke up on my stomach on the bench with hard padding and the astringent smell of antiseptic thick in the air. It was a different room, larger than metal walls, rather than glass, but it had someone else in it. I couldn't see at first, not with the drug sleep still seaming my eyelids together, but I could still see someone else there. I kept breathing slow and even, straining to hear, but had a hand settled on my bare calf. I know you're awake. It was a man's voice, strange and cultured and mid-Atlantic cast to it. A pleasant voice. A hand smoothed up my leg, over my ass, and along the curve of my back. Goosebumps prickled as it waked, despite the warmth of the room. Prefer you to lie very still, otherwise we will have the cause to regret it. When I tried to turn my head toward the voice, the hand moved back to the skull and keep me still. I prefer not to bind you for this. The ruins of the line of work. Can you feel it cannot remain motionless? I'll give you something that will guarantee it again, and prefer not to. Can you be still? I asked almost with a whisper. He tucked the glossy soft blues a piece of paper into my hand. I tried to open my eyes and keep, but the sleep meds made them gump up more than usual in the morning. If you're not going to start right now, may I please sit up? The hand stroked my hair, fingernail scraping slightly against my scalp. You may, he said, sound startled. He did, however, help me sit up on the bench. I rubbed the crystals from my eyes and looked down at the picture of my hand, aware of how the hand kept caressing my hair. I thought of Lionette and the other girls I'd seen from the distance. I couldn't say I wasn't surprised. Creeped out, but not surprised. He stood behind me, the air thin and filled with a spicy cologne. Understand, probably pricey. In front of me was a full tattooist setup, the inks arrayed in a standing tray. It won't be the full design today. Why do you mark us? Because the garden must have its butterflies. Any chance we could leave that metaphorical? He laughed, a full, easy sound. This is a man who loved to laugh, and he didn't find as much to do as he liked. and there was therefore always delighted by the opportunity to learn things over time, and that was one of the biggest things I learned about him. He wanted to find more joy in life than he did. Small wonder my lionette likes you. You are fierce spirit, much like she is. But I didn't have an answer to do that. Nothing like that makes sense anyways. He carefully hooked his fingers over my hair, pulling back over my shoulders, and picked up a brush. He worked it through my hair until there was a single knot to be found. And even after, I think, he enjoyed it as much as anything else, really. It's simple pleasure brushing someone else's hair, being allowed to. Eventually, he pulled it into a ponytail and wrapped it into elastic, then coiled it into a heavy bun, secured it in the scrunchie and rubber-tipped pins. Back onto your stomach now, please. I obeyed, and as he moved away, I caught a glimpse of pressed khakis and a button-down shirt. He turned my head and face away from him, my cheek pressed against the black leather, and placed my arms loosely at my sides. It wasn't quite comfortable, but it wasn't entirely uncomfortable either. When I steeled myself not to jump or flinch, he slightly scabbed my rear. Relax, he instructed. If you tense, it'll hurt more and take longer to heal. I took a deep breath and forced my muscles to unclench. It curled and uncurled my fist, and with each curl I released more tension in my back. Sophia taught us that, mainly to keep Whitney from her periodic breakdowns, and Sophia? Whitney? There are some of the girls, Edison interrupts. They're girls, yes. Well, Sophia probably counts as a woman. The girl takes another sip. Eyes the quantity left in the bottle. Actually, Whitney would too, I guess. So they're women. What do they look like? Can we match their names too? They're not from the garden. It's hard to interpret what that gives a younger age equal parts pity, amusement, and duration. I had the life before, you know. Life didn't begin at the garden. Well, not this garden anyway. Victor turns the photo over, trying to calculate how long such a thing must have taken. So large, so much detail. It wasn't all at once, the girl tells him, following the eyes to the pattern. He started with the outlines. Then he went back to cover the course of 2 weeks and added all the color and detail. And then it was done. There I was, another one of the butterflies in his garden, God creating his own little world. Tell us about Sophia and Whitney, Victor says, content to leave the tattoo for a time. He was feeling what happened when it was done and willing to call himself a coward if it means not hearing it yet. I lived with them. Tugs his moleskin from his pocket. Where? In our apartment. You need. Victor cuts off. Tell us about the apartment. Vic, Edison protests. He's not giving us anything. She will, he answers, when she's ready. Girl watches without comment, sliding a bottle from hand to hand like a hockey puck. Tell us about your apartment, he says again. Well, there were 8 of us who lived there, all of us working together at the restaurant. It was a huge loft apartment, all one room, with beds and footlockers laid out like barracks. Each bed was hanging rack for the clothing on one side and rods for curtains on the other side. And at the foot of the bed wasn't a privacy, but worked well enough. Under normal circumstances, rent would been hellish, but it was a shit neighborhood, and there was so many of us that you could make a rent in a night or two and call the rest of the month spending money. Some even did. There was a strange mix, students and hoydens and retired hookers. And some wanted to be freedom to have anything they wanted. Some of us wanted the freedom to be left alone. Only things we had in common were working at the restaurant and living together. And honestly, it's kind of like heaven. Sure, we clashed sometimes, and there was arguments and fights and the occasional pettiness, but for some part of blew our pretty quickly. Some was always willing to loan you a dress or a pair of shoes or a book. There was work, classes for those who took them, but otherwise we had money and the entire city at our feet. Even for me, who grew up in the minimal supervision, what kind of freedom was wonderful. The fridge was kept stocked with bagels, booze, and bottled water, and there was always condoms and aspirin in the cabinets. Sometimes you even find leftover takeout in the fridge, and whenever social services came to visit Sophia to see how she was improving, we made a grocery run and hid the booze and condoms. Mostly we ate out of the things we delivered, working around food every night. We generally avoided the apartment kitchen like the plague. Oh, and the drunk guy. We never really sure if he actually lived in the building or not. But in the afternoons, we see him drinking in the street. Every night he passed out in front of the door. Not the building door, our door. He was a fucking pervert, too. So, when he came back after dark, which was pretty much every night, we took the stairs all the way up to the roof and then came down to the floor on the fire escape in the room, come down through the windows. Our landlord put a special lock there for us because Sophia felt bad for the drunk pervert and didn't want to turn him over to the cops. Given her situation, retired hooker drug addict cleaning up, trying to get her kids back, rest of us didn't push. The girls are the first friends, I suppose. I'd met people like them before it wasn't different. I could stay away from people usually did, but I worked for the girls and lived with them, and it was just different. There was Sophia, who mothered everyone and managed to be completely clean for a year when I met her, and it was after 2 years of trying and slipping she had 2 most beautiful daughters, and they actually been kept together for the same foster home. Even better, the foster parents fully supported Sophia's goal in earning them back. They let her come see the girls pretty much whenever she wanted. Whenever things got rough, whenever the addiction started screaming again, one of us would stuff her in a taxi to see the girls and remind her what she was working so hard for. There was hope, and her little stew Jessica. Hope was the only was the one with the ideas with the vivacity, and Jessica went along with everything. And she said and did. Hope filled the apartment with laughter and sex, and if Jessica used sex as a way to feel better about herself, at least Hope showed her how to have some fun with it. They were the babies, only 16 and 17 when I moved in. Amber was also 17, but unlike the other two, she had a bit of plan. She got herself declared an emancipated minor so she could get out of the foster system, took her GED, and was taking classes at community college to get her AA until she could figure out the major. There were Catherine and a couple years older who never ever talked about the life of the apartment, or about much of anything really. Catherine would sometimes be prevailed upon to go with the rest of us to do something, but she never did anything on her own. If someone lined all the 8 of us against the wall and asked who was running something or someone, a person would point to Catherine every time. He didn't ask her, though. One of the basic rules of the apartment was that we didn't push on personal history. We all had baggage. Whitney, I mentioned, she had periodic breakdowns, which a grad student in psychology was so fucking high strung. Not in a bad way, just in a I don't react to stress well kind of way. Between semesters, she was fantastic. During semesters, she took all turns getting to chill the fuck out. Noemi was also a student, getting to one of the most useless degrees known to man. Really, I think the only reason she was going to college was because she had scholarships and was getting an English degree gave her an excuse to read a lot. Luckily, she was very generous in sharing her books. Noemi was the one who mentioned the apartment to see my second week at the restaurant. It was my third week in the city, and I was still living in the hostel, bringing all worldly possessions to work with me every day. We were in a tiny staff room, changing out of our uniforms. I kept mine at the restaurant just in case my stuff got stolen while I was sleeping, so at least I would still be able to work. Everyone else changed there because the uniform, a long dress and heels, just wasn't the sort of thing they pranced around in their way on their way home. So, you're pretty trustworthy, right? She said with no preamble. I mean, you don't stiff the busboys or hostess. You don't steal anyone's stuff from the staff room. You never smell of drugs or anything. Does this have a point? I pulled out my bra and fastened the hooks behind me, rearranging my breast to fit. Lifting my hostel gave you a certain lack of modesty, one reinforced with the tiny staff room and the number of female employees who had to be in charge there. Rebecca said you're just a step up from the street. So, you know a bunch of us live together, right? Well, we got an extra bed. She's serious, called Whitney, fluffing her red gold hair out of his braided bun. It's a bed. On a footlocker, giggled Hope. But we've been talking about it and wonder if you'd like to move in. Rent would be $300 a month, includes utilities. It hadn't been in the city that long, but I didn't even know it was possible. 300? The hell you get for 300? Rent is 2,000, Sophia corrected. Share of rent would be 300. That's an extra as what covers the utility. That sounded about right, except how many of you live there? You would make 8, which wouldn't make it different from living in a hostel, really. Can I stay with you tonight and see it and decide tomorrow? Sounds great. Hope handed me a denim skirt that took barely long enough for me to cover my underwear. That's not mine. I know, but I think you would look really cute on you. She has already one leg into my overledge corduroys, so rather than argue, I stimmed into the skirt and decided to be very careful in bending over. Hope does curvy as hell, running a little too plump, so I pulled the skirt low on my hips for a little extra length. The owner's eyes lit up when she saw me leaving with the girls. You live with them now? Yes? You be safe. The customers are gone, Gillian. He dropped the Italian accent and clapped me on the shoulder. The good girls. I'm glad you'll be with them. His opinion went a long way toward convincing me even before I saw the apartment. My first impression of Gillian had been a hard and fair. And he proved me right when he offered a trial week with a girl with a duffel bag and a suitcase beside her in an interview. He pretended to be native Italian because it would have the customer somehow think the food was better. But he was a tall, heavy-set ginger with thinning hair and a mustache and eating his upper lip, and was now seeking to devour the rest of his face. He believed the person's work was better judged than their words. He appraised people accordingly. At the end of my first week, he simply handed me a schedule for for the next week with my name inked in. It was 3 in the morning when we left. I memorized the streets and the trains. Wasn't nearly as nervous as I thought I'd been when we walked through a neighborhood. On feet aching from hours of high heels, we trudged up many flights of stairs on the top floor when the roof, weaving through the various patio furniture, covered grills, and what looked to be forest marijuana garden in one corner, and down in the flight of fire escape with a large bank of windows. Sophia worked the key of the lock as Hope giggled her way through the explanation of the drunk pervert in the hallway. We had a few of those at the hostel. It was a huge space, open and clean, with 4 beds lining each side wall and a group of couches clustered together in the square at the center. The kitchen had an island counter to separate it from the rest of the room, and the door left off the bedroom, which had a huge open shower with 10 different heads facing different directions. We don't ask about people who lived here before, Noemi had said delicately. when she showed it to me. It's just a shower, though, not an orgy. Are you convinced maintenance of this? Oh no, we fuck with them all the time. It's half the fun. I smiled in spite of myself. The girls were fun to work with, always tossing jokes and insults and compliments in the kitchen, venting about irritating customers or flirting with the cooks and dishwashers. I'd smiled more in the past few weeks than I could ever remember doing before. Everyone dropped purses and bags of their footlockers, and many of them changed their pajamas and passed up for them. But sleep was a long way off yet. Whitney pulled off her psychology textbooks while Amber pulled out 20 shot glasses and filled them with tequila. I reached for one, but Naomi handed me a tumbler of vodka instead. The tequila is for the studying. So I sat on one of the couches and watched Catherine read through Amber's practice test, one shot of glass for each question. If Amber got the question wrong, she had to drink the shot. If she got it right, she would make someone else drink it. She handed the first one to me, and I tried to choke on the nastiest shit mix of tequila and vodka. We were still awake, and daylight came, and Naomi, Amber, and Whitney all trundled off to class while the rest of us finally crashed. When we woke up early afternoon, I signed an agreement that we had to keep the place at least and paid the first month from the past 2 nights' tips. Just like that, I wasn't homeless anymore. You said this was your 3rd week in the city, Victor asked, running through the list of cities she might mean. Her voice is clean and larger dialect markers. No regionalisms that could help identify her origin. She's fairly sure that's on purpose. That's right. Where were you before that? She finishes off the water rather than answer. Carefully standing the empty bottle in the corner of the table, she sits back in the chair and slowly rubs her bandaged eyes up and down her arms. Victor stands and shrugs at the jacket. Walking around the table and a drape on his shoulder, she tenses as he walks near, but he takes care of not to let his skin brush hers. When he turns to the side of the table, she relaxes through the slide her arms through. It's large on hers and draping baggy folds, but her hands emerge comfortably from the cuffs. New York City, he decides. Warehouse-style apartments, restaurants open extremely late. Plus, she said trains instead of metro or subway. That means something, didn't it? She makes a mental note to contact the New York office to see if they can find anything on the girl. Were you in school? No, just work. A tap on the window sends Edison out of the room. The girl watches her leave in dissatisfaction, then turns the neutral expression back on Victor. Which made you decide to go to the city, he asked. It doesn't sound like you knew anyone there. It didn't have a plan for you when you got there. Why go? Why not? Something new, right? Something different. Something distant. She arches an eyebrow. What's your name? The gardener called me Maya. But what wasn't your name before? Sometimes it's easier to forget, you know? She fidgets with the edge of the cuffs, rolling and unrolling them in the quick motions. Probably not different from rolling silverware sets when it came to it. You were in there, no chance of escape, no way of going back to life you knew, so why cling to it? Why cause yourself more pain by remembering what you don't get to have anymore? Are you saying you forgot? I'm saying he called me Maya. I was mostly isolated from the other girls until my tattoo was finished, with the exception of Lionette, who still came every day to talk with me to rub ointment over my raw back. She let me study her mark with no sign of shame or disgust. It's part of her now, like breathing, like the unconscious grace of her movements. The level of detail is stunning. I wonder how much intricacy suffered when it came to the brightness of the ink. Something kept me from asking. A good tattoo took years to fade, enough that it needed to be touched up. I didn't want to think about it when it would mean to be in the garden for that long. Or worse, what it could mean if I wasn't. The jug still appeared in my dinner, which Lionette brought to me in a tray along with her own. Every few days I woke up not in the bed, but on the hard leather bench with the gardener running his hands previously inked areas to test how they were healing, how sensitive they were. He never let me see them, and unlike my room with a semi-reflective glass everywhere, the dull metal walls gave me no hope of catching a glimpse. He hummed as he worked. The sound was somewhat lovely on its own, but clashed horribly with the mechanical hum of the needles. Golden oldies mostly, Elvis, Sinatra, Martin, Crosby, even some Andrews sisters. It was a strange kind of pain, choosing to lie there under the needles and let him write his own ownership onto my skin. I didn't see what I had many options, though. Lionette said he stayed with each girl until the wings were done. I couldn't explore the garden yet, couldn't look out for any way out. Wasn't sure yet if Lionette knew there was no way out or if she didn't care anymore. So I let him put those damn wings on me. I never asked what would happen if I refused. I almost did, but Lionette paled, so I changed the question to something else. I thought it had something to do with the way she never took me through the halls, only out into the garden itself, through the cave behind the waterfall. Whatever she didn't want me to see, or didn't want to show me, which isn't the same thing at all, I could wait. Cowardly, I guess, or pragmatic. I was near the end of the 3rd week in the garden, and that he finished. All morning he'd been more intense, more focused, had taken fewer and shorter breaks. The fierce day he inked along my spine and worked in the outline of the wings and veins of the blocks of the larger patterns. After that he started the wing strips and worked his way back and toward my spine, rotating between the four quadrants of my back and keep one in my area from getting unworkably raw. It was nothing if not meticulous. When the hum stopped and the breaths were short and the fast wiped away the blood and excess ink, his hands trembled at their work. Before they were nothing but steady, cold, slick ointment came next, rubbed carefully into every inch of my skin. You're exquisite, he said hoarsely, absolutely flawless. Truly a worthy addition to my garden, and now you must have a name. His thumb stroked along my spine, there was the first ink and done, and the most healed, traveling up the nape of my neck and tangled with the pulled up hair. Greasy ointment clung to the hand, leaving my hair matted and heavy in its wake. Without warning, he pulled me down to the bench until my feet were on the floor, my upper half still in the leather. I could hear him fumbling with his belt zipper, and I screwed my eyes tightly shut. Maya, he groaned, grabbing his hands along my sides. You are Maya now, mine. A hard knock on the door stops her from describing what came next, and she took both startled and grateful. Victor swears under his breath as he lurches out of the chair and the door jerking it open. Edison motions into him in the hallway. What the hell is wrong with you? He hisses. She's actually talking. The team is going to the suspect's office and found something. He holds up a large evidence bag filled with driver's license and identification cards. Looks like he kept all of them. All of them that had one, anyway. He takes the bags. Christ, that's a lot of cards, and shakes it a little to see if the first layer of names and pictures. Did you find hers? Edison hands him a different bag, a small one holding a sole piece of plastic. It's a New York ID that recognizes her immediately. A little younger, her face softer, even expression isn't. Inara Moiseri, he says, but Edison shakes her head. They scanned the rest and aren't starting to run them, but they put this one first. Inara Morrissey didn't exist until 4 years ago. The social security number matches 2-year-olds who died in the 70s. New York office is sending someone in the last listed place of employment. A restaurant named Evening Star. The address in the IDs is a condemned building, but we called the restaurant and got the apartment address. The agent I talked to whistled when he gave it to me. Apparently it's a rough neighborhood. She told us that, Victor said absently. Yes, she's so trustworthy and forthcoming. He doesn't answer right away, absorbed in studying the idea. He believes the partner that it's a fake. But damn, what a fake. Under ordinary circumstances, he had to admit he'd been fooled by it. When did she stop showing up to work? 2 years ago, according to her boss. Taxes support it. 2 years. He hands her a larger bag back and folds the plastic around the single ID until he can tuck it into the back pocket. Have them run these by as quickly as possible. Borrow text from other teams if they can get away with it. Identifying this girl in the hospital is a priority. Then get us a couple of the earbuds so the text passes along the updates in the New York office. Got it, he scowls at closed door. Is she actually talking? Talking has exactly been her problem, he chuckles. Getting married, Edison, or better yet, have teenage daughters. He's better than most. But the patterns are there. You have to be parsed through the information for what's significant. Listen to what's isn't being said. But there's a reason I prefer to talk to suspects rather than victims. He stalks into the tech room without waiting for a response. As long as he's out of the room, he might as well make use of the break. Victor walks briskly down the hall and onto the team's main room, weaving through desks and particle cubes in corners that serves as a kitchen and break room. He pulls the coffee pot from the machine and gives it a judicious sniff. It's not hot, but it doesn't smell completely stale either. He pours it into 2 mugs that look clean and pops them in a microwave. While they nuke, he digs through the fridge for anything that might be open season. Birthday cake isn't what he was looking for, but it'll serve. And soon his paper plate's loaded with 2 thick slices and several packets of sugar and creamer. He hooks his fingers through the handles of the mugs and returns to the tech room. Edison scowls but holds the plates for him. If he can insert the earbud, Victor wouldn't try to hide the wire. The girl's too smart for that. But when he got it settled comfortably, he takes the plates back and enters the room. He startles her with the cake, but he carefully hides the smile as he slides one of the plates and mug across the stainless steel surface. I thought you might be hungry. I don't know how you like your coffee. I don't, but thank you. She sips the coffee black, makes a face, but swallows and takes another mouthful. He waits until her mouth is full of red frosting rose. Tell me about the Evening Star, Nara. She doesn't choke, doesn't flinch. There's the slightest pause, a moment of absolute stillness that's gone so fast she hadn't seen if it weren't looking for it. She swallows and licks the frosting on her lips, leaving streaks of brilliant red across them. It's a restaurant, but then you know that. He pulls the idea from his pocket and places it in the bag and table. He snaps the fingernail against the idea, intermittently obscuring her face. He kept them? He asks incredulously. That seems foolish. Sure. Your face folds into a thoughtful frown as her fingers flatten and hide the plastic card from view. All of them? As far as we can tell. She swirls the coffee in a mug, staring at the tiny maelstrom. But Inara isn't such a concentration as Maya, isn't it? He walks gently. Your name, your age. None of it is real. It's real enough, she corrects softly. Real for what it can be. Real enough to get the job and the place to live. But what came before? One of the nice things about New York was that no one ever asked questions. It's just one of those places people go to, you know? It's a dream, it's a goal, it's a place you could disappear amongst millions of other people doing the same thing. No one cares where you came from or why you left, because they're too focused on themselves and what they want and where they're going. New York has so much history, but everyone in it just wants to know about the future. When you're from New York City who could still go around somewhere else and they may never find you. I took the bus to New York with everything I owned in a duffel bag and a suitcase. I found a soup kitchen that didn't care if I slept in a clinic upstairs as long as I helped serve food. And one of the other volunteers told me about a guy who had just made him papers for his wife who was illegal from Venezuela. I called the number he gave me, and the next day I was at the library sitting under a statue of the lion and waiting for a complete stranger to approach me. He didn't inspire much confidence when he finally appeared, an hour and a half after we had agreed. He was average height and skinny, his clothes stiff and salt and other stains. I didn't want to identify. His lank hair was the process of matting into dreads, and he sniffled constantly, his eyes darting around each time before he lifted a sleeve to rub his cherry red nose. Maybe he was a genius at forgery, but it wasn't hard to guess where the money went. He didn't ask my name, or rather, he only asked the name I wanted, birthday, address, license, or ID. Did I want to be an organ donor? As we talked, we walked into a library and gave us an excuse to be quiet, and when we reached a banner with a swath of clean white, he stood me up against it and took my picture. I'd taken extra care before coming to the library to meet him. I brought some makeup, so I knew I'd pull off 19. It was about the eyes, really, and if you've seen enough, you just look older, no matter what the rest of your face looks like. He told me to meet him in a particular hot dog cart that evening, and he had what I needed. When we reconvened, he was late again. He held up an envelope, such a little thing, really, but it was good enough to change a life. He told me it would be a grand, but he'd knock it down to 500 if I slept with him. I paid him a grand. He walked away in one direction, I went another, and I got back to the hostel where I planned to spend the night, a good ways from the soup kitchen and anyone who might remember the girl being told about the legal papers. I opened the envelope and got my first good look at Inara Morrissey. Why didn't you want to be found? He asked, using a pen to stir the creamer in his coffee. I wasn't worried about being found. To be found, someone has to be looking for you. Why wasn't anyone looking for you? I miss New York. No one asks these kind of questions there. Static crackles in his ears. One of the texts opens the line. New York says you got a GED 3 years ago, passed with flying colors, but never registered for the SAT, or he asked for the scores to be passed on to the college or employer. Did you drop out of high school? He asked, or did you get your GED so you'd have to produce a diploma? Now that you have a name, it's much easier to dig into my life, isn't it? She finishes off the cake and sets a plaster fork at the neat angle across the plate. The time's down. Paper crinkles as she tears open one of the sugar packets and empties it into a pile on the plate. Licking only the fingertip, not covered in gauze and tape, she presses it against the sugar and sticks it into her mouth. That only tells you about New York, though. I know I need you to tell me about what came before. I like being a Nara. But that isn't who you are, he says gently, and anger flashes through her eyes. Gone just as fast as her almost smiles to her surprise, but just the same. So a rose by any other name isn't still a rose? That's language, not identity. Who you are just isn't name, but it is history, and I need to know yours. Why? My history doesn't tell you about the gardener. It doesn't tell you what it's really about. The gardener in his garden, all the butterflies. And if he survives to come to trial, we need to provide the jury with credible witnesses. A young woman who doesn't tell the truth about her name doesn't cut it. It's just a name, not if it's yours. That's not quite smile, twists her lips briefly. Bliss said that. Bliss. Lionette stood outside the tattoo room as ever. Her eyes partly averted from me until I put some slinky black dress that had become my only piece of clothing. Close your eyes, she told me. Let's take this in stages. I kept my eyes closed for so long in that room that I thought of being violently blind again made my skin crawl. But Lionette had done me well so far. She had clearly done this before with other girls. I had made trust her in a bit further. Once I closed my eyes, she took my hand and led me down a hall the opposite direction than she usually went. It was a long hall, and we turned left at the end of it. I kept my tight hand around the glass walls, my arm flopping free whenever she passed one of the open doorways. When she directed me through one of the doorways and positioned me where she wanted me, gentle hands in my upper arms, I felt her step back. Open your eyes. She stood in front of me, off center of the room, nearly identical to mine. One had personal touches, origami picture creatures on the shelf of the bed, sheets and blankets and pillow, pumpkin-covered curtains hiding a toilet, sink, and a shower from sight. The edge of the bed a book stuck out from under the largest pillows, and drawers lined the space under the bed. What name did he give you? Maya. off the shudder that came when saying it aloud the first time, from the memory of him saying it over and over while he... Maya, she repeated, and gave me another sound to hold on to. Take a look at yourself now, Maya. She held up a mirror, positioning it so I could use it to look into another mirror behind me. Large portions of my back were still pink and raw and swollen from the fresh ink, and I knew I was darker than it would become one of the scabs flaked off. The fingerprints were visible and the sides were fabric gaped, but there was nothing to obscure the design. It was ugly and terrible, and lovely. The upper wings were golden brown, tawny like lionet's hair, and eyes flecked through the bits of black, white, and sheep bronze. The lower wings of shades were rose and purple, also marked through the patterns of black and white. The detail had astonishing slight color variations, giving the impressions of individual scales. The colors were rich, almost saturated, and they filled almost my entire back from every tips of my shoulders while a little below my curve of my hips. The wings were tall and narrow, the outer ledges barely curving onto my sides. The artistry couldn't be denied. Whatever else he was, the gardener was talented. I hated it, but it was lovely. Her head popped up through the doorway, quickly followed by the rest of the tiny girl. She couldn't have been topped 5 feet with her shoulders back, but no one would have seen the curves and think her a child. She looked flawless, frosty white skin and huge blue violet eyes, framed by a haphazardly fringed profusion of tight black curls. She was all striking contrast with the button nose and leaned toward her cute rather than beautiful, but still, like all the girls I'd glimpsed in the garden, she was nothing less than stunning. Beauty loses its meaning when you're surrounded by it too much. So, is this the new girl? She flopped down on the bed, hugging a small pillow to her chest. What's the bastard name you? She might hear you, Lionette chided, but the girl on the bed just shrugged. Let him. He's never asked us to love him. So why did he call you? Maya, I said in a time of Lionette, and the word got a little less hard to hear. I wonder if it would continue to be that way. And in time, the word wouldn't hurt at all. Or if it's just a tiny shard that it always would. Like a piece of splinter you can't reach with tweezers. Huh. That's not too bad then. Fucking name me Bliss. He called her rise and snored. Bliss! Do I look blissful person? Ooh, let's see. Her fingers made a twirling motion. And in that moment, she reminded me of a little of hope. With that in mind, I slowly spun to show her my back. Not too bad. The colors flatter you anyway. We'll have you look it up what kind that is. It's a western pine elfin, Lionette said. She shrugged at my sideways look. It's something to do. Maybe it makes it a little less awful. I'm Lustrious Copper. I'm a Mexican blue wing, added Bliss. It's pretty enough. Awful, of course, but it's not like I have to look at it. Anyway, the name thing. He told us A, B, or 3. It wouldn't matter. I answered to it, but don't pretend it's somehow yours. Less confusing that way. Less confusing? Well, sure. Remember who you are when you're playing a part. If you start thinking of it as you, then the identity crisis hits. Identity crisis usually leads to breakdown. A breakdown around here leads to bliss. What? She seems like she can handle it. She isn't crying yet, and all we know what he does when the ink is finished. Like Hope, but much smarter. So, what does the breakdown lead to? Check the hallways, and don't do it after you eat. You just walk through the hallways? Victor reminds her, and with my eyes closed. And what was in the hallways? The girl swirls a reminder of the coffee in her mug rather than answer, giving it a look that suggests he should already know. Static crackles in his ears again. Ramirez just called about the hospital, Edison said. She's sending pictures of those of the doctors expect to make it. Missing persons that just had some luck. Between them and the ones fresh in the morgue, they've got about 400 girls identified, and we have a problem. What kind of problem? A girl looks at him sharply. One of the girls they identified was some important family. She's still calling herself Ravina, but her fingerprints match Patrice Kingsley, as in the Senator Kingsley's missing daughter? Inara settles back in her chair, her expression clearly amused. Victor wasn't sure what he'd find so funny about the promises to be a hell of a complication. Has the senator been informed yet? He asked. Not yet, Askers Edison. Ramirez wanted to give us a heads up first. Senator Kingsley has been desperate to find her daughter. Vic, there isn't a chance in hell that she won't push into investigation. And when that happens, any privacy that may be able to offer these girls will be out of the window. Their faces will be plastered on every news network from here to the West Coast. And Inara, Victor rubs her warily in his eyes. If the senator learns of any suspicions about this overly contained young woman, he won't rest until charges are filed. Well, tell Ramirez to hold off as long as she can, he says finally. We need time. Roger. Remind me how long she's been missing? 4.5 years. 4.5 years? Ravina, Inara murmurs, and Victor stares at her. No one ever forgets how long they've been there. Why not? It changes things, doesn't it? Having a senator involved? It changes things for you as well. Of course it does. How could it not? She knows, he realizes uneasily. Maybe she doesn't know specifics, but she knows her suspect is some kind of involvement. She measures the amusement in her eyes. The cynical twist at her mouth. A little too comfortable with this new information. Time to change the subject then, before he loses the power in the room. You said the girls in the apartment was just your first friend. She shifts slightly in her seat. That's right, she answers warily. Why is that? Because I hadn't had any before. And Nara? He responds to what the tone of voice the same way as doctors do, instinctively, grudgingly, and then she realizes the moment too late, and just a bit sulky. You're good at that. You have kids, 3 girls, and yet you make a career in broken children. Trying to rescue broken children, he corrects, and trying to get justice of broken children. You really think broken children care about justice? Wouldn't you? Never really did, no. Justice is a faulty thing that, at the best of times, it doesn't really actually fix anything. Would you say that if you got justice as a child? Not quite smile, bitter and gone too fast. And what would I have needed justice for? My life's work, and you think I wouldn't recognize a broken child when she sits in front of me? She inclines her head and concedes the point, then bites her lip and winces. Not entirely accurate. Let's call me a shadow child. Overlooked rather than broken. I'm a teddy bear gathering dust bunnies under the bed, not a one-legged soldier. She smiles slightly and sips his rapidly cooling coffee. She's back to dancing. However, disconcerting, Edison might find it. Victor's on familiar ground. In what way? Sometimes you can look at a wedding and realize with a certain sense of registration that any children produced in that marriage will inevitably be fucked up and fucked over. It's a fact, not a sense of foreboding, so much as a grim acceptance that these two people should not, but definitely will, reproduce. Like my parents. My mother was 22 when she married my father. She was her third marriage. This first was when she was 17 and married the brother of her mother's then current husband. She died in less than a year from a heart attack during sex. He left her pretty well off, so a few months later she married a man only 15 years older than her, and when they divorced a year later she came off even a little better. Then Then came my dad. If he hadn't knocked her up, I doubt the wedding would have happened. He was good looking, but he wasn't wealthy, and he didn't have the prospects, and he was only 2 years older. With my mother was an insurmountable series of obstacles. For that, we can thank her mother, who was 9 husbands before early in menopause, made her decide she was too dried up to remarry, and every single woman, one of them died. Yet much faster than the one before, no foul play about it either, just died. Most of them were ancient, of course, and all of them left her with tidy sum of money. But my mother was raised with certain expectations of the third husband, met none of them. I will say for them, though, they gave it a try. For the first couple years, we lived near as family, and they were cousins and aunts and uncles. I can almost remember playing with our other children. When we moved and the ties were cut from one end to the other, and it was just me and my parents and their various affairs, they were always either visiting their latest lovers or holing up in their bedroom, so I became a pretty self-sufficient kid. I learned how to use a microwave, I memorized the bus schedule so I would get to the grocery store, I stocked out the days of the week when either of my parents were likely to have cash in their wallets, so I could actually buy things at the market. And you'd think that would look strange, right? But whenever anyone in the store asked, a concerned woman, a cashier, I'd say my mom was out in the car with a baby, keeping the air running. Even in winter, they believed it. And they'd smile and tell me what a wonderful daughter and sister I was. I'm not only was I self-sufficient, I came to have a pretty low opinion of most people's intelligence. I was 6 when they decided to give marriage counseling a go. Not a try, a go. Someone at my dad's office told him insurance would cover counseling, and counseling looked better with a judge that helped speed up a divorce. One of the things the counselor told him to do was take a family trip. Just the 3 of us, somewhere fun and special. The theme park, maybe. We got to the park around 10, and for the first couple of things were okay. Then the carousel. I fucking hate carousels. My dad stood at the exit to wait for me to come off. My mom stood at the entrance to help me get on. And when they stood there, the opposite sides of the thing, watched me go round and round in circles. I was too small to reach for the iron rings and the horse when I was on, so I wide and made my hips hurt. But round and round and round I went. And I watched my father walk away with the petite Latina. Another time around, I saw my mother leave with a tall, laughing ginger in the util kilt. Nice older kid helped me down the horse after he lifted his little sister down and held my hand as we walked through the exit. I wanted to stay with that family, to be the little sister of someone who went on rides with you and held your hand while walking. Someone who smiled down as if asked you if you had fun. We got to outside the carousel and I thanked him, waving at a woman paying attention to nothing but her cell phone, so the boy thought. I found my mom, and I watched him and his sister walk back to his parents. We were delighted to see them. I spent the rest of the day wandering around the park, trying not to get noticed by security, but sunset came and the park closed, and I haven't found either of my parents. Security noticed and hauled me off to the Hall of Shame. Well, they called it the Lost Parents Place. They cycled a list of calls over the PA system, asking parents missing their children to come and claim them. There are others too, other kids who were forgotten, just wandered away and been hiding. I then heard one of the adults mention child services. Specifically, she mentioned calling child service for anyone who hadn't claimed before 10 o'clock. My next door neighbors were foster home, and the thought of living with people like them was horrific. Fortunately, one of the younger kids pissed himself and went up such a squall that all the adults started fussing over him. Trying to calm him, I managed to sneak out the door and back into the park. I took some searching, but I finally found the main gate and got out without being seen. Attaching myself to the rear of a school group that had gotten stuck for a while on one of the rides, and out onto the parking lot. From there, it took over an hour for me to walk through all the parking lots of the gas station that was brightly lit for all the folks heading home. I still had most of the snack money my dad shoved in my pocket before the carousel, so I called their cell phones. And then I called the house phone, and then because I didn't think of anything else to do, I called my next door neighbor. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, but he hopped into the car and drove 2 hours to come pick me up, 2 hours to go home. And when there was no lights on in my house. Was this the neighbor who was a foster father? Victor asked as he pauses the liquor-chapped lips. He reaches for the empty bottle of water and holds it up toward the one-way mirror, not putting it down until one of the texts say Edison is on his way. Yes, but he got you safely home, so why has he thought of living with him so horrific? When he pulled up in front of my house, he told me I needed to thank him for a ride by licking his lollipop. The plastic bottle shrieks at a protest as it crumples in his fist. Christ. Then he pulled my head toward his lap. I stuck my finger down my throat and made myself throw up all over. Made sure to hit the horn too, so his wife would come out. He opens another sugar packet and tips half of it into her mouth. He got arrested for molestation a month or so later, and she moved away. The door slams open and Edison tosses a new bottle of water at the girl. Protocol says we're supposed to remove the cap for the choking hazard, but his other hand is occupied by a sheaf of photo papers that he drops on the table, along with a bag of IDs and a crook of the elbow. Why not telling us the truth, he snarls. You're protecting the man who did this? And Nara was right. This is the difference seeing it and reading about it. Victor lets out a slow breath, using it as a push on incentive revulsion. He shifts the first picture of the pile, then the second, then the third and fourth, all depiction portions of the hallways in the ruined garden complex. He stops them in the seventh one, easing the paper away so she can look at it more easily. When she sets it back down on top of her finger gets a little tawny curve near the center of the image. That's Lionette. Your friend? Her bandaged finger gently moves along the line of the glass in the picture. Yeah, she whispers, she was. Birthdays, like names, were best forgotten in the garden. As I got to know the other girls, I knew they were all fairly young, but ages weren't something you'd like to ask about. It just didn't seem necessary. At some point we'd die, and the hallways provided daily reminders of what that would mean. So why compound this strategy until Lionette? I've been in the garden for 6 months, and while I become friendly with most of the other girls, I was a closet to Lionette and Bliss. They were the most like me, the ones who didn't feel up to the high drama of weeping and bemoaning or inevitably tragic fates. We didn't cower the gardener. We didn't suck up to him like becoming favorites would somehow change our fortunes. We were the ones who put up with what we had and otherwise did our own thing. The gardener adored us, except for meals, which were served at specific times were never a place we had to be. So most of the girls' room hopped for comfort. If the gardener wanted you, he'd simply check the cameras and come find you. When Lion and Bliss asked Bliss and me to spend the night in her room, I didn't think anything of it. It was something we did all the time. I should have recognized the desperation in her voice, the edge of her words, but that was something else the garden numbed you to. Like beauty, desperation and fear were as common as breathing. We were provided with clothing in the daytime, always in black, always things that left our backs bare and the wings could be seen. But we're given nothing for sleeping. Most of us slept in underwear and wished for bras. The hostel and apartment had been good practice for me. I got far less modesty than most of the other girls had coming into the garden, one less humiliation that might break me. The three of us curled together atop the mattress, waiting for the lights to go out, and gradually we became aware that Lionette was shaking. Not like a seizure or anything, just tremor ran over her skin and electrified every part of her movement. I sat up, reaching for her hand and laced her fingers together. What's wrong? Tears gleaming in her flecked eyes, making me suddenly nauseated. I'd never seen Lionette cry before. She always hated tears in anyone, especially herself. Tomorrow's my 21st birthday, she whispered. Bliss squeaked and threw her arms around her friend, burying her face on Lionette's shoulder. Fuck, Lion, I'm so sorry. We have an expiration date then, I asked quietly. 21? Lionette clutched Bliss and me in the desperate strength. I kind of want to make him earn it, but if fighting makes it more painful, shit, I feel like such a coward. But if I have to die, I don't want it to hurt. She started sobbing. I wish this was one of the times the solid walls came down the glass, so we could be trapped in this little space, and her weeping wouldn't be heard by anyone down in the hall. Want to think they were weak once she was gone. But for the most uh, but for the most part, the walls only came down 2 mornings a week. That what we'd taken to calling the weekend. Whether it was or not, though the actual gardeners could do maintenance around the beautiful prison. The hired help never saw us, and the multiple sets of closed doors between us and them guaranteed they never hurt us either. No, wait. The walls came down when a new girl was brought or two, or when one died. We didn't like it when the walls came down, wishing they would just was kind of extraordinary. We stayed with Lionette the entire night. Light after she wept herself into exhausted sleep, and awoken to weep again. Around 4, she roused enough to stumble into the shower, and we helped her wash her hair, brushed it out, and arranged a regal braided crown. There was a new dress in her closet, an amber silk, fancy, glimmering gold threads that was bright and flame instead of all black. The color made her wings glow against her bright round skin. Brilliant pumpkin orange fleckled with gold and yellow closet, black spots, and the white frinkled bands of black on the very tips. The open wings of a lustrous copper. The gardener came for her just before daylight. He was an elegant figure of a man, maybe a little more above average height, well built. The type of man who always looked at least 10, 15 years younger than he actually was. Dark blonde hair, always perfectly in place and well trimmed, pale green eyes like the sea. He was handsome, that couldn't be argued. Even if my stomach still turned at the sight of him, I never seen him dressed all in black before. He stood in the doorway, thumbs hooked in the pockets, and just looked at us. Taking a deep breath, Lionel hugged Bliss tightly, whispered something in her ear before kissing her goodbye. When she turned to me, her arms painfully tight around my ribs. "My name is Cassidy Lawrence," she whispered, so quietly I could barely hear it. "Please don't forget me. Don't let them be the only one who remember me." She kissed me, closed her eyes, and allowed the gardener to lead her away. Bliss and I spent the rest of the morning in Lionet's room, going through the small personal items she'd managed to accumulate over the past 5 years. 5 years she'd been here. She took down the piracy curtains, folded them together in a bedding like a neat stack on the edge of the naked mattress. The book she kept under her pillows turned out to be the Bible, with 5 years of rage, despair, and hope scrawled all over the verses. There were enough origami animals for all the girls in the garden, and then some, so we spent the afternoon giving them away with all the black clothing. When we sat down to dinner, there was nothing left of Lionette in the room. That night, the walls came down. Bliss and I curled together in my bed, which actually had more bedding than sewn on sheet now. Personal touches were things we earned by not being troublesome, by not trying to kill ourselves. So I had sheets and blankets now, the same rich rose and purple as the lower wings of my back. Bliss cried and swore when the walls came down and trapped us in the room. This rose after a few hours, but before they come higher on the foot of the floor, she grabbed my hand and squeezed us through so she could search the hallways. But we only had to go a few feet. The gardener stood there, leaning back against the garden side wall as she studied the girl in the glass. Her head was burrowed against her chest, small stirrups under her armpits keeping her upright. Clear resin filled the rest of the space. A glow caught on the liquid like she was underwater. Could see almost every detail of the bright wings on her back, clearly presented against the glass. Everything that was Lionette, her fierce smile, her eyes was hidden away, so the wings were the only focus. She turned to us and ran a hand through the sleep-tangled hair, gently tugging it through the knots as he encountered. "You forgot to put your hair up, Maya. I can't see your wings." I started to gather into a twist in a rough knot and be caught with the wrist and pulled me after him, into my room. Bliss swore and ran down the hall, but not before I saw her tears. The gardener sat on my bed and brushed my hair until it gleamed like silk, running his fingers through it again and again. His hands moved elsewhere, in his mouth, and I could close my eyes and gently recited, "The Valley of Unrest." "Wait, what?" Edison interrupts, a sickening expression on his face. She looks away from the picture, giving a bemused look. "The Valley of Unrest," she repeats. "It's a poem by Edgar Allan Poe. They had gone unto the wars, trusting in the mild-eyed stars, nightly from their azure towers, to keep watch above the flowers. I like Poe. There's something refreshing about the man who's so unabashedly morose. But it's what I did whenever the gardener came in my room," she said baldly. "I wasn't going to fight him because I didn't want to die, but I wasn't going to participate either, so I let him do his thing and keep my mind occupied. So I'd recite Poe's poems. The day he finished your tattoo, was that the first time I recited Poe?" She finished the one eyebrow mockingly. Victor flushes and nods. "No, thank God. I got curious of sex a few months before, so Hope loaned me off to one of her boys. Sort of." Edison makes a choking sound, and Victor can't help but be grateful that his wife has these kinds of discussions with his daughters. In any other setting, we probably did have called Hope a whore, except that Sophia, who actually had been a prostitute until her daughters were taken away by the cops, had a little sensitive about the words like that. Plus, Hope was in it for the fun, not the money. She could have made a fortune, though, male, female, priors, trios, or groups. Hope was up for anything. but there really wasn't much such thing as privacy in the apartment, except for the bathroom. It was all one room. After all, the curtains between the beds weren't thick enough to conceal much. No canopies away. They certainly didn't make anything soundproof. Hope and Jessica were only girls to bring people home, but they did with the most frequency, sometimes more than once a day. Early exposure, no pun intended, to pedophiles had left me mostly uninterested in sex. That, plus my parents, it seemed a horrific business, not one I wanted to be part of. But living with the girls gradually changed that. Then they weren't doing it, they were frequently talking about it, and even they laughed at me and answered silly questions about it, or in Hope's case, decided to demonstrate how to masturbate. So eventually curiosity won over the distaste and I tried to give it a try. Well, I decided to think about giving it a try. I backed away from a lot of opportunities at first because still wasn't sure. Then one afternoon when I didn't have to go to work in the evening, Hope came home trailing two boys. Jason, we worked with, one thing with the few males over extremely female wait staff, and his friend Topher, who was a pretty standard figure in the apartment. He frequently dropped by whether Hope was there or not. We thought they were fun to hang out with. Sometimes they brought food. The three were barely in the door before Hope was pulling off Jason's clothing, and the two of them were completely naked by the time they tumbled laughing through the curtains under their bed. Topher was the least had the grace of blush and kicked the tray of clothing closer to the bed. I was on one of the couches with a book. One of the first things I did once I had a real address and got in the library card, I made a couple of trips a week. Reading had been an escape when I was younger, and even though I didn't have anything I particularly needed to escape from more, it was something I loved. Then clothing was more or less contained. Topher poured 2 glasses of orange juice. Social services had swung a couple days ago, so a fridge was actually stocked, and handed one of them to me and flopped next to me on the couch. What, you're not joining them? I teased, and his blush deepened. No, it's mystery that being with Hope is a little like having a timeshare, but I don't share that the same time, he mumbled, and I snickered. Hopefully, it was exactly the same timeshare and proud of it. Topher was the model, maybe 19, who sometimes helped Gullion with the deliveries make a few extra bucks. He was good looking in a bland model way, kind of good looking that seems ordinary because it's shoved in your face all the time. He was a decent guy, though. We talked over the manatee, a whole slew of us, and one gang had gone a week before. About a gig he had a few days as a living dummy for a temporary museum exhibit. About one of our mutual acquaintances getting married, and whether or not it would be the last, all while Hope and Jason went at it screaming and giggling. So, pretty much a normal afternoon. Eventually, though, their fun had to end. It's almost 4 o'clock, I yelled over the groaning. You two need to get to work. Okay, I'll finish 'em off. True to her word, she had Jason grunting in less than 30 seconds, and 10 minutes later they were both a quick rinse in the shower and they were off to work. Most of the girls were working at night, except for Naomi and Amber, who had both had a night class on Wednesdays and wouldn't be back until almost 10. Topher left a little while, but came back with takeout from Takis on the counter. I knew Hope's usual invitation to sex was to kiss someone and shove their hand down their pants, but I wasn't Hope. Hey, Topher, yeah? Do you want to teach me about sex? It was a different kind of straightforward. Anyone else probably would have blanched, but Topher was a friend of Hope's. Plus, he'd been there some time in the conversation. All the while, he had a smile, and I reassured the fact that I wasn't a smirk. Sure, if you think you're ready for it. I think so. I mean, we can always stop. Yes, we can, but tell me if you get uncomfortable, okay? Okay. Took the remains of our dinner and shoved them to overflowing trash by the door. Hope was supposed to take it out as she left for work. When he came back to the couch, she dropped him onto the cushion, gently pulled me lean against him. Well, start slow, he said, and he kissed me. We didn't actually have sex that night. He called it everything but it was comfortable, though, and fun. And we laughed as many a thing, which in itself would have been stranger the year before I first moved in. She kept the clothes on after Naomi and Amber came from class. But she stayed with me that night in my narrow bed, and we played more under the sheet until Naomi in the next bed over laughed and said if we didn't shut up, she was going to join us. It was a few days later the privacy to go all the way, and the first time I didn't really understand what the big deal was. Then we did it again, and that time I did. Spend the next few weeks feeling around until we met a girl at church and he wanted to be serious with. But it was easily as we become friends with benefits, we went back to being friends, without any awkwardness or hurt feelings after all. Neither of us had fallen for each other, neither of us were putting more into it than the other. I loved when he came to my apartment. Not because I expected sex after he started dating the church girl. Topher was just a good guy, someone we all adored. I did not, however, make me underestimate my parents' fascination with sex and the exclusion of all else. She unscrews the cap and takes a long drink of water, rubbing out her sore throat as she swallows. Victor was grateful for the silence and thinks Edison must be as well. Both men staring at the table, trauma being what it is. Victor can't recall a victim interview where sex has been such a frank topic. He clears his throat, turning the photos over so he doesn't have to see the hallways lined with dead girls in glass and resin. Your next door neighbor, when you were a child, was a pedophile, you said? But when did you see the others? Grand's lawn guy. He stops, blinks, and lowers the bottle of the water, and Victor can't help but think she meant to say it. Perhaps the exhaustion was setting in the stronger grip. He files that thought away for now, but he watched for the other opportunities. You saw your gran often? He sighs and picks up a scab of one of her fingers. I lived with her, she answered reluctantly. When was this? My parents finally got divorced when I was 8. All the questions about money, about the house and cars, all the things were taken care of in one meeting. The next 8 months were spent with each arguing about the other would be stuck with me. Isn't that fantastic? Every kid should be forced to sit through 8 months of listening to parents actively not want them. Eventually, I decided that I'd be sent to live with Gran, my mother's mother, and both my parents would pay for child support. When the day came for me to leave, I sat on the front step with 3 suitcases, 2 boxes, and a teddy bear. The grand total of everything I owned. Together, neither of my parents was home. A year before, we got into new neighbors across the street, a youngish couple who had just had their first child. I used to love going over to see the baby. A beautiful little boy was broken or fucked up yet. With parents like this, maybe you'll never would be. He'd always give me a plate of cookies and a glass of milk, and he taught me how to play poker and blackjack. They were the ones who took me in a bus station, who helped me buy a ticket and the money my parents had left in the nightstand the day before. The ones who helped me load everything under the bus and introduced me to the driver to help me find a seat. When she gave me a lunch for a trip, complete with oatmeal raisin cookies and still warm from the oven, there were another family I wished to be a part of, but I wasn't theirs. Still, I waved goodbye to them and bus pulled away, and I stood under the curb. Their baby held between them and waved until we couldn't see each other anymore. When I got to the city where Gran lived, I had to take a taxi from the bus station to the house. The driver swore all the way there about the people who had no business having kids. When I asked him what some of the words meant, he even taught me how to use them in sentences. My gran lived in a big, dilapidated house in the neighborhood. It was money 60 years ago and quickly went to shit. And when the driver had helped me unload everything into her tiny front porch, I paid him and told him to have a great fucking day. And he laughed and tugged my braid, told me to take care of myself. Menopause did strange things to Gran. She was a serial bride and widow when she was younger, but that time convinced her she was dried up and halfway into the grave. So she holed up in her house and started filling the rooms and halls with dead things. No, seriously, with dead things. Even the taxidermist thought she was creepy. And you would have to be really fucking bad to win that award. She had things I purchased pre-made, like game or exotics. Things like bears and mountain lions that weren't something you saw in the city. She had birds and armadillos and personal most hated, the collection of neighborhood cats and dogs she had been killed in various ways over the years, and that she had taken in to be stuffed. They were everywhere, even in the bathrooms and kitchen. They were filled every room. When I walked in, dragging my things behind me to the entryway, she was nowhere to be seen. I heard her, though. If you're a rapist, I'm all dried up. Don't waste your time. If you're a thief, I have nothing worth stealing. If you're a murderer, shame on you. I followed the sound of her voice and finally found her in a small family room with narrow walkways between the stacks of stuffed animals. When she was in an easy chair, wearing a full-body tiger print unitard and a dark brown fur coat, chain smoking, and she watched The Price is Right on the 7-inch television, whose pictures wavered and frequently fell into discoloration. She didn't even look at me into the commercials. Oh, you're here. Upstairs, 3rd floor on the right. Be a good girl and bring me a bottle of whiskey on the counter before you go. I got it for her. Why not? And watching amazement, she poured an entire bottle into small dishes and bowls in front of dead cats and dogs, lined up the couch that could have been hideous under the best of circumstances. Drink up, my beauties. Being dead is no treat. You've earned it. Whiskey fumes quickly filled the room, joining with the messy scent of fur and stale cigarettes. Upstairs, 3rd floor on the right led into a room full of so many dead animals they tumbled out when I opened the door. I spent the rest of that day and all night hauling them out and finding places to stick them so I could bring up my things. I slept curled up on the top of a biggest suitcase because the sheets were so gross. I spent the next day cleaning the room top to bottom, beating the dust and mouse droppings and mouse corpses out of the mattress, and putting my own sheets in the home on the bed. When I had everything arranged close to home as I could manage, I went back downstairs. The only indication Gran had moved was her unitard, now a bright shiny purple. I waited until the commercial has been and then cleared my throat. I've cleaned out the room, I told her. If you put any more dead things in there while I'm living here, I'll burn the house down. She laughed and slapped me. Good girl, I like your gumption. And that was moving in with my gran. The setting changed, but life didn't. She had her groceries delivered once a week, and by a nervous-looking boy got a tip as big as the grocery bill, purely because he was the only way he'd come to our neighborhood. It was pretty simple to call grocery store and have new things added like to the staples. I was enrolled in a school that taught absolutely nothing. There were teachers that wouldn't even take attendance because they didn't want a truancy to stick them with these kids for another year. There was supposed to be some really good teachers in the school, but they were very few and far between. I never got any of them. The rest were burned out and didn't care anymore as long as they got a paycheck. The students certainly encouraged that. Drug deals went right there in the classrooms, even in elementary school, on behalf of the older siblings. When I went up to the middle school where metal detectors on every outer door, but gave no one gave a shit or investigated when they went off, which was frequently. No one noticed if you were in class, no one called home and checked up on the students who had been gone for several days in a row. I tested that once. I stayed home for a full week. I didn't even get makeup work when I went back. I only returned because I was bored. Sad, really. I left everyone else alone when they left me alone, too. I didn't leave the house after dark, and every night I fell asleep to a lullaby of gunshots and sirens. And when Grand's long guy came twice a month, I hid under a bed in case he came into the house. He was probably in the late 20s, maybe a little older, and always wore jeans that were too tight and too low, trying to make a best of a package that even at the age I didn't think was very impressive. He liked to call me pretty girly, and as if he were there when I came home from school, he tried to touch me and asked me to bring him things. I kicked him once, right in the balls, and he cursed and chased me into the house. But he tripped over a stag in the entryway, and Gran ripped him a new one for making too much noise during her soaps. After that, I hung out in the gas station a few blocks over until I saw his truck drive past. And your parents never questioned your well-being? He knows it's a stupid question, but it's already out of his mouth, and he nods even as her mouth twists. My parents never came to see me, never called, never sent cards or gifts or anything. Mom sent checks for the first 3 months, Dad for the first 5, but then those stopped too. I never saw my parents or heard from them again after I went to Grand's. I honestly don't know if they're still alive. They've been at this all day. The birthday cake, the first thing she had since last dinner. He could feel his stomach complaining. Now she must be at least as hungry. It's not been almost 24 hours since the FBI arrived at the garden. They both have been awake longer than that. Inara, I'm willing to let you tell things in your own way, but I need you to give me a straightforward answer in one question. Should we have child services in here? No, she says immediately. And that's the truth. How close is that truth to a lie? It's actually a smile this time, crooked and weary. Not even so small a smile that it softens on her entire face. I turned 18 yesterday. Happy birthday to me. You were 14 when you got to New York, Edison demands. Yep. What the hell? Gran died, she shrugs, reaching for a water bottle. I came home from school when she was dead on the chair and burns on her fingers, and when the cigarette burned all the way down. Kind of amazed the whole damn place wasn't on fire from the whiskey fumes. I think her heart gave out or something. Did you report it? No. The long guy or the grocery boy would find her when they went to get paid. I didn't want anyone arguing about what to do with me. Maybe they would have tracked down one of my parents and I'd be forced to go with them. Or they'd just dump me into the system. Or maybe they just tracked me down one of those uncles or aunts on my dad's side and shoved me into yet another relative who didn't want me. I didn't like those options. So what'd you do? I packed a suitcase and a duffel, then raided Grant's stash. Now Victor's not sure if he's going to regret the answer he asked you. Stash? Of cash. Grant only sort of trusted banks. So any time she got a check, she cashed it and hid half of it in a German shepherd's ass. The tail was on the hinge, so you could reach under and pull out the money. She takes a sip, then purses her lips and presses them against the mouth of the bottle, letting the water soak against the chapped cracks. There was almost 10 grand in there, she continues as she pulls the bottle away. I hid it away in my suitcase and duffel, spending the night at the house, and in the morning I woke up, walked down to the bus station rather than school, and bought a ticket to New York. You spent the night in the house with your dead grandmother? She wasn't stuffed yet, but otherwise, what was the difference than any other night? He's grateful for the static in his ear. We ordered food for the 3 of you. You have any reports of the observation room? Couple more minutes on it. And Ramirez called. A few girls started talking. Not much yet. They seem more concerned with the dead ones than themselves. Senator Kingsley's on her way from Massachusetts. Well, I started on as good news. It's probably too much to hope that Senator will be forced to make an early landing somewhere due to bad weather. Victor shakes his head and leans back in his chair. The senator isn't here yet. They'll deal with her once she is. We're going to take a break soon and we can all eat. But one more question before that. Only one? Tell us about how you know the name to how you came to the garden. That isn't a question. Edison slaps his thigh impatiently, but still Victor who speaks. How do you come to the garden? How did you come to the garden? I was kidnapped. 3 teenage daughters, and he can practically hear the unspoken duh at the end of it. And Nara, you're really good at that. Please. She sighs and brings up her feet into the edge of the chair, wrapping her bandaged hands around her ankles. Evening Star was a pretty nice restaurant, reservation only unless it was a slow night, but the prices were high enough for most people who wouldn't just walk in the street for a meal. On normal nights, the waiters were in tuxedos and waitresses in black strapless gowns and with standalone collars and cuffs like the tuxes. We even had black blow ties that were a bitch and a half to get right. We weren't allowed clip-ons. Gullion knew how to cater to stupidly rich, though, so you could actually rent out the entire restaurant for special occasions and put the waitstaff in costumes. There are a few basic rules. He drew the line at indecency, but within a fairly broad range of options, you got to keep them. He always gave us warnings about costumes, so if we would trade shifts, we didn't think we would deal with it. 2 weeks before my 16th birthday, or as far as the girls knew, my 21st, the restaurant got rented out by someone doing a fundraiser for one of the theaters. Their first show was going to be a production of Madame Butterfly, so we were dressed accordingly. Only girls were allowed to work this one, by request of the client, and we were all given black dresses that came high around the pair of huge wire and silk wings that stayed on the spirit gum and latex. Fuck, what a process that was. We all had to wear our hair completely up. We all agreed that it was better than shirtless fetish costumes or a Civil War themed wedding rehearsal dinner that stuck us all hoop skirts that we finally converted to Christmas light chandeliers when we'd sick of them standing up in the entire corner of the apartment. Even if that meant getting to work hours early so we would put the damn wings on, the rest of it wasn't that bad. We could all use the dresses again. Why, trying to wait tables with large wings behind you was a clusterfuck, though. By the time the main course had been served, we could retreat to the restaurant during the fundraising presentation. Most of us didn't know whether to swear or laugh. A number of us were doing both. Rebecca, our lead hostess, sighed and sank down a stool, dropping her feet in the sideways crate. Her pregnancy had made it finally high heels impossible, and also spared her from having a bare indignity of wings. This thing needs to come out of me now, she groaned. I squeezed behind the stool as best I could, and the wings started massaging her tight shoulders and back. Hope speaked up at the back of the gap in the swinging doorway. Anyone else think a guy in charge is totally fuckable for an old man? He's not that old, and watch your mouth, Whitney retorted. There's a certain words Golian referred when we didn't use at work, even in the kitchens, and fuck was one of them. Well, his son looks older than me, so he's an old man. Then ogle the son. No thanks. He's hot, but there's something wrong with him. He isn't looking at you? He's looking a lot, at a bunch of us. He was just wrong. I'd rather I fuck the old man. We stayed in the kitchen, chatting and making up gossip about the guests, until the presentation's intermission, when we circulated with the refills and bottles of wines and dessert trays at the hostess table. I got a look at Hope's old man and his son. Right away I knew what she meant about the son. He was handsome, well-muscled, good-featured, with brown eyes, and his father's dark blonde hair, which looked good against the tanned skin, even if the tan looked a little fake. It was something deeper than that, though. A cruelty that showed through the otherwise charming smile, the way he watched all of us as we moved through the room. Next to him, his father was simply charming, with an easy smile and thanked us all wordlessly in our efforts. You see, he stopped me with 2 fingers against my wrist, not too familiar, not threatening. That's a lovely tattoo, my dear. I glanced down at the slit of my skirt. All of us in the apartment, even Catherine, got one together and got matching tattoos a few months before. Something that he still found absurd and couldn't quite figure out why we'd done it. Except for most of us had a bit tipsy, and Hope nagged us until we gave in. It was on the outside of my right ankle, just above the bone, an elegant thing of sweeping black lines. Hope had picked it out. Sophia was sober one, argue against the butterfly, because it was overdone and so damn typical. But Hope didn't budge. She was so a freaking honey badger when she wanted to be. She called it a tribal butterfly. Normally we would keep tattoos covered up with clothing, makeup for work, but because of the event's theme, Gullian said that we could leave them uncovered. Thank you, I poured the sparkling wine into a glass. Are you fond of butterflies? Not particularly, but it doesn't seem the right thing to mention the theme party. They're beautiful. Yes, but like most beautiful creatures, they're very short-lived. His pale green eyes traveled to the tattoo and ankle up my body until he could smile to my eyes. It's not just your tattoo that's lovely. I made a note to tell Hope that the old man was creepy as his son. Thank you, sir. You seem young to be working in a restaurant like this. One thing no one had ever said to me that I seemed too young for something. I stared at him a moment too long. I saw some kind of satisfaction flicker in his pale eyes. Some of us are older than our years. He said finally, and promptly cursed myself. The last thing I needed was a wealthy customer convincing Gillian I was lying about my age. He didn't say anything when I moved to the next glass, but I felt his eyes on me all the way back to the kitchen. During the second half of the presentation, I snuck back into the locker room and dig a tampon out of my purse. When I turned to leave the bathroom, the son was standing in the doorway. He was maybe in his mid-20s, but alone in a small room with him, he definitely gave off a more experienced vibe of menace. I didn't generally credit Hope for being too perceptive, but he was right. There was something really wrong with this guy. I'm sorry, but this is a staff-only area. He ignored me, still blocking the doorway, as one hand reached out to flick the edge of one of my wings. My father is an exquisite taste, don't you think? Sir, you need to leave. This is not a customer area. I know you're supposed to say that, and I say it too. Keggs, one of the busboys, shouldered him roughly out of the way. I know the owner would be sorry to make you leave the restaurant, but he would do it without regret if you rejoined your party. The stranger looked him over, but Keggs was barely and perfectly capable of slinging people around like beer kegs, hence the name. Which to scowl, the stranger nodded and stalked away. Keggs watched him until he turned the corner into the main dining room. Oh, you okay, lovely? I am, thanks. We called him our bus boy, mainly, because Gillian always assigned him those sections he considered us his girls. Whether he was working that night or not, Keggs was always walking the closing girls to the subway and saw us safely into the train. He was the one person who inexplicably ignored Gillian's rules without tattoos and piercing. True, he was a busboy, not a waiter, but he wasn't interacting with the customers. He was still visible. Gillian never commented on the gauged ears, the pierced eyebrow, lip, and tongue, or the heavy black tribal tattoos that marched all the way down both arms and nearly glowed through his white dress shirt. They peeked out of the cuffs into the back of his hands and back of the neck it wasn't obscured by long hair. Sometimes he nodded his hair up and you could see the tattoos climbing his shaved lower half of his skull. He kissed my cheek and walked me to the bathroom. Standing outside, I took care of things and walked me back to the kitchen. Be careful around the host's son, he announced to all the girls. I told you, giggled Hope. That night, Keggs escorted us all the way to the apartment. Next day, Gullion listened to what was happening and concerned frowned, then told us not to worry too much about it, because the Kynes had returned to Maryland, or so we thought. A couple weeks later, when Naomi and I left the library one afternoon and bumped into one of her classmates, I waved her and then on with him and told her I could get the rest of the way back home by myself. I managed 3 blocks before something stabbed me. Before I could even cry out, my legs fell out from under me and the world turned black. In the afternoon on the streets of New York, Edison asked skeptically, like I said, most people in New York don't ask too many questions, and both father and son can be very charming when they want to be. I'm sure they said something that makes sense to the people around us. And you woke up in the garden? Yes. The door opens to show a female tech and analyst, her hips still on the handle, her hands still full of drinks and food sacks. She nearly drops them on the table, thanking Victor, and he helps her steady the cardboard drink caddy. There are hot dogs, hamburgers, and fries, Yvonne announces. I wasn't sure what your tastes are, so I had them put some condiments on the side. It takes the girl a moment to realize that she's the one being addressed, and then all she says is thank you. Anything new from Ramirez? Edison asks. He shrugs. Nothing big. They got another girl identified, and a couple of them have given their names and addresses, or partial addresses. One girl's family relocated to Paris. Poor thing. As he portions out food, Victor watches Inara started the tech. There are questions in the expression, but he can't make them out. After a moment, she shakes her head and reaches a packet of ketchup. The senator? Asks Edison. Stale in the air. They ask of the detour around the storm front. Well, Victor almost got his wish. Thanks, Yvonne. The analyst taps her ear. Anything interesting? I'll keep you updated. He nods to Inara and leaves the room. A few seconds later, the mirror rattles slightly and the door observation room closes. Victor eyes Inara. She squeezes mustard and relish onto his hot dog. It wasn't sure if he should ask the question. She's never felt uncertain about the power dynamic in the room, but not with the victim. But then she's not exactly a typical victim, is she? That's what's left of half the problem. He frowns at his meal, unwilling to let the girl think the scowl is aimed at her. Edison had that covered. He has to know, though. You weren't surprised to hear about Senator Kingsley? Should I have been? So, you all know each other's real names? No. She squeezes ketchup over the patty and fries and pops a fry in her mouth. Then how? Some can't stop talking about their families. Afraid they'll forget. I guess no names, though. Ravenna said her mother was a senator. That was all she knew. We knew. Her real name is Patrice, Edison says. Inara shrugs. What do you call a butterfly halfway between the garden and the outside? Well, what do you call them? I suppose it depends on whether you're not with her mother. This is a senator. How much damage will it cause if she's forced to become Patrice before she's ready to let go of Ravenna? She takes a large bite of hamburger and chooses slowly, closing her eyes. A soft sound and groan escapes, and her face softens with pleasure. Been a while since you had junk food? Edison asks with an unwilling smile. She nods. Lorraine had strict instructions to make healthy food. Lorraine? Edison grabs a notebook and flips through several pages. The paramedics took a woman named Lorraine. She said she was an employee. You mean she knew about the garden? She lives there. Victor stares at her, vaguely aware of the relish dripping off the hot dog into the foil. Inara takes her time with the food and doesn't continue until the last fry is done. I believe I mentioned that some girls tried to suck up. Lorraine was one of those once upon a time. Someone so desperate to please the gardener that she's perfectly willing to help him do whatever he wanted to other people if he would just love her. She may have been broken before he took her. Normally the girls were given another mark, another set of wings, but this time on their faces to show everyone that they love being one of his butterflies. But the gardener came up with another plan for Lorraine and actually let her out of the garden. He sent her to nursing school and in cooking classes on the side. She was so broken by submission to his interests, so absolutely in love with him, that she never tried to run away, never tried to tell anyone about the garden or the dead butterflies or the living ones who still could have some hope. She went to her classes, then she came back to the garden, she studied and practiced, and when on her 21st birthday, he took away all those backless, pretty black dresses and gave her a plain gray uniform that covered her entirely. She became a cook and nurse for the garden. He never touched her again, never spoke to her except out of her duties. And that's when she finally started to hate him. Not enough, I guess, because she still didn't tell. On kinder days, of which there weren't many, I could almost feel sorry for her. She's what, 40-something now? She was one of the first butterflies. She's known the garden twice as long as she's known anything else. At some point, maybe you have to break. Her way kept her out of the glass. At least, however much she came to regret that. Our cook nurse, and we loathed her. And so then even the suck-up despised her, because even the suck-ups would have escaped if they could. would have tried to call the police for the sake of the rest of us. Or at least that's what they told themselves. If the opportunity had presented itself, though, I don't know. There were stories about a girl who escaped. Someone escaped? Demands Edison. She smiles crookedly. There were rumors, but no one knew for sure, not in our generation, or in Lionette's. It seemed more apocryphal than anything. Something most of us believed simply because we needed to believe escape was possible, not because we thought it was real. It was hard to believe the escape when you had Lorraine choosing to stay, despite everything. Would you have tried? Asks Victor. To escape? She gives him a thoughtful look. Maybe we were a different breed of girl than 30 years ago. Bliss especially enjoyed tormenting Lorraine, mainly because she couldn't do anything in return. The gardener got pissed if she screwed with our food and medical needs. She was incapable of insulting us because the words would have to have meaning to hurt. We didn't think the maintenance guys knew about the butterflies. We were always hidden when they were in the greenhouse, never allowed to be out where we could be seen or heard. The walls came down opaque and soundproof. We couldn't hear them, just as they couldn't hear us. Lorraine was the only one who knew about us, but it was useless trying to ask her to do anything or send a message to anyone. Not only would she not do it, but she'd take it straight to the gardener, and then another girl would end up in glass and resin in the hallway. Sometimes Lorraine looked up those girls on display with such naked envy it is painful to see. Pathetic, of course, and infuriating, because of fuck's sake, she's jealous of murdered girls, but the gardener loved those girls in glass. She greeted them when she passed. She visited just to look at them. She remembered their names. She called them his. Sometimes I wish Lorraine looked forward to joining them someday. She missed when the gardener loved her the way he did the rest of us. I don't think she realized it would never happen. The girls in the glass were all preserved to peak their beauty, the wings on their backs brilliant and bright against the young, flawless skin. Gardner would never bother preserving a woman in their 40s, or for however old she would when she died. Those beauty faded decades ago. Beautiful things are short-lived. He told me the first time we met. He made sure of that, and when he strove to give his butterflies a strange breed of immortality. Neither Victor nor Edison has a response. No one asks when they're assigned of crimes against children because they're bored. There's always a reason. Victor always made sure there was reasons for those who work for him. Edison stares at his clenched fist on the table, and Victor knows he's getting a little sister that went missing when she was 8 years old and was never found. Cold cases always hit him hard. Anything where families have to wait for answers that never come. Victor thinks of his girls, not because anything's ever happened, but because he knows he'd lose it if anything ever did. But because it's personal, because they're passionate agents in crimes against children are often the first to break and burn out. After 3 decades at the Bureau, Victor's seen it happen in a lot of agents, good and bad alike. It nearly happened to them after a particularly bad case, after one too many funerals and 2 small caskets for children that they'd been unable to save. His daughters convinced him to stay. They called him their superhero. This girl had never had a superhero. He wonders if she ever even wanted one. She watches them both, her face revealing nothing but her thoughts, and she was uneasy feeling she understands them a lot better than they understand her. When the gardener came to you, did he ever bring his son? He asked, trying to begin some sort of control in the room. Bring his son? No, but ever he came and went mostly as he wanted to. Did he ever with you? Ever said a poet who thrives under his attentions? She answers with a shrug. Avery didn't like me, though. I couldn't give him what he wanted, which was fear. The gardener only ever killed girls for 3 reasons. First, they were too old. The shelf date counted down to 21, and after that, well, beauty is ephemeral and fleeting, and he had to capture it while he could. Second reason was connected to health. If they're too sick or too injured or too pregnant, well, pregnant, I guess. Being too pregnant was being like too dead. Not a really flexible state. He was always a little too disgruntled about their pregnancies. Lorraine gave us shots 4 times a year supposed to prevent that sort of inconvenience. But no birth control is completely foolproof. Third reason, if the girl was completely incapable of settling into the garden. If, after the first weeks, she wouldn't stop crying, if she tried to starve herself or kill herself past a certain allowable number of times, the girl who fought too hard, the girls who broke. Avery killed girls for fun, and sometimes by accident. Whenever that happened, his father would ban him from the garden for a time, but then he'd be back. I'd been there almost 2 months before he came looking for me. Lionette was, with a new girl, who hadn't been named yet, and Bliss was putting up a gardener who I was on a little cliff above the waterfall with Poe, trying to memorize fairyland. Most of the other girls wouldn't go up the cliff without wanting to throw themselves off, so I usually had to do it myself. It was peaceful up there, quiet, but then the garden was always quiet. Even when some of the better adjusted girls would play tag or hide and seek, they were never loud. Everything is subdued, and none of us knew if that was how the gardener preferred it or if it was just instinct. As a group, all of the behaviors were learned from other butterflies, who had just learned it from other butterflies because the gardener had been taking girls for over 30 fucking years. He didn't kidnap under the age of 16, erring on the side of older if he wasn't sure, so the maximum lifespan of a butterfly was 5 years, not counting the overlaps, but that was still more than 6 generations of butterflies. When I met Javer in the restaurant, he was in a tuxedo like his father, sitting in the back against a rock, a book across my knees. As I basked in the warmth of sunlight through the glass roof, I looked up, and the shadow fell over me and found him in jeans and open button-down dress shirt. There were scratches on his chest that looked like a bite mark on his neck. My father wants to keep you all to himself, he said. He hasn't talked about you at all, not even your name. He doesn't want me to remember you. I turned to the page and looked back at the book. His hand grabbed my hair and pulled my face up, and the other hand cracked painfully across my face. There's no busboy here to save you this time. This time you'll get what you're asking for. I kept hold of the book and didn't say anything. He hit me again, and blood splashed on my tongue and a split lip, colors dancing in front of my eyes. He yanked the book from my hand and threw it into the stream. I watched it disappear over the edge of the waterfall, so I couldn't have a look at him. You're coming with me. He led me by the hair, which Bliss had to put up into an elegant French twist as soon as it unraveled in his grip. Whenever I didn't move quickly enough for him, he turned and cracked me again. Another girls looked away. We passed him. Every one even started crying, though the girls nearest quickly shushed her in case Avery decided a weeper would be more entertaining. He hurled me into a room I had been in before, near one of the tattoo rooms at the very front of the garden. This was a room that was closed and locked, useless unless he was playing. There was a girl in there already, her wrists brown and bound to the wall with heavy rings. Blood trickly coated her thighs and parts of her face, trailed down to a nasty bite on one breast, and he held her head lolled forward at an awkward angle. He didn't look up even though I landed on the floor with a loud smack. She wasn't breathing. Avery stroked the girl's flaming hair, curling his fingers into pull her head back. Handprints wrapped around her throat and bone protruded against the skin on one side. He wasn't as strong as you are. She dove at me. Clearly expected me to fight, but I didn't. I didn't do anything. No, not entirely true. I recited a poem. When I ran out of lines, I thought of them again and again and again and again, until he threw me against the wall with a disgruntled snarl and stalked from the room with a jean undone. I guess you could say I won. At the moment, I didn't feel like much of victory. When the room finally stopped spinning, I stood up and looked for a key to latch. Whatever would let the poor girl out of the side cuffs. Nothing. I found locked to the cabinet that, when I pulled the door as far as the lock would allow, showed whips, flails, and found bars and clamps and things my mind shuddered away from. I found any number of things. In fact, I accepted a way to give her any shade of dignity. So I found the remnants of my dress and found a way to drape it around her until the most important bits were covered. And I kissed her cheek and apologized for everything, as I apologized to anyone before. You can't hurt you again, Gazelle, I whispered against her bloody skin. And I walked naked into the hallway. Everything hurt, and each girl I passed hissed it with sympathy. None of them offered help, which were supposed to go to Lorraine for that, so she could catalog every injury and report it to the gardener, but I didn't feel like looking for her stony face or feeling her press harder than she need against forming bruises. Retrieving the ruins of poetry book from where I had fetched it in the pond, I returned to my room and sat in the narrow shower hall. The water didn't come on until the evening. We had each had an assigned time, unless we'd been just been with the gardener. The girls who'd been there longer would turn their water on themselves, another earned privilege. But that wasn't me yet, not for another few months. I wanted to cry badly to cry. I've seen most other girls do it time and time again, and some of them always seem to feel better afterwards. I hadn't cried since that fucking carousel when I was 6 years old, when I sat trapped on a beautifully painted horse and went around and around as both my parents walked away and forgot all about me. And, as it turned out, sitting on the shower stall waiting for water that wouldn't come for hours wasn't going to flip that switch back on. Bliss found me, water trickling down her skin from her own shower, her hair wrapped in a brilliant blue towel. The color of the wings inked her back. Maya, what? She stopped short, staring at me. Fucking hell, what happened? It even hurt to talk, my lips swollen, my jaw aching from the many slaps among other things. Avery, wait here, because there were so many places I'd likely to go. But when she came back, it was with the gardener, who was unwontedly disheveled. He didn't say a word, just led him into the room, dropped his hand, and walked away. His hand was shaking. He stepped slowly across the room, the horror in his face growing as he catalogued each visible injury, each bite mark and scratch, each deepening bruise or handprint, because the sickest thing was, and there were so many to choose from, he genuinely did care about us. Or at least, that's what he thought of us as us. He knelt down in front of me and inspected me from concerned eyes and gentle fingers. I'm truly sorry. I truly am. Gazelle is dead, I whispered. I couldn't get her down. He closed his eyes and looked at genuine pain. She can't wait. Let's get you taken care of. Until then, I hadn't realized he actually kept us sweet in the garden. As we passed through the tattoo room, he bellowed out Lorraine's name. I could hear her scrambling from the infirmary into the next room. Her gray and brown hair ruffling in the face had escaped her updo. Get me bandages. Empty septic. It's something to help with the swelling. What happened? Just get it, he snapped. He glared at her and she disappeared, returning moments later with a small mesh bag bulging with haphazardly packed supplies. He punched a code into the pad of the wall, and the section slid back on a getaway, revealing a room done in burgundy and deep gold and mahogany. There was a comfortable-looking couch, a recliner positioned in the wall, tall reading lamp, a television mounted on the wall, and that was all I got a chance to see before he led me through another doorway into the bathroom, with a floor set whirlpool tub bigger than my bed. He let me sit down on the edge and started running the water and wet cloth wipe away the worst of the blood. I won't let him do this to you again, he whispered. My son lacks control, among other things, and just as I let him do other things, I let him fuss over me and take care of me and tuck me into bed while he went to get a tray from Lorene. I wouldn't have thought I could sleep, but I did. All night I was his breath was against the back of my neck as he stroked my hair and sides. The next afternoon I was relaxed in my own bed, and Bliss was keeping me company. Lorraine threw a package at me. While Bliss muttered something about foul-tempered bitches who need to stick their heads in an oven, I unwrapped the plain brown paper and started to laugh. It was the Book of Poe. So the gardener didn't approve of what his son did? The gardener cherished us and genuinely regretted killing us. Avery was just... She shakes her head, folding her legs beneath her in a chair. She winces in the hand against her stomach. I'm sorry, but I really need to use the restroom. The tech analyst opens the door a minute later. Inaris gets up and joins her there. Then glances back at the Victor as if asking for permission. At his nod, they leave and close the door behind them. Victor shuffles through the photos of the hallway, trying to count the individual set of wings. Do you think this is all the girls you took? Edison asks. No, Victor sighs. I wish I could say yes, but if the girl was injured in such a way that damaged her wings on the back, I doubt he displayed them then, because these are all in perfect condition. They're dead, but perfectly preserved. He lifts one of the close-ups. She said glass and resin. Has the scene text confirmed that? I'll find out. He shoves back at the table and pulls his cell phone in the pocket. As long as they've been partners, Victor's never seen him able to stand still while he's on the phone. And as soon as the number's dialed, he starts pacing back and forth across the narrow room like a caged tiger. Finding the pen attached to Edison's notebook, Victor scrawls his initials across the bag and a collection of IDs and slits to open, letting a plastic card spill over the table. It gets a cautious look from Edison as he largely ignores as he shifts through them until he finds the name he's looking for. Cassidy Lawrence. Lionette. Her driver's license was only 3 days old when she was taken, and the pretty girl in the picture seems to be excitement. It's a face meant for smiles, for joy, and she tries to age that into a fierce-eyed girl who welcomed Renara into the garden. He wasn't quite manage it, even when he places the ID against the picture of those pumpkin wings caught in the glass. He can't make himself accept the connection. Which one of you do you suppose is Gazelle? Edison asked, shoving his phone back in his pocket. Too many redheads to guess. Unless Inara can tell us which butterfly she had. How can he have been doing this for 30 years without us ever noticing? If the police had gotten that call and noticed the flags of some of those names, how much longer do you think he would have done unnoticed? That's a fucking terrible question. What did the text say? They're closing up the scene for today, giving a tour of the guards for tonight. They said they'd try to go and open a case tomorrow. Closing up? He twists his wrist, check his watch. Almost 10 o'clock. Christ. Vic, we can't release her. She could disappear again. I'm not convinced she's part of this. I know that. Then why aren't you pushing harder? Because she is more smart enough to turn it back on us, and he laughed sharply. More than enough of a smartass to enjoy doing it. Let her tell in her own way. All it costs us is time, and this is one of the few cases where we have the time. He leans forward, clasping his hands against the table. The suspects are not in good condition. They may or may not survive the night. She's our best chance of learning the larger picture of the garden. If she's telling the truth, hasn't actually lied to us. What we know of, people with fake IDs don't usually innocent, Vic. He may be actually telling the truth about why she has it. It's still illegal, and I still don't trust her. Give her time. That will also give us time for the other girls to recover enough to talk to us. The longer we keep her here, the better our chances of getting the other girls talking. Edison scowls but nods. She's irritating. Some people stay broken. Some pick up pieces and put them back together with all sharp edges showing. Rolling his eyes, Edison scoops his IDs back into the evidence bag. He stacks each photo neatly into a pile and lines the edges with the corner of the table. We've been up more than 36 hours. We need to sleep. Yes. So what do we do about her? We can't let her disappear. If we take her back to the hospital and the senator hears about her, she'll stay here. We'll get some blankets, see if we can find a cot, and in the morning we'll resume. You really think that's a good idea? A better idea than letting her go? If we keep her here rather than moving a holding cell, it's still an active interrogation session. Even Senator Kingsley isn't going to butt in during an active interrogation. Are we holding our breath on that? He gathers the trash from dinner, stuffing everything in one bag until the paper splits and bursts into a strain and heads to the door. I'll hunt down a cot. He yanks open the door and scowls at returning Irina and Yvonne and stalks away. Yvonne nods and Victor returns to the observation room. That was what a pleasant man, Inara notes dryly, and slides into his seat on the far side of the table. The suit stakes and dirt are gone from her face, her hair neat into a heavy twisted bun. He has his uses. Please tell me talking to damaged children isn't one of them. He's better with suspects, he allows, which and wins a hint of smile. He looks for something to occupy his hands, but Edison's compulsiveness straighten everything on the table. Tell us about being in the garden. Meaning? Day to day, when nothing out of the ordinary is happening. What is it like? Boring as all she answers selectedly. Victor pinches a bridge of his nose. No, but seriously, it was boring. There were usually 20 to 25 of us in the garden at any given point, not counting Lorraine, because really, why would she have counted for anything? Unless he was out of town, the gardener visited at least one of us a day, sometimes two or three if he didn't have to work or spend time with the family or friends, which meant he would still have time with all of us within a single week. After what Avery did to me and Gazelle, he was only allowed in the garden once a week, and only under his father's supervision. Though he defied that as often as he thought he could get away with it. It didn't last long anyway. Breakfast was served in the kitchen at 7:30, and we had until 8 o'clock to eat, so Lorraine could get everything cleaned up. You couldn't get any away with skipping meals. She watched us eat and reported it to the gardener. But one meal in a day, you were allowed to be not as hungry if you did it twice. She'd show up in your room to do a checkup. After breakfast, well, except for those 2 mornings of maintenance, then we were all stuck behind the walls. We were free until 12 when lunch was served with another half-hour window. Half the girls went back to bed. They thought sleeping through the day would make them go faster. I usually found Lionette's example, which even after it was in the glass and made by mornings available for any girls who needed to talk. The cave under the waterfall became an office of sorts. There were cameras everywhere and mics, but the crash of even such a small waterfall made it too difficult for conversation to come across clearly. And he allowed this? Victor asked incredulously. Once I explained it to him, sure. Explained it to him? Yes, he sat me down to dinner one evening and was sweet to ask about it. I suppose to make sure we weren't fomenting rebellion or something. And how'd you explain it? The girls needed some semblance of privacy for mental well-being, and as long as those conversations kept the butterflies healthy and whole, why the f did it matter? Well, I expressed it a little more eloquently than that. The gardener liked elegance. Those conversations with the girls, what were they like? With some of them, it was just venting. They were restless and scared and pissed off and needed someone to talk to and feeling from them. They paced in rage and pounded the walls, but at the end, if their hands and hearts were sore, they were at least a little farther from breaking. These were the girls like Bliss. They only lacked their courage. Bliss said whenever she wanted, wherever she wanted. She said for the first time I met her, the gardener who never asked us to love him. He wanted us to, I think, but never asked us to. I think he valued her honesty, just as he came to value my straightforwardness. Some of the girls needed comfort, something I was not especially good at. I could have patience with the occasional tears or the tears that came from the first month in the garden, but when it went on and on and on for weeks and months and even years, well, that generally when I lost patience and told him to get over it. Or, if I'm feeling magnanimous that day, I sent him on to Evita. Evita was an American lady. Her black inked and faded oranges and dull yellows were the wings spread of the intricate black platters. Evita was sweet, but not quite bright. I don't say that to be mean, but because it's true. She was the understanding of a 6-year-old, so the garden was a daily source of wonder for her. The gardener only came to her once or twice a month because she always got so confused and scared of what she wanted from her. And Avery wasn't allowed to go near her at all. Every time the gardener came, we all worried that she'd end up in glass, but the simple sweetness was something he seemed to treasure. The simple sweetness meant you could go to her, bawling your eyes out, and she'd hug and stroke and make silly sounds until you stopped crying. And she'd listen to you pour your heart out, without saying a word. For those girls, being around Evita's sunny smile always made them feel better. For my part, being around Evita just made me sad. But when the gardener came to her, she came to me, and she was the one person whose tears I could always forgive. Do you need a special needs to advocate up to the hospital? The girl shakes her head. She died about 6 months ago. An accident. Around 11:15, the office closed and a group of us ran laps around the hallways. Lorraine just glared at us if she wasn't present but never said anything against it. Because it was really the only exercise we got. The gardener wouldn't give us weights or treadmills or anything because he worried we'd use them to injure ourselves. Then, after lunch, the afternoon was ours until dinner at 8 o'clock. That was when boredom set in. The cliff top became my place even more than the waterfall cave because I was one of the few who enjoyed climbing it and sprawling those glass that marked the edge of our prison. Most of the girls did better pretending the sky wasn't so close. Pretending that our world was bigger than it was. and that nothing waited outside. If it helped them, I wasn't gonna argue with him, but I loved it up there. Some days I even climbed the trees and stretched out to press my hand against the glass. I liked reminding myself that there was a world beyond my cage, even if I'd never see it again. Early on, sometimes Lionette, Bliss, and I would sprawl in the afternoon sun or talk, or read. Lionette would fold her origami creations, Bliss would play her polymer clay and Gardner brought for her, and I'd read aloud from plays or novels and poetry. But sometimes we'd just go down to the main level where the stream bisected in the almost jungle-like growth. We'd spend time with the other girls. Sometimes we just read together, or talk of less sensitive things, but there were games too, when we got bored enough. Those were the days that seemed like make the gardener happiest. We knew we were cameras everywhere because of the night you could see their winking red eyes. But on days when we played, we'd come into the garden and watch us at the rocks of the waterfall. The soft smile on his face, like this was everything he could have dreamed of. I think the tribute was how bored we got when didn't all scattered to our rooms and solitary activities the minute we saw him. 6 months ago, about 10 of us were playing hide and seek, and Danielle was it. She had to count off to 100 while standing near the gardener, because it was the one place none of us were likely to hide, and so the only place he wouldn't easily hear us hiding. I'm not sure if he was aware of the logic or not, but he seemed charmed to be part of the game, even peripherally. Peripherally. I nearly always climbed the tree during these games, mainly because practicing for 2 years on a fire escape in the apartment meant I could climb higher and faster than anyone else. They might find me pretty easily, but that couldn't actually reach me to tag. Evita was scared of heights, just as she was scared of enclosed spaces, and someone always stayed with her at night because the walls came down and she wouldn't be alone or terrified. Evita never climbed, except that day. I don't know why she wanted to, especially not when we could see how scared she was when she got 6 feet off the ground, but even when we called across that it was okay, she wouldn't still hide somewhere else. She was determined. I can be brave, she said. I can be brave like Maya. From beside Danielle, the gardener watched us with worried eyes, like he did whenever one of us went against our habits. Danielle reached 99 and just stopped, giving Evita more time to hide. We all did that sometimes, but if we could hear her, Danielle kept her back and rubbed her hands over her tattooed face, waiting for silence. It took Evita almost 10 minutes, but she pulled herself up to the tree inch by inch until it was 15 feet up, sitting at one of the branches. Tears tracked down her face, but she looked at me in a nearby tree and gave me a weary smile. I can be brave, she said. You're very brave, Evita, I told her, braver than all the rest of us. She nodded and looked down between her feet and the ground. It seemed so far away. I don't like it up here. Do you want me to help you down? She nodded again. I stood carefully on my branch and turned so I could start down the tree, only to hear Evita cry out behind me. Evita, no, wait for Maya. I looked back up over my shoulder in time to see Evita windmilling wildly and teetering down the branch until it was too narrow to support her weight. The branch snapped and Evita shrieked as she dropped. Everyone rushed her to hiding places and tried to help, and then her head struck the lower branch, a sickening crack, and her screams abruptly stopped. She fell into a pond with a great splash and was still. I shimmed down the tree as quickly as I could, scraping my legs and arms on my bark, but no one else moved, not even the gardener. They all stared at the girl in the pond, as the blood floating away with her pale blonde hair. Wadding into a scream, I grabbed her ankle and pulled her closer to me. Finally, the gardener came running. The heedless of the fine clothing he helped me get her out of the water into dry land. Evita's lovely blue eyes were frozen open, but there wasn't any sense of trying to make her breathe. Part of that crack had been her neck breaking. Death was a strange thing in the garden, an omnipresent threat, but not something that we actually saw. Girls were simply taken away, and a pair of wings or display case of the halls took their place. For most of these girls, this was their first time seeing death firsthand. The gardener's hands shook as he smoothed Evita's wet hair back from her face and cradled the wet mess in the back of her skull where she hit the branch. Then they were all staring at her when Evita because she was weeping. And his entire body moved with the strength of the sobs, his eyes screwing shut against the unsuspected pain. He rocked back and forth with Evita's body clasped to her chest, blood straining his sleeve and the water soaking through his shirt and trousers. It was like he'd taken over her tears from us. Then, alerted by his screams, the other girls had come running in their rooms elsewhere in the garden. Together, all 22 of us stood in dried-eyed silence as our captor swept for the death of the one girl he hadn't killed. She takes the stack of away photos and flicks them through until he finds one she wants. He arranged her hair so the damage wouldn't show, he tells Victor, laying it from the sea. He spent the rest of that day and night doing something, off where we couldn't see him. When the walls came down the next day, he was up in glass and he was asleep in front of her, his eyes red and swollen. He stayed there and the rest of the day, right in front of her, right up until a couple of days ago. He touched the glass every time he passed it, until didn't even seem to realize he was doing it. Even when the glass was covered, he touched the wall. He wasn't the only accidental death, though, was she? She shakes her head. No, not by a long shot, but Evita was, well, she was sweet, utterly innocent, incapable of comprehending the bad things. But they happened to her. They touched her lightly, and when they let her go in a way, I think she was the happiest of us, purely because she didn't know any other way to be. Edison bursts in a groan of cheap metal, dragging a cot behind him and the other arm full of blankets and thin pillows. He drops in the far corner and, panting, turns to the partner. Just got a call from Rios. The son is dead. Which one? The words are said so softly, a full pair of them indefinable emotion. Victor wasn't entirely sure if he even heard it. He looks at the girl, but her eyes are just fixed on Edison, one fingernail digging into the gauze until the scarlet blooms along her finger. Edison is quickly taken aback. He glances at Victor and shrugs. Avery, Edison answers, nonplussed. He holds in on herself, hiding her face in her arms. When Victor wonders if she's crying, but if she lifts her head a minute or later, she's dry-eyed. Haunted in some new, inexplicable way, but dry-eyed. Edison gives Victor a significant look, but Victor can't begin to guess what's running through the girl's head. Shouldn't she be happy her tormentor is dead, or at least relieved? And maybe that is there, buried in her complexity. But she seems to more resigned than anything else. Inara? Her pale brown eyes flick over the cot, her fingers digging under the gauze in both hands now. Does this mean I can sleep? She asks dully. Victor stands in motion for Edison to give him the room. He does so without comment, taking the pictures and evidence bags, and in less than a minute Victor is alone, a broken child he may never understand. Without speaking, unfolds the squeezing legs of the cot, and stands it in the farthest corner of the door, where the table could be between the girl and anyone else entering. Wraps one of the blankets around it like a sheet. The other drapes to the foot, and the pillow is piled near the head. When he's done, he takes a knee over the chair and gently lays a hand against her back. Inara, I know you're tired, so we'll let you sleep now. We'll be back in the morning with breakfast and more questions, and hopefully an update for you and the other girls. But before I go, does it have to be tonight? Did the younger son already know about the garden? He bites her lip and blood dribbles down her chin. With a deep sigh, he hands her a tissue in a pocket and walks to the door. Des. He looks back at her, still with one hand on the door, but her eyes are closed and her face is written over in pain he can't begin to name. I'm sorry. His name is Desmond, and yes, he knew about the garden, about us. Her voice breaks, and even though she knows a good agent should take advantage of this crack, this vulnerability, sees his daughter sitting there with that pain and he can't do it. There'll be someone watching from the tech room, he says softly. If he needs anything, they'll help you. Sleep well. That fraction sound may be a laugh, but it's not one he wants to hear again. He pulls the door closed with a quiet click behind him. Part 2, or just 2. The girl, strange to call her Inara when he knows it isn't her real name, is still asleep, her face buried in the collar of his jacket. When Victor arrives and checks on the yawning night shift tech analyst, one of the techs hands him a stack of messages, reports of the hospital throughout the night. From the agents out of the property, background on as many players as possible. He sorts them through as he drinks his cafeteria coffee, marginally better than the questionable still left standing in the pot in the team kitchen, trying to match the pictures of the names of the girls' stories. It's barely 6 o'clock when Yvonne enters, her eyes puffy with a lack of sleep. Good morning, Agent Hanoverin. Your shift doesn't start till 8. Why aren't you sleeping? The tech analyst just shakes her head. Couldn't sleep. I sat up all night in my daughter's room, rocking in the chair and staring at her. If someone ever... She shakes her head again, more sharply this time, as if slouching of the bad thoughts. I left as soon as my mother-in-law was awake enough to deal with the baby. He considers telling her to find an office to take a nap, but then he doubts anyone on the team slept well last night. He certainly didn't. Plagued with the hallway photos and distant memories of his daughters running around the yard wearing costume butterfly wings, it's easier for the horrors to catch up once you have nothing to do. Victor hefts a canvas bag to his feet. I have a fresh-made cinnamon roll for you if you do me a favor, he says, and watches her stand straight with sudden energy. Holly gave me clothes for an hour. Think you could walk her down to the lockers and let her shower? Your daughter is an angel. She glances through the glass at the sleeping girl. I hate to wake her up, though. Better you than Edison. She walks out in the tech room without another word, and a moment later the door of the interview room opens with the slightest squeak. It's enough. The girl sits up with a tangle of her hair in a blanket. Her back is against the wall until she identifies Yvonne, standing in the doorway with her hands out and open. They stare at each other until Yvonne tries a small smile. Good reflexes. He used to stand in doorways sometimes. He always seemed disappointed if you didn't realize he was there. She yawns and stretches, joints popping and cracking in an uncomfortable cot. We thought you might appreciate a shower, says Yvonne, holding out a canvas bag. We got some clothing that will fit well enough and some soaps. I could kiss you if you were into that sort of thing. On her way to the door, she taps against the glass. Thank you, FBI Special Agent in Charge Victor Hanoverin. He laughs but doesn't try to answer. While she's gone, he moves into an interview room to continue parsing through the new information. Another of the girls had died in the night, but the rest are expected to live. And counting Inara, that makes for a total of 13. 13 survivors, perhaps 14, depending on what she could tell him of the boy. if he's the gardener's son, if he was part of what his father and brother did. But he's still in the locker room when Edison comes in, cleanly shaven and wearing a suit this time. He drops the box of danishes on the table. Where is she? Yvonne has her down at the showers. Think she'll let us tell us anything today? In her own way. He snorts, tells him that his partner thinks of that idea. Yes, well, he hands him a stack of papers already gone through. For the time, the only sounds are shuffling of pages and an occasional slurp of coffee. Ramirez says Senator Kingsley has set up camp in a hospital lobby, Edison says a few minutes later. Saw that. He says the daughter didn't want to see the senator, claimed she wasn't ready. Saw that too. Victor drops his paper on the table and rubs his eyes. Can you blame her? She grew up on camera, with everything she did reflecting on her mother. Who knows? Probably better than any of the others. The media blitz waiting for them. Seeing her mother is the start of that. Ever wonder if we're really the good guys? Don't let her get to you. He grins at the partner's startled look. Do we have a perfect job? No. Do we do a perfect job? No. It isn't possible. But we do our job, and at the end of the day, we do a hell of a lot more good than harm. And Ara's good at deflecting. You can let her get her under your skin. Edison reads another report before saying anything. Patrice Kingsley, Ravenna, told Ramirez she wants to talk to Maya before taking a decision about her mother. Wanting advice or someone to make a decision for her? Didn't say, Vic. Victor waits him out. How do we know she isn't like Lorraine? She took the girls. How do we know she isn't to please the gardener? We don't, admits Vic. Yet, in another way, we'll find out. Before we die of old age. The senator agent rolls his eyes and turns back to the papers. It's a different girl who finally re-enters with Yvonne, her hair combed in a straight fall on her hips. The jeans don't quite fit, tied across her hips with the buttons undone to give a little more space. But layer edges of tank tops mostly cover that, and the mossy green sweater hugs soft curves. Thin flip-flops flap quietly against the floor as she walks. The bandages are off, and Victor winces at the purple-red burns on the wrapped around her hands, marked through the gashes from glass and debris from her escape. She follows his gaze to her hands and holds him up to further inspection as she drops into her seat at the far side of the table. They feel worse than they look, but the doctor said as long as I'm not stupid, I won't see any loss of function. How is the rest of you? There are some lovely bruises, and the stitches are a little pink and tender around the edges, but not really swollen. A doctor would probably give him a look-see at some point. But, I'm alive, which is more I could say about a lot of people I know. She's expecting him to start out with the boy. He could see in her face and the tension of the shoulders, and the way her fingertips press over the scabs of the opposite hand. He prepared for that, so instead he pushes across the remaining cup hot chocolate rather than coffee, giving her distaste for it yesterday. And opens it, the tinfoil, wrapping on the rolls. He hands one to Yvonne, who murmurs a thank you and retreats to the observation room. Inara brows pull together at the sight, her head tilting as a bird as she studies its contents. What kind of bakery wraps things in aluminum? The bakery known as my mother. Your mother made your breakfast? Her mouth doesn't move in something that might be a little smile than less shock. Did she make your lunch in a little brown sack too? Even wrote a note telling me I made good choices today. He lies with a straight face, and she rolls her lips at the top of the smile from growing. But you never had that, did you? He continues more softly. Once, she corrected. And there's no trace of the humor now. The couple across the street took me in the bus station, right? That made me a lunch, and inside there was a note saying how glad they were to know me, how much they'd miss me. Their phone number was there, and they asked me to call them when I got to Grand's and let them know I was safe. Call them whenever I wanted, just to talk. They signed it with hugs, both of them, and even the baby had a crayon scribble on the bottom. You didn't call, did you? Once, she says again, almost a whisper. Her fingertips trace the lines of each cut and dash. When I got to the station near Grand's, I called them to tell them I'd gotten there. They asked to speak to Grand, but I said that she was arranging for the taxi. They told me to call as often as I wanted. I stood at the curb of the station waiting for the taxi and kept staring at the silly piece of paper. Then I threw it away. Why? Because keeping it felt too much like hurting myself. She sits up in her chair, crossing her legs with knee, and leans her elbows against the table. You seem to have a strange image of me as a lost child, like I've been thrown to the side of the road like garbage, or roadkill. But kids like me, we're not lost. We may be only ones who never are. We always know exactly where we are and where we can go, and where we can't. Victor shakes his head, unwilling to argue the point, but equally incapable of agreeing with it. Why didn't you girls in New York report you missing? She rolls her eyes. We didn't have that kind of relationship. But you were friends. Yes, friends who were all running from other things. Before I moved in, the bed was vacant because the last girl suddenly picked up and left. Hard on her heels is pissed off uncle who wanted to know what she'd done with the baby he'd raped into the 3 years before. No matter how carefully you hide, there's always someone who could find you. Only if they're looking. Or if you're just really that unlucky. What do you mean? Asked Edison. What do you think I wanted, a gardener to kidnap me? The whole city to disappear in? But he found me. That doesn't explain. It does, she says simply. If you're a certain kind of person. Victor sips his coffee, trying to decide if should push the conversation in a necessary direction or let it go what may or may not prove to be a useful one. What kind of person, Inara? He prompts eventually. If you expect me to be overlooked and forgotten, or always at least a little surprised when someone remembers you, you're always outside understanding the strange creatures who actually expect people to remember and come back. He makes her time then, eating her cinnamon roll, but Victor can tell she isn't finished with the thought yet. Maybe it wasn't fully formed yet. His youngest daughter, who still do that sometimes, just trail off until she knows the rest of the words. He wasn't sure if that's another reason, but it's still a pattern he knows. You see, so he kicks Edison under the table, keeping him silent when his partner's mouth opens. Edison glares at him and scoots his chair several inches away, but says nothing. Sophia's girl expected her to come back. He continues softly. She licks the icing off her injured fingers and winces. They've been in their foster family they've been there for nearly 4 years when I was taken. And anyone could have understood if they'd given up hope. They didn't, though. No matter what happened, no matter how bad things got, they knew there was fighting for them. She knew that she will always come back for them. I don't get it. I don't think I ever will, but then I never had a Sophia. But you have Sophia. Had, she corrects. It's not the same. I'm not her daughter. Her family, though, yes. Friends, it's not the same. He's not sure if he believes that. He's not sure if she does either. Maybe it's easier for her to pretend she does. Your girls always believe you'll come home, don't they, Agent Hanoverin? She smooths a hand along the soft sleeve of the sweater. They're afraid that one day you might die in the line of duty, but they don't believe anything could help keep you if you were still alive. Keep your mouse off his girls, snaps Edison, and she smirks. You can see his girls in his eyes every time he looks at me or one of those pictures. They're why he does what he does. Yes, they are, Victor says, finishing his coffee. And one of them said along something else for you. He reaches his pocket and pulls out a tube of deep berry lip gloss. This is from my eldest, who also gave the clothing. It startles a smile from her, a real one that makes her whole face shine for a few seconds, her amber freckled eyes crinkling in the corners. Lip gloss? She said it's a girl thing. I'd hope so. This is a very unflattering shade on you. Gingerly unscrewing the cap, she squeezes the tube until the bead of shimmering color oozes at the end. She rolls it along her lower lip, managing the upper with no mess and missed spaces despite her eyes never going a one-way mirror. We used to do our makeup on the train on our way to work. Most of us could do our full face and without ever looking in a mirror. I have to admit, it's something I've ever tried, he says dryly. Edison straightens his stack of papers, lining the edges precisely with the edge of the table. Victor watches him, uses his partner's compulsions, but is still musing. Edison sees him watching and frowns. Inara, Victor says finally, and reluctantly opens her eyes. We need to start. Des? She sighs. He nods. Tell me about Desmond. I was only one who liked to find the high places in the garden, so I was wanting to find the other garden. Up on the little cliff there was a small stand of trees, and by the stand, I mean 5, that grew right up against the glass. At least a couple times a week I climbed one of the trees and sat onto the highest curves of the branches as to support me. I pressed my cheek against the glass. Sometimes if I closed my eyes I could pretend I was out on the fire escape, against our bank of windows, hearing Sophia talk about her girls, or listening to a boy in another building play violin, as Catherine sat beside me. To my front and left I could see almost the entire garden, except for the hallways that wrapped around us and were hidden by the edge of the cliff in the afternoon. I could see the girls playing tag or hide and seek along the stream, one or two floating in a small pond, sitting among the rocks or bushes, with books or crosswords and various things. But I could also see out of the garden just a little. As far as I could tell, the greenhouse we called the garden was actually one of 2. One inside, the other like nesting dolls. Ours was the one in the center, impossibly tall, with our hallways wrapped around the square. The ceilings to our rooms were especially high, but the walls rose all the way up in the trees of the cliff, black and flat-topped, and on the other side, another glass roof slopping down over another greenhouse. It was more of a border than a proper square of its own, broad path lined, at least on the side I could see, with plant life. It was hard to see even from the tops of the trees, with silver here or there, but there's an angle just right. In that greenhouse was the real world, with gardeners. No one hid from the doors that led outside, where the seasons changed and life didn't count on down to 21. The real world had not the gardener, but the man non-butterflies knew him to be, a man who involved with arts and philanthropy and some kind of business venture, or rather, many kinds of business ventures, from what he sometimes hinted. That man had a house somewhere in the property, not visible even from the trees. That man had a wife and a family. Well, he had Avery, and clearly the asshole had to come from somewhere, but still. There was a wife? There was a wife. And she and the gardener walked through the outer greenhouse together almost every afternoon from 2 to 3, her hand tucked through the elbow for support. She was slender and almost to the point of slickness, with dark hair and impeccable style. From so far away, that was all I could see. They walked slowly around the edge of the square, stopping from time to time to inspect the flower plant more closely, then slowly walk on until they passed from the limited range of sight. They'd be back once or twice more before their walk was done. She was the one who determined their pace, and whenever she lagged, he turned to her solicitously. It was the same tenderness he showed to his butterflies, soft and sincere, in the way that he sent spiders crawling under my skin. It was the same tenderness in which he touched the glass of the display case, in which he wept over Evita. It was the way his hands trembled when he saw that Avery had done to me. It was love, and he knew it. 2 or 3 times a week, Avery accompanied them, trailing along behind and rarely staying in the full hour. He usually just did a single revolution and then walked into the garden, where he looked for someone who was sweet and innocent who could easily give him the fear he craved. And twice a week, on constructive days that were the same as our maintenance mornings, there was a younger son, and his mother's dark hair and slim build. As with his mother, the detail was lost to distance, but it was clear she doted on him. And when he joined them, he moved between her husband and younger son. For months, I watched them unobserved until one day the gardener looked up, right at me. I kept my cheek pressed against the glass, curled with the leaves high on my tree, and didn't move. There was another 3 days before we spoke of it, and then only over the bed of a stranger, not even a butterfly. Victor takes a deep breath, pushing away the bizarre image of normalcy. Normalcy. Most of the sickos he arrests seems normal on the surface. He'd kidnapped another girl. She took several a year. He took several a year, but never until the precious one was fully marked and more or less settled in. Why? Why he took several a year, or why he'd waited between them? Yes, Victor tells her, and she smirks. For the first, attrition. He never took more than a garden could support. So generally he only went shopping when one of the butterflies died, and that wasn't always the case. But usually, for the second, he shrugs and lets her lip balms flat against the table, studying and stripping of burned tissue across the back. A new girl was a stressful time in the garden. Everyone got on edge, remembering their own kidnapping and how it was when they woke up the first time, and then the inevitable tears would just make it all worse. Once a new girl settled, things were quiet for a while, until the next death, and the next wings on display, the next new girl. Gardner was always, mostly, exquisitely sensitive to the prevailing mood in the garden. Is that why he allowed Lionel to act as a guide? Because it helped, yes. But then how did you end up doing it? Because someone had to, and Bliss was so angry, the rest of us too skittish. It wasn't the girl after me, but the next one that I first helped with. Because Avery had brought the flu into the garden and was cutting a hell of a swath through the girls. Lionette was a train wreck. She was pale and sweating, her tawny hair plastered on her neck and face, and toilet bowl was much truer friend than I could ever be. Bliss and I told her to stay in bed, and let the gardener deal with his own mess for once, but as soon as the walls lifted and let us out of our rooms, she pulled on clothes and staggered out into the hallway. Swearing, I tried on a dress and jogged after her. I could loop one of her arms around my shoulder. She was so dizzy she couldn't walk without keeping a hand on the wall. She didn't flinch away from the display cases like she usually did when, even almost after 5 years. Why does it have to be you? Because it has to be someone, she whispered, and stopped swallow back her need to vomit. Again, even though she was kneeling in front of me of the toilet for most of the past 18 hours. I didn't agree. Not at that point. Maybe not ever. The gardener was very, very good at guessing ages. Better than the carnival whack I'd ever heard of. The real girls came in at 17, but most were 16. He wouldn't kidnap younger. And if he thought there was a chance of 15 or less, he said he'd choose someone else, but if he tried to go any older, I guess he wanted a full 5 years whenever possible. The things the man felt comfortable talking about was captives, or maybe just with me. The new girl was in the room was every bit as naked as the one I'd woken up in. Mine was slowly starting to accumulate personal touches, but for now she had a plain gray fitted sheet and nothing else. Her skin tone was dark, and combined with the cast of her features, suggested mixed race, Mexican and African. But I'd find out later. She wasn't much of a taller than Bliss, and except for the rather astonishing set of tits that looked like they'd been quinceanera gift, she was reed slender. Small holes marched all the way up one ear and most of the other. Another hole in the edge of her nostril, yet another around her navel suggested that she'd been pierced as well. Why did he take them all out? Maybe he thought they were tacky, groaned Lionette, sinking into the floor beside the unshielded toilet. My ears were double pierced. Still are. Maybe he thinks yours are classy. Plus the cartilage stuff on the right. Maybe don't be a bitch. This is rough enough, all right. Surprisingly, that actually was enough to make me stop. It wasn't just that she was clearly pathetic at the moment, but also the undercurrent. Trying to make sense of why the gardener did what he did was an exercise in futility. And And completely unnecessarily besides. We didn't know why, we just needed to know what. Not that you're actually capable of going anywhere, but wait here. She flapped her hand and closed her eyes. There were two refrigerators in the kitchen attached in our dining room. One held our meal ingredients and the other kept locked. Lorraine having the only key, the other held drinks and snacks that were allowed to be between meals. I grabbed a couple bottles of water for Lionel and a juice for myself, then pillaged a book from the library to read aloud to her while we waited for the new girl to wake up. There was a library? Edison asked incredulously. Well, yeah, he wanted us to be happy there. That meant keeping us occupied. What kind of books did he give you? Whatever we asked for, really. He shrugged and sat us back into her chair, arms crossed and loosely over her chest. It was mostly classics at first, but those of us who genuinely enjoyed reading started a wish list by the doorway. And every now and then he'd add a few dozen or so volumes, and some of us had personal books, directed gifts from him that stayed in our rooms. And you were one of the readers? She starts to give him a disgusted look and reconsiders. Oh, right. You weren't here for that part. What part? The part where I explained that being in the garden was usually boring as fuck. And if that's boring, you're clearly not doing it right, he mutters and startles a laugh out of her. It wasn't boring when it was my choice, she admits, but that was before the garden. Victor knows he would drag the conversation back to the original question, but the sight of two of them agreeing about something was far too entertaining. But so he lets it go, and even ignores a slight trace of a lie on the girl's face. And I suppose your favorite was Poe? Oh no, Poe had a purpose, to distract. I like the fairy tales, not the watered down Disney shit, and the sanitized parallel versions. I like the real ones. These horrible ones happen to everyone, and you really understood it wasn't intended for children. No illusions? Victor asks, and she nods. Exactly. New girl took a long time to regain consciousness, long enough that Lionette even debated sending her to Lorraine. I talked her out of it. If the girl was going to die from it, there was little enough a nurse could do to prevent it. And the pinch-faced bitch that wasn't the first thing I would want to see. Lionette used to be the sis that was the first thing New Girl saw. Given that Lionette looked like death warmed over, I didn't even argue much. It was late in the afternoon before the girl finally stirred and closed all of her twists in a finger to see if she was actually waking up. We got another 2 hours of reading and before you could call her any sort of coherent. Under Lionette's instructions, I poured a glass of water to have ready to wet down the few clots that help against the headache. When I folded one under the girl's neck, she batted my hand and swore at me in Spanish. Good enough. Eventually, she gathered enough in her wits to pull the washcloth away from her face and try to sit up, her entire body swaying with the force of nausea. Careful there, I said quietly. Here's some water. It'll help. Get away from me, you sick frick. Fuck. I'm not the one who kidnapped you, so save it. Either you want the water and aspirin, or you want to eat shit and die. Your choice. Lionel groaned. Maya, the girls blinked at me, but meekly took the pills in the cup. Better. You're being held by a man known as the gardener. He gives us new names, so don't bother telling it's yours. Remember it, but don't say it. I'm called Maya, and the lovely one with the flu over there is Lionette. I'm no one, I reminded her sharply. Not until she gives you a name. Don't make it harder than it has to be. Maya! I glanced over Lionette, who was giving me pathetic, exasperated, incredulous, what the fuck are you doing to me look. She really reserved for Evita. You do it then. You weren't the first face she saw. Hooray! So, now you can take over if you don't like how I'm doing it. I've had Sophia as maternal example for young children. New girl wasn't that young, and I wasn't Sophia. Lionette closed her eyes and whispered a prayer for patience. Before she could finish, though, she had to fold herself over the toilet bowl again. The new girl's hands started to shake, so I took them between my own. It was always warm in the garden, except sometimes in the cave behind the waterfall, but I knew the shivers were a shock more than anything. Here's the thing, and it's terrifying and bewildering to call unfair, but it's still the thing. We are here as unwilling guests of a man who will come to you for company and, as often as not, sex. Sometimes his son will come to you. You belong to them now, and they will do what they want to you, including mark you as theirs. There are quite a few of us here, and we support each other as we can. But the only way you're getting out of here is to die, so you're going to have to decide if this life as ours is better or worse than death. Suicide is a mortal sin, she whispered. Good. That means you're not too likely to want to off yourself. Jesus, Maya, what? Why not just hand her some rope? The girl swallowed hard, but God love her for it, squeezed my hand. How long have you been here? About 4 months. She looked over at Lionette. Almost 5 years, she murmured. If I'd known then, but didn't. Matt never did. It didn't matter. It never did. Knowing it didn't change anything. And you're still alive, and Mama always says there where there's life, there's hope. I'll hope. Just to be careful with that hope, I cautioned her. A little is fine, too much is crippling. Maya, so new girl. Want to take a tour? I'm naked. Not so much a thing here. You'll get used to it. Maya, did you bring the dress? I asked pointedly, and Lionette flushed beneath the silky parlor. and I'm not letting her borrow yours. You've probably puked it all down at the front. She hadn't. Her black dress went all the way to the floor. No way new girl, the tiny little new girl was going to manage in that. I would have loaned her mine if it would have been any better. Wait here, I sighed. I'll get something from Bliss. Our friend wasn't in her home when I got there, so I grabbed something and returned to the girl's room, which was, as ever, studiously avoided by the other butterflies. She made a face of black fabric, which even I had to admit I wasn't flattering color on her. You learn to fear colored clothing in the garden. When you were given something other than black, it was because that was a gown the gardener wanted you to die in. She obeyed when I told her to not look in the hallway. Even if I wasn't much of a bitch, I should show her that right off. She was the far end of the garden from my room, just down the hall from Lionette's and bordering one side of no man's land that helped the rooms we weren't supposed to go in. The door to outside was supposed to pretend didn't exist. From that position, she wasn't able to see full breadth in the garden in all one look. All the rich, growing things, the vibrant colors and white sand paths, the waterfall and stream and pond and cliff and tiny strands of trees, the actual butterflies hovering over plants, and the clear grass roof that seemed so possibly far away. She burst into tears. Lionette lurched forward and pulled back immediately, his violent shivering fit. The flu probably wasn't the best way to welcome someone in their very cage. I just want that maternal. As amply evident. I watched as the new girl, she crumpled to the ground, curled into a tiny ball, and she clutched her arms across her stomach like this. It was a physical blow she could ward off. Eventually, we were heaving, soul-shattering sobs that trailed off into whimpers and gasps for breath. I sank down to my knees beside her, one hand on her yet unmarked back. This isn't the worst pain, I told her gently as I could, but I think it's the worst shock. From here on out, you can expect it a little. At first, I wasn't sure if she heard me, because the whimpers contributed unabated. But then she threw herself to the side, wrapping her arms around my waist and burying her face in my lap, and her shock and grief deepened into full throb sobs once more. I didn't pet or stroke her. I didn't move my hand. She learned to hate the gesture from the gardener, but I kept my hand against her warm skin so she knew I was there. Do you still have hallway pictures in there? She asked abruptly, and the agents shake themselves to spell off her words. It's Edison whose hands are stacked, his fists clenched against his thighs as he watches her rifle through them. She pulls out a photo, stares at it for a moment, then places it face up on the table the man can see. Ah, a church jewel white. She traced her finger a sharp dilation white in the black of the wings. Her name, we named her Joanna. Victor blinks. Joanna? I don't know what that, there was a system of how he named things. I think he just looked through names until he found one he liked. I mean, he was sure as hell didn't look like a Joanna, but whatever. Victor forced himself to examine the wings in the glass. She's right. The girl was tiny, though her exact height is difficult to gauge from her position. What happened to her? She was mercurial. For the most part, she seemed to settle in okay, but suddenly she'd get in these mood swings and get sent through a storm through the whole garden. And when Lionette died, and then the gardener brought us a new girl. He clears his throat, and when she doesn't go on. What happened to her? He asked again in an hour sighs. The walls came down and the gardener could get a new girl for a tattoo session, but Joanna managed to stay out of the garden. When she walls went up, we found her in the pond. One fluid motion. He grabs the photo and slams it in the face of the metal. So, much for mortal sin. Sliding another stack of photos and papers before him, Victor silently shifts through them until he finds one he's looking for. It's a young man, probably a little older than he looks, with artistically disabled hair so brown it's nearly black. Pale green eyes stand out sharply in the slender, pale face. He's a good-looking boy, even if over a pixelated likeness. Someone who, at least by appearance, he wouldn't mind Holly bringing home for him to meet. He should bring a conversation back to this boy. Not yet, just a little longer. If he isn't sure it's for her benefit or his own. When the gardener noticed you in the trees, what of it? You said he came to talk to you over the stranger's bed. Was this the girl after Joanna? That's not a smile, more like a grimace or an acknowledgement, a statement. No, the one after that, a little longer. But did her name end up being? She closed her eyes. She never got one. Why shouldn't? Why wouldn't timing? Sometimes that's all it came down to. She had skin like ebony, almost blue-black against the dovey gray fitted sheet, with a smoothly shaven head and features that wouldn't have been out of place at the walls of the Egyptian tomb. In the days following Lionette's death, I desperately needed something, anything to do. But unlike Bliss and Lionette, I never neither talent nor interest in creating things. I read, and read a lot, but I didn't make anything of my own. Bliss buried herself in the polymer clay, filling the oven of figurines, half of which they later destroyed in fits of temper. But I didn't have that outlet, either the making or the destroying. 3 days later, though, the gardener brought in a new girl, and there was no more Lionette to give her a graceful introduction. One of the girls wanted to go near her until she was settled, and I wondered just how long Lionel had been doing her job that no one else had seemed to think about. In the days following Joanna's death, I wonder how much, if at all, I was to blame of her choice. If I had given her a more graceful introduction to her situation, if I had been more sympathetic and more comforting, maybe she would have been able to cling to that hope. Her mamma told her to have, or maybe not. Maybe the first view of the garden, that limo, where it was real, was what made the difference. It wasn't like I could ask her, so I snuck in the new girl as patient with her I could be, and I tucked in her acerbic comments away. Considering how frequently she burst into tears, it took more than patience than I knew I had. Bliss rescued me sometimes, not by coming herself, but that would have been a very bad idea, but by sending Evita to be sweet and sincere in many ways, such as a person I could ever hope to be. The day after the third tattoo sessions, I stayed with her through the evening until her drug dinner took effect. Normally that's when I left, but I'd seen something. I wanted to investigate about alarming her, which meant she needed to be fully asleep. And after her deep, steady breathing, the way I took tension left her body told me she was asleep. I let the drug work even further. Maybe an hour after she fell asleep, I set aside a book and rolled over to her onto her stomach. She usually slept on her back, but the process of the tattoo made her sleep on her side. To keep pressure off the tender areas, the butterfly looked in the library, which Lionette's handwriting carved on the margins, listed the names and locations of the halls, told me the gardener had chosen Fausse orange tip for her, mostly white and the splash of orange on the edge of each upper wing. He liked to choose white in the palest yellows and darker skinned girls. For some reason, I guess he was afraid of darker colors wouldn't show in the same clarity. For this one, he finished the orange and moved into the white sections, and something about them just looked wrong. So now I could actually bend close to see without giving an alarm. I could see the added puffiness, scale-like wellings under the ink, the way the white bubbled grotesquely in these huge blisters. The orange wingtips were nearly as bad, right tracing in color on their spine, even the black outlines and veins paralleled. I pulled out one of my earrings. The gardener never taken them. I just used to post to carefully pierce one of the smaller blisters. Mostly clear liquid leaked out from the tiny puncture, and I pressed down gently, and milky white spilled out as well. I was washing the earring off in the sink and replaced it in my ear as I tried to think of a solution. I couldn't be sure if I was reacting to inks or the needles, but there was definitely an allergic reaction of some sort. Not immediately life-threatening, but like a peanut allergy can be. But it wasn't letting the ink heal. Infection could kill just as much as histamine response, or so Lorraine had told us on one of her rare friendly days. Of course, she'd been causing Bliss all sorts of pain, digging around her feet in splinters, so that's probably contributed to the good mood. For lack of a better idea, I returned to the girl's side and tried to measure how bad a reaction it was in the area. I'd gotten through the orange and half the white when I felt the change. Gardner was there. He leaned against the doorway, thumbs hooked to the pockets of pressed khakis. Lights were going out all over the garden as the girls went to bed, waiting to see if this would be the night they'd be required to entertain their captor. He'd never called for Lionette when she was settling the new girl. But then I wasn't Lionette. "You look worried," he said instead of a greeting. I gestured the girl's back. "He's not going to heal." As he stepped into the room, he unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled the sleeves of the dark green shirt and elbows. The color made his eyes pale yellow, eyes glow against his face. He pressed his back and gentle hands and finding the same things I did. A gradual concern changing to deep sorrow. Everyone acts differently with tattoos. I should have felt sorrow, or rage, or confusion. All I felt was numb. "What do you do with the girls who never get their full wings?" I asked quietly. He made me a swift, thoughtful look, and I wondered if she was the first girl to ever ask that. I seemed to properly buried on the estate. Edison growls and reaches for his notebook. "Did he say we're on the estate?" "No, but I think it overlooked a river. Sometimes he'd come to the garden with mud on his shoes and a wistful look on his face, and on those days he'd give Bliss river stones to use as a base for some of her figures. Nothing I could see from the trees. He balls up the aluminum foil, tosses it in one-way mirror. Get a team out on the riverbank. Look for graves. Could you say please? I'm giving them an assignment, not asking for a favor." He resorts to gritting his teeth. He shrugs. Gillian always said please. Rebecca too, even when she was just assigning sections. But then, I guess that's why I love working for Gillian. He made it a very pleasant and respectful place. She might as well have slapped him in the face. Victor sees an angry flash climb up in his partner's collar. It looks like he won't smile. Or at least so Edison won't see it. "Was it just the girls who died before the wings were finished?" he asked quickly. "No, if they died in such a way that ruined the wings, he didn't display them. I really put several girls in the ground instead of the glass. When he whipped them hard enough to scar across the ink," he slightly touched his neck. "Gazelle? That wasn't their conversation ended, was it?" "No, but you already know that." "Yes, but I'd like to hear the rest," he replies, just as it would be his daughter's. She quirks her eyebrow at him. Like Lionette had, I usually borrowed a stool from the infirmary to keep inside the girl's bed. Sitting on the bed properly would have been fine, but this gave her a little space, gave her territory that was hers. The gardener didn't really recognize territory in that way. He sat with his back against the headboard, placing the girl's head on his lap so he could ruin his hand over the shaven skull. So, as far as I knew, he never visited girls of their rooms until they were fully marked, until after he'd raped them for the first time. After all, that was what made him his. But then, he wasn't there to see a new girl, he was there to talk to me, and he didn't seem to be in a big hurry to do it. I pulled my ankles up to the seat, sitting cross-legged in an narrow stool, and spread my book across my lap, reading to fill the empty space until he reached over and gently closed it. Then I gave him my attention. How long have you been watching my family? Nearly since my wings were done. But you haven't said anything? Not to you or anyone. Not even Lionette or Bliss, though I'd been tempted. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was easier to think of them as just a captor. Putting the family in there made it, well, more wrong somehow. Just the fact that it could be more wrong and disturbing enough. But what do you think that when you see us? I think your wife is sick. I rarely lied to the gardener. The truth was one thing that could always be mine. I think she's scared of Avery and doesn't want to show it, and I think she dotes on the younger boy, which she treasures through walks with you as the only time she has your undivided attention. All that from the stand of trees. Thank God he looked at me more amused than anything. He settled his back more comfortably against the headboard, one arm bent against him to act like a cushion for his head. Am I wrong? No. He looked down at the girl in his lap, then back to me. He's been struggling for years against heart condition. It isn't severe enough that she qualifies for a transplant, but it causes a significant drop in quality of life. So his wife is Count Butterfly too. That's one. And she does dote upon her younger son. She's quite proud of him. He keeps perfect grades, and he's always polite. And he treats her on a piano and violin. That's two. Between the garden and my business, and her own charitable functions and planning, our schedules have been often in conflict. We both make time in our afternoon walks unless we're out of town. It's good for her heart. That's three. And that's up. Well, that was left about the hard one, and the one no parent wants to admit. If she didn't, he left it unsaid, and the silence was the truth. You pay a great deal of attention to things, don't you, Maya? To people, to patterns, to events. You find more meaning than others. I pay attention, I agreed. I don't know what I find more meaning. You observed the walk of the greenhouse and made it mean all that. I didn't make it mean anything. I just noticed body language. Body language is one of the things that told me my next door neighbor is a pedophile long before the first time he exposed himself, long before the first time he touched me or asked me to touch him. It was in the way he watched me and the other kids in the neighborhood, and bruised looks on the foster kids who lived with him. I was prepared for his advances because I knew they'd be coming. Body language warned me that Grand's lawn guy about the kids in school who would try to beat you up just because they could. Body language is better than flashing lights or warnings. Body language told me as much as I wanted to seem perfectly relaxed right now. He couldn't. I could intend to tell anyone, you know. There it was. Not all of the tension left his body, but most of it, except for his lust, got the better of him. It was a remarkably self-contained man. He don't know about them, and they don't know about us, do they? No, he whispered. Some things, he's never had to finish a thought, not as loud as at least. I would never willingly hurt Eleanor. Did you know his name? But I knew his wife's. And your son? Desmond? He actually seemed surprised for a moment, then shook his head. Desmond is very different from Avery. Even then, all I could think was, thank God. He lifted his girl's head from his lap and eased off the bed, extending his hand to me. I'd like to ask you something, if I may. I wasn't sure why asking me something would involve moving, but I immediately stood and took a stand. And leaving the book in the stool, the girl wouldn't have be awake until morning, so I wasn't strictly needed at her bedside. And he walked through the hallways, absently touching each occupied display as he passed. If I had a mind to, I would have asked him to name them, and he could have. Every single name, every single butterfly, he knew and remembered them all. I never wanted to know. I thought he was taking me to my room, and he turned aside at the last moment and led us into the cave behind the waterfall. Except for the moonlight that filtered through the glass roof of the greenhouse and fractured through the falling water, the cave was completely dark. Oh, and the blinking red eye of the camera. We stood in silence in the darkness, listening to the waterfall hit the stream and decorative rocks. Pia, who had been there about a year longer than I had a theory that there were pipes in the bottom of the pond that kept the water at a certain level by draining it and funneling it through the water, another pipe way up in the tiny pond across the drift that fed into the waterfall. She was probably white, given that I couldn't swim. I never tried to go down the bottom of the pond to see for sure. Pia liked to poke at things and figure out how they worked. And when the walls came up to reveal Joanna and Glass, Pia went to the pond and said that there were sensors along the edge now. I've wondered about the draws you into this place, he said after the time. The cliff top I almost understand. It's open, it's free, its height gives you a sense of safety, but this place, it can offer you the ability to say whatever the fuck I want to without worrying to Resperos because the roaring waterfall was strong enough to obscure whatever mics might pick up. But he was now looking for something more personal than that. Something with meaning, he thought. I gave everything. It took me a minute or two to come up with the answer for him. Something close enough to the truth. There's no illusion in here, I said finally. It's not lush and green and growing and waiting for death or the possibility of decay. It's just rock and water. Here the girls and I sat face to face and knee to knee, and it was usually pretty to pretend there were no butterflies. The suck-ups and the wings marked their lies like carnival masks. But then, even then, with the misty dismiss of the cave, it was easy to think of the trick of the shadows. We'd take our hair down, put our backs against the rocks, and there were no fucking butterflies, just for a few moments. So perhaps there was illusion in here after all, but it was our illusion, not one he manufactured for us. He dropped my hand and was all pulling out the pins that kept my hair up, and his braided crown, until I felt a couple masks on my hips. Hiding his wings, it was one thing he never did, unless he was brushing it out. He just left it down around me, tucking the pins in the breast pocket of his shirt. "You're quite unlike any of the others," he said eventually. Not entirely true. I had a temper like Bliss, only I didn't let it out. I had impatience like Lionette, which I did my best to spread out. I read like Zarya, ran like Glennies, danced like Ravina, braided hair like Haley. I had bits and pieces of almost others in me, save Evita's sweet simplicity. The only thing that made me truly different was I was the only one who never cried, who never could. Fucking carousel. Who you could put requests for books on the list, but never overly ask for anything. You assist the other girls, you listen to them, calm them. You keep secrets, and apparently mine as well. But you give no one else secrets for keeping for you. My secrets are old friends. I could feel like poor friend if I abandoned them now. His low chuckle echoed the chamber around the waterfall, swallowed the sound. I'm not asking you to share them, Maya. Your life is your own. Before is your own. She gives Edison a pointed look, and Victor can't help but laugh. I'm not going to apologize, Edison said bluntly. This is my job, and we have to know the truth to put together a strong case against him. The doctors are fairly confident he'll survive the stand trial. Pity. The trial means justice, he snaps. In a sense, sure. In a sense, it does justice stand for anything what he did, any of what he went through? Does it bring all the girls back to life? Well, no, but it keeps him from doing it again. So would his death, and without sensationalization and tax money. Back to the waterfall, Victor announces over the beginning of the editing process. Spoil sport, mutters the girl. Ask me for one thing, Maya. There's a challenge in his eyes, layered through the voice. He expected to ask for something impossible, like freedom, or maybe he expected me to, like Lorraine, to ask for something he could have gotten me out of the garden, but it wasn't freedom at all. I knew better than that, like throwing away the well-intentioned phone numbers. I knew better than to ask anything I clearly could have had. Can this one camera be disabled without another one going up in its place? I asked promptly and watched a shock pass across the shadow face. No cameras, no mics. That's it. I would be nice to have one place that's genuinely private, I explained with a shrug. It felt almost strange to have my hair shifting across my face and shoulders in a gesture. You could see us everywhere else we go, even watch us on the toilet if you had a wish to. Even having just a single place devoid of cameras would be beneficial. A mental health exercise in a way. He watched me for a long time before answering. Something that benefits all of you? Yes. I'll tell you to ask for anything, and you ask for something that benefits all of you. Benefits me too. He laughed again and reached for me, pulling against the chest so he would kiss me. His hands moved over, fastening my dress, and he lowered me in the mist-damp stone. I closed my eyes and let my thoughts drift off to Annabel Lee and her grave in the kingdom of the sea. I didn't think angels could ever be jealous of me. It's astonishing how much of a question she can answer without ever actually answering the question. There's a small, inappropriate part of the victor who that would love to put her in the stand right now and watch both sets of lawyers tear her hair out in frustration. Even when it seems forthcoming, her answers did almost veer sideways, proving someone of the substance and giving away the heart. Ask about the boy that she starts there, or seems so, and somehow it ends up completely different conversation, and the boy is barely glimpsed. Yes, the lawyers will hate her come trial. She shoves the impulse aside and takes a picture of the boy from the stack, setting it on the table so she can see it right side up. She looks away at first, sees eyes flickering in the mirror to the floor in her burned and cut up hands. Before the sigh shudders through her body and she turns her face into a photo, she lifts it gently by the edges, studying the unclenched blow up of the driver's license. The glossy paper trembles in her grasp, but no one mentions that. You get used to things in the garden, she says penitently. Even the new girls coming in are something you get used to, something you expected the other one dies. And then suddenly everything changes. When? Just shy of 6 months ago, a few days after Evita died. Maybe it was that Evita was one of those people who couldn't help but love. Maybe it was her death as an accident, nothing we could have prepared for. Maybe it was the gardener's reaction, the openness of it. And whatever it was, the garden stank of despair in the days following Evita's accident. Most of the girls kept to the rooms, and Lorraine had put all the meals in trays and bring them to us. And God, didn't that piss her off no end? Of course, she was in a mood same as the rest of us, though a different reason. We mourned Ravita. She mourned another fully filled display case that didn't include her. Sick. I left the room that night, unable to hear the four walls of silence. We weren't coming into the weekend, so I didn't have to worry about the maintenance of the solid walls coming down. There was a reason the world wouldn't spend the night wandering around. Sometimes the illusion of freedom of choice is more pitiful than captivity. It's not like the gardener wouldn't find me if he wanted me, though he was with someone else. At the night of the garden was mostly silent. There was a waterfall, of course, and the babble of the stream, and the hum of the machinery moving in the air, and muffled sound of girls crying and scattering points in the perimeter. But compared to the day, it was close enough to silent. I took my book light up to the cliff, hit one of the large rocks. I called it the sunbathing rock. Bliss called it Pride Rock, and laughed when I dared her to go in the line to dang off the edge. And she made one of her polymer clay, and then she managed to start breathing again from laughing so hard. She gave him to me. He lived on the shelf above my bed, along with the other things most precious to me. I guess he's still there, or was until Bliss joined me up top the cliff around midnight, tossed me a figurine. I held it under a booklight and discovered a dragon curled around itself. It was dark blue and a head hunched in his shoulders, and somehow shaped the brow ridge over the black eyes and gave the most pathetic look a clay figure could possibly have. Why is he so sad? She glared at me. Right. The dragon's home was next to Simba, and there was a lion just as the joke, and the dragon actually came to mean something. But that day, he was new and sad, and Bliss was angry and sad. So I rested him on my knee and went back to reading Antigone until I felt up to saying something. If my room is intact, do you think there's a chance of getting my figurines back, or the origami measure, and well, all of it, really? We can ask. Victor hedges and he sighs. Why Antigone? Edison says. Oh, I thought she was pretty cool. She's strong and brave and resourceful. Not a reason, certain level of emotional manipulation, she dies, but to her own terms. She's sentenced to life for the rest of her days in a tomb and says, F that. I'm going to hang myself, and then there's betrothed who loves her so much he flips at her and dies and tries to kill his own father. And then, of course, he dies too. Because, come on, it's Greek tragedy, and the Greeks and Shakespeare really love killing people off. It's a great lesson, really. Everyone dies. He lays the photo down and covers the boy's face in her hands. Victor can't be sure she even realizes what she's done it. I might have picked something else, like if I'd known Bliss was going to join me. Oh? It seemed to inspire her. She paced around me as I read, snatching leaves off plants and shredding them. She walked until you could follow her progress by the slaughter of green bits and rock. She snarled and swore with every step. I didn't bother to look up until she fell silent. She stood on the very edge of the false cliff, her toes curled in the rock, with her arms spread wide beside her. Her pale skin glowed in the moonlight, though there showed the gaps in the knee-length back dress. I could jump, she whispered. But you won't. I could, she insisted, and shook my head. But you won't. I will. No, you won't. And why the not? She demanded, spitting me in the face and her fists planted on her hips. Because you can't guarantee that you would die. If you were injured, you might not be badly enough for him to kill you. It's not that high of a fall. Evita fell from lower. Evita broke her neck on a tree branch. You have a luck like mine. If you tried, you'd fuck it up and be fine except for a few bruises. God damn it. He flops beside me in the stone. Her face buried in her arms as she wept. Bliss was there 3 months longer than I had. Bloody 1 month for her. Why isn't there a better option? Joanna drowned herself. I think that's less painful than uncertain fall. P says it won't work. She added sensors to the bank. If the water rises, it sends him an alarm and he checks the cameras. He said she can see it and the nearest camera move the focus to whoever's swimming. If you waited until she was out of the house or even out of town, it would probably give you enough time to drown if you really wanted to. I don't want to drown, he sighed, sitting up to mop her tears in her dress. I don't want to die. Everyone dies. Then I won't die. Then I don't want to die now, she snarled. Then why jump? You have absolutely no sense of sympathy. Not entirely true, but she knew it, but true enough. I closed the book and turned off the light, setting them both on the ground and the sad little dragon on top of him, so I could twist my stomach into a live assault beside her. I get so sick of this place, she whispered, and even though we were in the cave, the one we were truly private, I thought she'd probably said it softly enough to avoid being picked up. None of us knew if it went back to the recordings. Never knew if it was safe to talk, even if we knew for a fact he wasn't sitting in the monitor. We all do. And then why can't we make the best of it, like you do? You're at a happy home, right? Right. That's why you can't make it the best of it. I'd been happy in the apartment, which eventually become home, but I lived through bad things before getting here, so I lived through bad things before coming here. Bliss never had, or at least not nearly the same extent. Here, too much good to compare this to. Tell me something from before. So, you know I won't. Not something personal, just Something. Well, one of my neighbors had a weed garden on the roof, I said after a moment. When I moved here, it was just a corner. By the time it went by, no one reported it. It expanded until it covered half of the roof, and some of the children from the lower floors used to play hide and seek in it. Eventually, though, someone tipped off the police, and he saw them coming. It panicked and set the whole damn crop on fire. We were all a little bit high for a week. We had to wash everything we owned multiple times to get the smell out. Bliss shook her head. I can't even imagine. It's not a bad thing. I'm forgetting things from home, she confessed. I was trying to remember my street address earlier, and I couldn't remember if it was a road or an avenue or a street or what. I still can't. 10929 Northwest 58th something. Which was really where the fuss came down. I shifted to lay one of my hands over hers because there was nothing I could say. Does it work for you? I never memorized my address in New York. When I had to put it down on a form, I asked one of the other girls, and they laughed at me every time I had ever actually made them learn it. I never changed my license from the fake one because I didn't know how well I'd stand up to real scrutiny. Or if the DMV would do more than cursory checking for information. But I remember Sophia, the added plumpness she grew after she kicked the addictions, and Whitney's red gold hair, and Hope's laugh, and Jessica's nervous giggle. I remember Noemi's gorgeous bone structure, and Blackfoot father, and a Cherokee mother. Remember the way Catherine's smile could light up a room, and rare occasions she gave it. I remember Amber's bright, flashy clothing, the patterns never were working together and yet always working, because she loved them so much. I didn't seem to remind myself of them, didn't strain to keep them in my memory, because they're indelibly written here. Just like I could have actually forgotten my mother's and father's faces, my grand stretchy unitards, almost all the people from before New York, but I remember them too. It was misty way. I even remember aunts and uncles and cousins running around in the convoluted games I never understood, posing for pictures I never saw, but I just remember things and remember people. But even when I read rather not. They sat up in the same time, propping themselves to the elbows, as the door opened and flashlight beam swept in the far end of the garden. The Bliss whispered, and I nodded in silent agreement. The gardener was in Daniel's room, seeking comfort and ostensibly giving her comfort, as well as being one of the count in Vita's final game of hide and seek. Even if he was leaving, he never needed a flashlight. Neither did Avery, who was banned from the garden for another 2 weeks for breaking Pia's arm, or Lorraine, who was either asleep or crying herself to sleep at this time of night. There was a bird in the infirmary that buzzed in her room. In the kitchen, she would need a capacity as a nurse. The figure was dressed in all black, which might have seemed like a good idea until he stepped onto one of the white sand paths. He moved cautiously at the cone of light sweeping from every step, but he could tell from the posture that it was gawking at everything. I never questioned him. I immediately labeled intruder as male. Something about the way he walked, maybe, or the idiocy of bringing a flashlight, or trying to sneak around. Which do you think would get us more in trouble, Bliss threes in my ear, finding out who he is or ignoring him? I realized I had a pretty good idea who the intruder was, but I had told the gardener I wouldn't tell anyone. But not the promise of a serial killer that holds a great deal of weight. But still, I pretty much never made promises, simply because I felt bound to keep them. But the fuck is the gardener's younger son doing breaking into inner Greenplex complex? And what could it mean for us? The first question answered itself as soon as it crossed my mind. Because of the same reason I climbed the trees almost afternoon to catch those glimpses of the real world outside the glass. Curiosity among other things for me. Probably curiosity for him. The second question. There were girls who could die if he chose the wrong things to do. If he just was just in the garden itself, it would be fine. It was a private garden place. Who cares? But if he explored the hallways at all, maybe he'd see the dead girls and call the police. But maybe he wouldn't. And then Bliss and I would be left explaining why we saw an intruder and did nothing. Throwing under my breath, I slipped a rock, crouching and rolling around. Stay here and keep an eye on him. Now what if he sees something? Scream. And you are giving this gardener, giving this to the gardener to deal with. He shook her head and didn't try to stop me. In her eyes, I could see the seem awareness of being stuck. He couldn't risk everyone's lives and hoping this boy would be better than the rest of the family. And it wasn't like seeing a gardener was someone who could be first for me. He usually went for privacy of a room, but every now and then, well, like I say, I was a remarkably self-contained man. Still, he wasn't. I clearly crawled down the path of the far side of the cliff where there was actually a slope rather than mostly sheer face. The sand muffled my steps and I reached the ground. By moving slowly, I was able to step into the steam without a splash. I ducked behind the waterfall and moved quickly down the back hall to Danielle's room. The gardener had pulled his trousers on, but not his shirt and shoes. As he sat on the edge of the bed, brushed through Danielle's air-burned curls as he fluffed into mane all around her. More than any of the rest of us, Danielle loathed the fascination of our hair, because it was always made hers unmanageable. Both looked up when I slipped in the room. Danielle's confusion echoed the edge of anger in the gardener's face. I'm sorry, I whispered, but it's important. Danielle cocked an eyebrow at me. But she first come to the garden 4 years ago. She thought sucking up to the gardener would get her home, but it inked things on her face and show for it. A mask of red and purple. She mellowed through the years, though, and graduated to the let him do whatever and just don't participate way of thinking. I knew she was asking, but I only shrugged. Whether or not I told her largely depended on what actually happened. Stuffing his feet onto his shoes and grabbing his shirt, the gardener followed me out into the hall. There's someone in the garden, I interrupted as quietly as I could. I think it's your younger son, as I widened. Where is he? Near the pond when I came to get you. He shrugged at his shirt and gestured me to the button while he ran his hands through the hair and get rid of the dishevelment. He was kind of screwed and funky smell, though. He set off down the hallway. I followed. After all, he didn't tell me not to. Well, at least not until we got to one of the doorways so you could see the boy for himself. Still waving around the silly flashlight, the man watched his son for a long time in silence. I couldn't read the expression on his face. With a hand on my shoulder, he pointed down, which I meant either sit or stay. I was the wrong kind of to sit, so I chose to stay, and he didn't argue with me. From the hallway, I watched him walk into the garden, openly without permanent hesitation. His voice broke a clear silence as a gunshot. Desmond! The boy had whipped around and dropped the flashlight. It bounced off the rock and sounded crowning plastic. And when it fell as the sand, the light flickered and died. Father! The gardener hand went into his pocket. A moment later, our walls came down around me. We were walking the other girls into the rooms and hiding the display cases, and left Bliss and me somewhat stranded. Her up on a rock, and with me on the hill. And I hadn't exactly told the gardener she was up there. Shh. I leaned against the wall and waited. What the hell are you doing here? I told you in the greenhouse off limits. I heard Avery talking about it, and I just wanted to see it. I'm sorry I disobeyed you, Father. It was hard to put an age in his voice and his light tenor, which had the effect to make him sound young. He was uncomfortable and embarrassed, clearly, but he didn't actually seem scared. How did you even get in here? And could a butterfly use it to get out? The boy, Desmond, I suppose, hesitated. A few weeks ago, I saw Avery pull aside a panel of one of the maintenance doors, he said finally. He closed it again, and I saw it was there. Not before I saw a punch pad, which was the security code, and how did you get in? Avery used the same 3 passwords for everything. I just tried those. I had a feeling Avery was going to create a 4th password very soon. We weren't supposed to loiter near the main entrance, to stretch a little to either side of the locked door. Lorraine's room, Avery's playroom before it was dismantled, the infirmary and kitchen dining room, the tattoo room led into the gardener's suite, and a couple of rooms we didn't go the purpose of, but could guess. Whether he did in those rooms, we died. All things we're supposed to pay expensive attention to, minus the butterfly who could see them do it. Just what did you think you were going to find? Asked the gardener. A garden, the boy answered slowly. I just wanted to see why it was so special. Because it was private, the father sighed, and I wondered if there was a reason why he actually moved the camera from the mic in the cave behind the wall. Because he valued his privacy enough to let us pretend we had ours. If you truly wish to become a psychologist, Desmond, you'll have to respect people's privacy. Except that his privacy forms a block of the mental well-being in the case, I'd be professionally obligated to urge them to talk through their secrets. Funny, Whitney had never mentioned the kind of ethical jiggering that when he walked about psychic seminars. You will then be professionally obligated to keep those secrets to yourself, the gardener reminded him. Now let's go. Do you sleep here? Occasionally. Let's go, Desmond. Why? I bit my lip against the laugh. It was a rare treat to hear the gardener truly flummoxed. Because I find it peaceful, he eventually answered. Pick your flashlight, I'll walk you back to the house. But what? He snapped. Why do you keep this place such a secret? It's just a garden. The gardener didn't answer right away, and he knew he had thinking through his options. Tell his son the truth? He hopes he buys into it, keeps it a secret, lie to him, risk the truth being found out anyway, as soon as because his son disobedient might be proved disobedient again? Or was he thinking something worse, and that somehow his son could be as disposable as a butterfly? If I tell you, you must keep it absolute secret, he said finally. You cannot breathe a word about it outside these walls. Don't even speak about it to your brother, not a word. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. It still wasn't fear. There was something there, something a little hard-edged and desperate. He wanted to make his father proud. A year ago, the gardener told me his wife was proud of his younger son, not necessarily that he was. He wasn't disappointed. Maybe against the other's easy shown pride, his father was easier to detect. Either perhaps his father simply withheld praises he felt they earned, or were any number of possible explanations, but his boy sounded like make his father proud. Wanted to feel a part of something greater. Stupid boy. There was footsteps then, growing softer, moving away. I stayed there as I was, stuck in the walls lifted. A minute later or two, the gardener stepped in the far end of the hall, beckoned to me, and I obeyed, like I always did. He absentmindedly ran a hand through my hair, now back into a messy knot. He was seeking comfort, I guess. Come with me, please. He actually waited for me to nod before putting his hand on my back, giving me a gentle shove down the hall. The tattoo room was open and machines sounded in plastic dust covers until there was a girl again. Once aside, he pulled a small black remote from his pocket, hit a button, and the door came down with us. Behind us. Through the room, the door was a private suite. It was also open. Punchpad beeped it when the door closed. His son stood in front of the bookshelves, turning a sound of the locked and gauge. He stared at me in open mouth shock. Up close, it was easy to hear to his father's eyes, but most of it belonged to his mother. He had a slender build, long and elegant fingers, musician's hands, I thought. When I recalled as my father had said of him, it was still hard to guess his age. He could have been my age, maybe a little older. It wasn't as good as a game as the gardener. Maybe his father pointed an armchair on the lap. Sit down, please. For himself, he chose a seat on the couch and tugged me down next to him, all while keeping my back from sight. He curled my legs beside me and leaned my back against the well-padded cushions, my hands folded in my lap. His son was still on his feet, still staring at me. Desmond, sit down. His legs fell out from under him and collapsed into the recliner. If I spilled horror stories of the shocked boy, he get the police here faster than his father could kill me? Or would his father simply kill him to silence him? Trouble with sociopaths really is that you never know where to draw their boundaries. I could quite decide if it was worth the risk, and in the end, what stopped me was the thought of all the other girls. All the air in the garden came from the centralized system. All the gardener had to do was take out the entire flock and put pesticide or something into the air. After all, he had to keep all sorts of chemicals stocked for the care of the greenhouse. Maya, this is Desmond. He's a junior this year in Washington College, which could explain why he only walked with his parents on weekends. Desmond, this is Maya. He lives here in the inner garden. Lives here? Lives here, he affirmed, as do others. The gardener sat forward on the edge of the couch. His hands clasped loosely between his knees. Your brother and I rescue them from the streets and bring them back here for a better life. We feed them, clothe them, and take care of them. Very few of us were in the streets, in no sense that they were rescued for anything. But the rest could be true with a certain skewed perspective. The gardener never seemed to think of himself as a villainous anyway. Your mother does not know about this, nor can she. The strain of caring so many people could put so much work on her heart. She found it sounded so innocent, so sincere. He could actually see his son believing him. Relief worked over his face, chasing the momentary flash of horror the father had been striping the harem of his own pleasure. Stupid, stupid boy. He learned better the first time he heard a girl crying, the first time he saw someone's wings, the first time walls came up and showed other girls the resin glass. He'd know better. For now, he swallowed it all, and by the time he learned better, he could be too deep to do the right thing. We sat together in that room for almost an hour, and the gardener explained the version of things, occasionally looking at me with a nod and smile along. I did so, my stomach churning, much like bliss. I didn't want to die yet. I didn't quite have the hope that Joanna's mother had a pulse, but I had a few years left. I wanted them, even like this. I had so many opportunities to give up, give in. I had kept going. If I had fallen to suicide, I wasn't going to meekly by death. Finally, the gardener checked his watch. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, he sighed. Have you and you have a class at 9. Come, I will walk you back to the house. And remember, not a word, not even to Avery unless you're here. I will put in the code for you, and I'm sure you can be trusted with it. I would have stood as well, but as I swung my feet to the floor, he made an subtle gesture that made me sink back into the couch. I guess that was the right kind of bitch after a while. He called us butterflies, but really we were well-trained dogs. I stayed in the couch exactly as he left me, not even getting up to wander around the rest of the suite. There wasn't a window or another door, there wasn't a point. I had seen it already, of course, but this time there was a blur of pain and shock. There was something private for him, something even more than a garden. Even butterflies didn't belong here. So what the fuck was I here? Especially without him being present. He returning maybe half an hour later. Turn around, he ordered, harassingly tugging his clothing and dropping into careless piles on the carpet. I obeyed before he could see my face, twisting sit back in my ankles, open air behind me. He dropped to his knees, racing every line of my back and troubling fingers and lips. Somehow I knew this was him coming apart of the stress of telling his son, the excitement that perhaps his younger son might share his interest in gentler way than the elder. He fumbled in the hooks of my dress and wouldn't get them in the first or second try. He simply tore the fabric away in the fastenings, leaving in the shreds of black silk. Yet, if I hope has flown away in the night or in the day, or none, is it therefore less gone? All that we see or seem but a dream within a dream. But then, by that point, I'd been in the garden for half a year and a half, and even Poe was more happy than true distraction. I was more aware from his chest onto my spine and the groans every time he pulled me back or even closer against him. Too aware at all he worked pull responses from me, and all the ways my body betrayed me to obeying. Because there was never fear for me, brutality from him to shut things off completely. Even when it seemed like we finished, stayed where he was, and he blew little puffs of air against the outlines of my wings, and after a full circuit, he did it again, and it kissed his softest prayers, and then he did the whole thing over again. I thought how fucking unfair it was that he made us butterflies of all things. Real butterflies could fly away out of reach. The gardener's butterflies could only ever fall, but rarely. She pulls lip gloss from her pocket and reapplies it to shaking hands. Watching her, seeing in the tattered shreds of dignity, a gesture helps her wrap around herself. Victor makes a note to thank his daughter for her thoughtfulness, which, a simple thing, but more than she could have guessed. With that meeting Desmond, she says after a minute. Edison scours the stacks of photos and other papers. How could he, those he wanted to believe something badly enough to generally do, she says simply. He wanted his father to have a good, responsible explanation, and he provided one. He wanted to believe what he did. For a while, he did. You said there had been a year and a half at that point, murmurs Victor. You kept track? Not at first, but I had an unexpected present on my anniversary. From Bliss? From Avery. After that time when his father raked him over the coals for what he had done to Gazelle, Avery not only touched me twice, and only did it with his father's specific consent and a threat that anything untoward to happen to me would also happen to Avery. He didn't slap me or choke me. He didn't bind me past my tying my wrists together and smile on my back. But Avery knew other ways to make things painful. After each of those 2 times with Avery, I spent almost the following weeks dehydrated, because it was going to hurt the piss anyway. At least I was going to make sure it didn't happen more often. He still watched me all the time, though, much as Desmond probably looked at the hints of the inner garden until he found a way in. I was something supposed to be touched, therefore I was fascinating and desirable. The 4th time I had put up with him, it started out of recent ones, with the gardener coming to me explaining that Avery had asked permission to some time with me, but it had its limits. Just like the last 2 times, it was Gardner's way of being comforting. He still couldn't say no, because that displeased him. But he thought it reassuring to know that Avery wouldn't hurt us without repercussion. The fact that the repercussions only happened when we maimed or killed was less than reassuring. But he never seemed to connect those dots. Or maybe he did and just dismissed the concern out of hand. After all, he was a man who generally seemed to believe he was giving us a better life than we had outside, and that he was taking care of us. So not particularly comforted, I immediately followed Avery to his playroom and watched him close the door, took off his clothes, and he ordered me to, and let him lock me into restraints of the wall, let him tie blindfold slightly around my head. He moved on the prose of the point, because I'd been challenging to memorize when it didn't rhyme, and dusted off as much as I could recall of the telltale heart, and prepared to silently recite it. Unlike the gardener, Avery didn't believe in preparation and foreplay. It didn't care about making us ready, or at very least lubing us up, because he enjoyed causing us pain. He didn't surprise me that I went right to it. Quarter of the way through the story, it did surprise me that he pulled out without finishing. I could hear him at the far end of the room. He could store most of his toys, but even sometimes paused when he couldn't come back to me. Gradually, though, I became aware of the light smell. I could identify it. Something in a stale coffee pot or the burner. Oh, water's boiled away. Finally, I could hear heavy footsteps against the cold metal floor, and he came back. And then, oh, fucking God, the pain was he pressed something to my hip and burned and tore. It was unlike anything I ever felt before. The agony so tight it pulled everything in me. A single point, it tried to shatter it. I screamed, my throat clenching around the sound, and tore through it. He laughed. Happy anniversary, you arrogant bitch. The door slammed open. He spun away, and after the tool was drawn, agony remained, struggling the breath from me, and his scream finally choked and died. There were sounds in the room, but I couldn't make sense of them. I gasped and tried to suck in air, but I felt like my lungs had forgotten how to work. Then hands fumbled the cuffs of my wrists and ankles, and I flinched. It's me, Maya, just me. I recognized the gardener's voice. Felt familiar hands tearing away with the blindfold. I could see him. On the floor behind him, every spot intelligently. Hypodermic quivering in his neck. I'm so very sorry. I never thought he'd been so. I'm sorry. He will never, ever touch you again. The tool was in the floor next to Avery. When I saw it, I bit in my tongue and kept the nausea overwhelmed me. The gardener got the last of the bonds unfastened. I nearly screamed again when I tried to take a step. It stepped away with feet out from under me and hefted me into a cradle, staggering out of Avery's playroom and part way down the hall to the infirmary. He nearly dropped me in the narrow cottage so he punched Lorraine's call button. And then he knelt next to me, clasping my hand, both of his, telling me over and over how sorry he was. Even after Lorraine coming rushing, panting in the room, set to work. On the plus side, I couldn't deal with Avery for a long time after that, and his playroom was completely dismantled. But his father couldn't deny him completely. The gardener was nearly the only leash he had on Avery, so he had his other ways to hurt the other girls, silver lining and all that bullshit. He doesn't want to know. He really, truly doesn't want to know, and he can see the same wish mirrored to Edison. But they have to know. The hospital didn't say anything. You all dragged me here before the hospital could do the rape kit they intended. He takes a deep, shaky breath and lets it almost a whistle. And Nara? Without a word, he stands and folds his sweater, tank tops halfway in her stomach, exposing other burns, cuts in the bottom of the edge of the line of stitches in her side. The button in her jeans is already undone, so she tugs down the zipper, then leaves her left hooks and thumb to the denim and green striped cotton underwear, pulling them down just enough for the agents to see. The scar tissue is bright pink and thickly ridged along her hip bone. Only the edges of the wings were faded pale and white. She gives them a crooked, almost smile. They say everything comes in threes. 3 butterflies for a broken girl, for one for personality, one for position, and one for pettiness. She fixes her clothing and sits down, putting the cheese Danish from the box that got forgotten in favor of the homemade cinnamon rolls. Any chance I could get some water, please? There's a tap on the other side of the glass, an answer. Victor thinks it's probably Yvonne, because it's easier than you have something to do. The door opens, but it's male analyst who sticks his head in, tossing 3 bottles of water at Edison before closing the door again. Edison hands one to Victor, then unscrews the cap, and another puts it in front of Nara. He looks like the damaged hands of ridges of the plastic cap, and nods, taking a long drink. Victor reaches for the picture of the boy and lays it prominently on the table. Tell us about Desmond and Garden, Nara. He presses the heels of the hands against her eyes. For a moment, she spread in pinks, reds, purples across her face that looked like a mask, almost like a butterfly. Victor shudders when he reaches across the table, gently pull her arms down. He keeps his hands over hers, careful not to put much pressure on the burns, and waits for her to find the words. After several minutes of silence, he turns her hands under his until she can slightly clasp her wrist and return to the grip. Desmond didn't know the true nature of the garden for a while, he tells his hand. Maybe a long while, by the way of things. His father made sure of that. The gardener didn't give access code to his younger son right away. For the first couple of weeks, he escorted Desmond through the garden, controlling what he saw and who he spoke to. Bliss, for example, was one of the later introductions. After the gardener had a chance for several long conversations with her about what was and not appropriate to show or tell his son. Desmond wasn't shown the criers or the suck-ups, and those of us who he was allowed to interact with received a dress with a back. Blissful hurt herself laughing when she found hers neatly folded out inside her room. Lorraine was one of the deliver 'em, and for a moment she seemed so satisfied. She didn't know that Desmond had discovered the garden, didn't know what was the temporary. She thought we were sharing her punishment, her exile. The dresses were simple but elegant, like everything else in our wardrobes. We knew all of our sizes and probably sent Lorraine out to get them, regardless of her panic attacks that she thought of leaving the safety of the garden. But we had them so fast there couldn't have been another way. Still black, of course. Mine was almost a shirt, sleeveless and collar with buttons in the waist where it disappeared under the white-black stretch belt. It became a squishy shirt in the knees. I secretly loved it. Our wings were hidden, but much of the gardener's delight, it was some of the wings showing. A black travel butterfly I had gotten with the girls' apartment was the stalk of the fresh of my right ankle. As long as our rings were hidden away, we were even allowed to wear our hair over as we liked. Bliss left hers down in the right curls that got tangled and everything. While I wore mine back in the simple braid, it felt remarkably self-indulgent. The Desmond of the first 2 weeks of the father's shadowy, polite, and respectful, mindful of his questions as to not strain his father's patience. We were all carefully coached to the responses, as if asked if anything of our lives before, we cast our eyes down and murmur something about painful things best being forgotten. But I wasn't until the 5th or 6th time we heard about something struck him as odd. It was stuck him that made me revise my initial estimation of his intelligence. Only a little, though. After all, he was buying into the father's story. He came in the evenings for a few hours, not every evening, but most of them. After classes were done, he didn't have too much homework. During the introduction, Avery was banned from the garden completely, and the gardener didn't touch any of us while the Desmond was there. He touched us later, of course, than before, but not when his son could see. The wall stayed down over the girls in glass, but just from the outside of the sidewalls and the rooms as well, we went weeks without seeing any dead girls. And though there was guilt of wanting to forget or ignore them, it was glorious if not have any constant reminder of impending immortality. Desmond's introduction was like the way Lionette brought girls into the garden. First, you make them feel better, then you show them, tell them piece at a time. You don't bring any markings up right away, and you don't bring up the sex right away. You acclimate them one aspect, and then, when they didn't balk at anymore, you introduced another. One of the many reasons that my introductions weren't nearly as grateful as Lionette's. Mostly kept my routine whether Desmond was in the garden or not. I spent the mornings talking to girls in the cave, ran my laps before lunch, and spent my afternoons either reading up on the cliff or playing games down on the ground. Whether he and his father started in the afternoon, they usually ended conversing with me up on the cliff. Bliss was sometimes there for that. More often she saw coming up the path and climbing down the face to avoid them. As much as he liked Blintz's temper and spirit, the gardener, after all that, right with that, which meant less of the risk of the son would discover the truth before his father adequately prepared him. The last evening of direct supervision, the gardener started the conversation with me and Desmond. Whit then left it in our hands as he made his way down the path into the hallways. He displayed cases that had been covered after all, and think he missed them. But the conversation petered out not long after he left, and Desmond couldn't find a way to continue it because it's certainly not my responsibility to do so. I turned my back to my book. Antigone? Edison asked. Lysistrata, he corrects with a small smile. I need something a little lighter. Can't say I've read that one. It doesn't surprise me. It's the kind of thing you appreciate more when you got a steady woman in your life. How? Really? The way you snap and snarl, the graceless way you interact, and you want to try and tell me you have a wife or girlfriend? An ugly flush stains his cheek, but he's learning. He doesn't rise to the bait. He flashes him a grin. Spoiled sport. Some of us have jobs too, he retorts. You try dating when your job could call you at any time. And Overend is married. He's got married in college. Edison was too busy getting arrested in college, Victor remarks. A flush mottos back in the partner's neck. Inara perks up. Drunken, disorderly, lewd, and lascivious. Assault. But Victor cuts him off. Campus and local cops bungled an investigation into a series of rapes across campus. Mostly on purpose. The suspect and the police chief's son. No charges were filed. The school imposed no discipline. And Edison went after the boy. Both men nod. A vigilante, he settles back in the chair, and thoughtful expression on her face. Then you won't receive justice, and you make it. That was a long time ago, utters Edison. Was it? I uphold the law. It wasn't perfect, but the law is what we have. Without justice, we have no order, no hope. Victor watches the girl absorb that. Turn it over. I like your idea of justice, he says finally. I'm not sure it really exists. This, Edison says, and taps the table, this is part of justice, too. This is just where we start to find the truth. She smiles slightly and shrugs. We sat in silence long enough to grew uncomfortable, fidgeting on the rock and tugging at the sweater and reflected heat from the glass roof. I mostly ignored him until he cleared his throat, indicating his desire to finally speak. I closed the book in a finger and gave him my attention. He shrank back. You're a very direct person, aren't you? Is that a bad thing? No, he said slowly, like he wasn't entirely sure. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. How much of what my father is telling me is complete shit? It was worth finding a bookmark. I slid it between the pages and set the book carefully in the rock behind me. What makes you think any of it is? He's trying too hard, and, well, that whole thing with the being private. When I was little, he took me into his office, showed me around, explained what he worked very hard here, and needed me to in there to interrupt him. He showed me. He never did with this place, so I knew it had to be different. I turned to face him more fully, cross-legged in the sun-warmed rock as I arranged my skirt to cover everything important. Different in what way? He followed my example, so close that our knees touched. Is he really rescuing you? Don't you think it's a question you should put your father? I'd rather put it to someone who might tell me the truth. And you think that's me? Why not? You're a very direct sort of person. I smiled in spite of myself. Direct doesn't mean honest. I could just mean that I'm very direct and straightforward with my lies. So you plan to lie to me? I plan to tell you to ask your father. Mia, what is my father really doing here? Desmond, if you thought your father was doing anything inappropriate, what would you do? Did he have any idea of how important this answer would be? I would. He shakes his head, scratching his slightly overgrown hair. I guess I would depend on what inappropriate thing was. Then what do you think he's doing? Besides cheating on my mother? Point. He takes another deep breath. I think he comes to you all for sex. And if he is, he's cheating on my mother, which would be your mother's concern, not yours. He's my father, not your spouse. Why aren't you giving me a direct answer? Why are you asking me instead of him? Because I'm not sure I could trust what he says, he blushed, like questioning the word of father is somehow shameful. And if you think you can trust me, all the others do. He gestured took the whole of the garden. The handful of girls allowed out of the rooms when Desmond was there. But all the walls were down, and the girls who would suck up the hopes of release. Their second sets of wings displayed on their faces. They were down on the weepers and listless, and except for Bliss, the chronically bitchy, they were down over all dozens of girls in the glass, scattering of empty cases that weren't enough to hold the current generations, and no one knew what he was going to do when he ran out. You're one of us, I said flatly, because of who you are, what you are. You'll never will be. Because I'm privileged? More than you can ever fathom. They trust me because I've proven them they can. I have no interest in proving that to you. What do you think his reaction would be if I asked him? I don't know, but he's coming up the path, and I thank you not to ask him in front of me. It ain't easy to ask him for anything, he murmured. I knew that's why the truth for us. I thought it would cowardice that was apparently true for him. His father rejoined us then, standing over us with a smile. Getting along well, Desmond? Yes, sir. Maya's very pleasant to talk with. I'm glad to hear it. His hand twitches and touched my hair. That at least second he brought it up to rub his jaw. It's time for us to join your mother for dinner. I'll check in with you later, Maya. Of course. Desmond stood and brought my knuckles to his hips. Seriously? Thank you for your company. Of course, I repeated. I watched them make their back to the garden, though soon they'd be sitting down in the dining room with Eleanor and Avery. A perfectly normal family conversing over a meal. Never mind the lies that hovered over the table like fog. A few minutes later, I heard Bliss come up beside me. What a tool, she snorted. Maybe. Will he go to the police? No, I said reluctantly. I don't think he will. Then he's a tool. Sometimes I was hard to argue with Bliss's logic. It was just such as it was. But sometimes tools could be used. Why didn't you think he'd go to the police? For the same reason he wasn't going to ask his father those important questions. He answers with a shrug. Because he was scared. What if we went to the police with the father's explanation was actually true? Or worse, what if it wasn't? Maybe if he wanted to do the right thing, but he was barely 21. How many of us do the right thing at that age? You hadn't even reached that age yet, Edison points out, and the girl nods. And I don't claim to know the right thing. He wanted to believe his father, and I've never had anyone I wanted to believe that badly. I never felt the kind of need for someone to be proud of me. He smiled suddenly, soft and sour and slightly sad. Lot worried about that, though. Lot? Sophia's younger girl. I remember one time, after we'd work until 3 in the morning, Sophia was with the girls' school at 8:30 in the morning, so she could see her class plays. He told us about it after she'd gotten a nap in. A smile spreads, deepens, and for a moment Victor sees the real Inara Morisi, the girl who found the home in the strange apartment. Jill was fearless, confident, and the kind of kid who would throw herself into anything, no hesitation. Lot was not. Girls like the older sisters, like Jilly, probably never are. Anyway, we were around a coffee table, sitting on the floor to eat crazy assortment of food from Takis and Sophia's were too tired, bothered to getting dressed. She just pads over in her underwear, her hair covering most of her ink and not much of her tits, and plops down to eat. La had been fretting about her line for weeks, practicing it over and over with each of us when we didn't have her mother to visit, and we all wanted to know if she'd remembered it. Victor in those class plays, did she? Half of it. Jilly shouted at the rest of them in the audience. The smile shift fades. I've never been an ambitious person. I never really saw a point to it. Those girls, though, they had each other and Sophia. They were worth envying. Inara, you would get anything from Takis? He interrupts briskly, flicking her burned and sliced fingers as if to dismiss sentimentality. It was between the station and our building, never closed, and he'd make anything, even if he brought the stuff to the bodega next door. Working in the restaurant, none of us ever wanted to cook. The moment he could have pushed it is gone as quickly as it came, but he makes a mental note of it. He's not naive enough to think he'd trust him. Still, he doesn't think it means to reveal this as much emotion. Whatever she's hiding, she agrees with Edison. She's trying to hide something important. She's so focused on the other thing, she's starting to slip. He likes Inara, and he likes his daughter every time he looks at her, and he likes the job to do. In the garden? He asked neutrally. You think mention Lorraine and orders to make only healthy food? He makes a face. Cafeteria style. You stood in line, received your meal, and sat down at the tables, complete with benches to make you feel like you're back in grade school. Unless you wanted to take the tray back to your room, which you could pretty much do whenever you felt like, as long as you brought it back for the next meal. What if you didn't like what was being served? You ate what you could off the plate. And if there was actual allergy involved, was forgiveness. And if you didn't eat enough or we were too picky, things didn't end well for you. There was a set of twins where I first arrived. They looked identical, right down to the wings tattooed on their back. But they were very, very different people. Mandolin and Mandolina. Maggie, the elder of the by several minutes, was allergic to life. Seriously, she couldn't even go out to the main garden because she couldn't breathe out there. If you ever needed help falling asleep, all you had to do was ask her to list her food allergies. Lena, on the other hand, wasn't allergic to anything. In one of his rare lapses into insensitivity, the gardener kept them in the same room and always visited them at the same time. Lena liked to run around the garden, often as not ended up soaked and muddy and covered in plant bits. This created a rather large problem when she tried to go back to her room to shower. Even if Maggie was in the dining room, she'd come back later and find a shred of grass on the floor and freak the fuck out. Maggie was allergic to the first 20 or so soaps the gardener provided, and even then she would complain about how dry her skin was, how lank her hair was, and always how she couldn't breathe and why her eyes were so blurry. None of us had any sympathy for her. Oh, holy fuck. Maggie was used to her parents falling over themselves to make her comfortable at every step. I liked Lena, though. Lena never complained, even when Maggie was at her most annoying. She explored the garden just as much as I did. Sometimes the gardener even hid little treasures for her to find, simply because he knew she would. She loved to laugh and seized on any excuse to do so, creating one of those relentlessly cheerful outlooks that would be irritating if you didn't know she knew the gravity of the situation. She chose to be happy because she didn't like being sad or pissed off. She tried to explain it to me. I sort of got it, but not really, because let's face it, I'm not that person. I don't choose to be sad or pissed off, but I don't exactly choose to be happy either. Maggie never ate with the rest of us because she said just being in the same room with the things would make her have a severe reaction. Her sister nearly always had to take her to try specifically prepared food, then swing by to pick it up before the next meal. But then Lena had the time for that, because you didn't put any meal before her and she'd suck it down under 5 minutes. Lena would eat everything without a complaint. And Lena was one of the very few people in the garden I genuinely feared for, because most of us understood the gardener kept the twins as a pair and all other things. He would in death as well. They'd been here for 6 months when I got there, and with the lionette running fearful interference between Maggie and the rest of our little world, unfortunately the gardener seemed to be more amused than anything else with Maggie's need for special attention. At least, until he wasn't. I was there and the change began, and there was no more lionette to run interference. Every so often, the gardener felt a surge to dine with us unmasked, like a king in his court, or as Bliss put it, a sultan in his harem. Had Lorraine inform us all during breakfast that he'd be there for dinner that night. I suppose that we would make extra effort with our appearances. That afternoon found me in Danielle's room with a bowl of water in my lap so I could carefully re-wet her hair each time I needed to run the brush through it. She sat in front of me on the bed, twinning ribbons through sections of Evita's hair before she twisted them up into a mass in the black and blonde head. For Danielle, they braided small sections of her hair to drape between two high buns, and others to fall down her back. They were too thin and obscured her wings, but they were small to defiance. Haley sat behind me doing something with brush and pins, while Simone stood behind her with ribbons and twists and oil. I never gone to the school dance, but I might have looked like we were preparing for something like that. Something fun and wonderful. Something to look forward to, and at the end of the evening you'd have a whole set of memories to cherish. Not so much here in the garden. With the presence of the water and a chance for spilling, none of us were wearing more than underwear. No one was giggling or chattering like girls off in the dance probably would be. Lena walked in, still dripping in the shower, or a dip in the pond, knowing her, and dropped on the floor. She says she's not going. She's going, added Danielle, and I finished the last braid and set it drop against her back. She says she's not. We'll take care of it. She spat it into the back of Evita's head and slid off the bed with the brush. Sit up. She sank on her knees behind Lena, who promptly obeyed. It should have been the end of it, especially once Danielle got into Maggie's room, but the rest of us are dressed and gathered in the hallway. We could hear them arguing, something chattering against the wall, and a minute later a pink-cheeked Danielle stalked out. Only parts of the handprint showed the red and purple wings. She's getting dressed. Let's go. The gardener wasn't yet in the dining room when we arrived. 2 by 2, like Mando or their classmates, Danielle and I hung back with the others to enter, twitching dresses to hang directly, fixing a pin here or there, and they're all in and seated. I leaned against the wall. Is she actually getting dressed? He rolled her eyes. God, I hope so. I think I'll make sure of that. Maya, she stopped and shook her head. Never mind. Go ahead. You do you. Danielle was shaking off her post, stuck up apathy in order to help me after Lionette went into class. I hadn't figured out how to tell her how grateful I was. Maggie wasn't dressed. As a matter of fact, she was quite busy trying to stuff all of her clothing, which she shared with her twin, down the toilet. She flinched when I heard my throat from the doorway. When panted exertion, I finally met my eye. She came with a dark blonde hair and a dark gardener and Avery currently with a mess about her face. With her hazel eyes and strong nose, she could easily have passed for his daughter, which, ew. I'm not going. Yes, you are, because you're endangering your sister. And she doesn't endanger me every time she waltzes in with things that could kill me clinging all over, she demanded. Allergies are not the same as pissing off the gardener, and you know it. I'm not going. I'm not. I slapped her. It made a ringing sound in a small room, and the skin immediately pinking up around the impact. She stared at me, tears filling her eyes as she clutched her cheek with one hand. Avery wasn't allowed to touch her because of the allergy, so I doubt she'd ever been slapped before. However quick as she was to do it to others, as long as she was shocked into silliness anyway, I grabbed her hair and pulled her in a knot high above her hair, securing a few spiral pins. I got a good grip on her upper arm, hauled her into the hallway. Come on. I'm not going, she sobbed and scratched my hand and arm. I'm not. If you could have been at least a bit mature, you could have been dressed and calm, and this would have been all over an hour or so. But no, you had to be spoiled little princess about it, and now you can be naked and worked up, and you get to explain to the gardener why you would disrespect him in such a way. Just tell him I'm sick. He already knows you aren't, I growled. Lorraine and would have told him, or didn't you think I was strange that she checked on you everyone through the afternoon? It was hours ago. You got all the allergies and Lena got all the brains, I muttered, and blew away a stray hair of my mouth. Madeline, please try not to be a complete idiot. It's one meal. Your food will still be prepped separately, and we'll still sit you down as far in the table away from everyone else's place. Why don't you understand? He tried to kick me, and when that didn't work, she tried to drop off to the ground. I just kept dragging her and after me until the friction on the side made her struggle back into her feet. I could get really sick. I could die. That was it. I turned and slammed her against one of the glass display cases, her head between the open wings of ink. The girl had been there before, Lionette, who the one who welcomed Lionette, and none of us knew her name, only that the girl fertility, and what a fucked up thing to know. If you don't join us for dinner, you will die, and so will your sister. You get a fucking clue. She started crying harder, great big heavy sobs and grabs of snot. Disgusted, I sneaked a drip from her arm and got around the corner. The gardener stood in the doorway of the dining room, his arms crossed on the chest and faint frown on his face. Is there a problem, ladies? He asked. I glanced at the naked, sobbing Maggie, a great big hand print across her cheek, as well as the beginnings of what probably would be a charming bruise on her arm where I gripped it. No. I see. Fortunately, he did. He watched all through dinner, sitting at the end of the table between me and Danielle as Maggie picked up her specially prepared plate without eating a single bite. He watched as she refused to enter the conversation or even answer things put directly to her. He watched her roll her glass of ice across her cheek, while Danielle simply pretended her own swollen cheek didn't bother her. Watched how she curled herself into as far as the table would allow her to hide her nakedness. While we sat a little awkwardly over cheesecake and toffee, we cleared his throat and leaned close to me. Was the slap really necessary? Yes, to calm her down. That was calm? I considered the best way to answer it. I didn't want to screw Maggie, Lena, really, over, but I didn't want to get screwed myself. Either. Calmer. All he did was nod, and I looked at Danielle and saw a grim resignation in her eyes. My stomach sank. How long? Edison asks. Another 2 weeks, she murmurs. You know the saying, there's been not what's seen has not been unseen. After that evening, he always had his frown, and when he looked at either of the twins, when one of the walls came down 2 days earlier, they were placed immediately right to the dining room. Victor's hands with the stack of the hallway photos. A minute or so later, he hands it back to a different picture on top. Together? In life as in death, she agrees grimly. Side by side in the same case, the twins are positioned closer together and her hands linked between them. Swamp metal marks? The girl adds a traces over the finger, molted orange and copper wings. One has her head resting against the other's shoulder, her sister's head rests against hers. They never got along that well when they were alive. She takes the stack of photos in the hallway, shifting through them in unreadable expression. After a moment, she starts sorting them through two stacks in front of her. When she's done, the one left is far taller. She slides to the far edge of the table, then lays her hand on a shorter stack, fingers laced together. I know these girls, she says quietly. Her face was impossible to decipher. Some of them not very well, but some of them were like pieces of my soul. But I knew them. I knew the names he gave them. And after Lina introduced us to Cassidy Lawrence, introduced us to the part we lived after Lina into the glass, other used the hours before death to introduce us to the names they had before. You know their real names? You didn't think that at some point the butterfly names became real? They're legal names then. Some of them. We could have been notifying their families by now, says Edison. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Because I don't like you, she says bluntly. She yanks the photos out under her hands. The girl cocks an eyebrow. You really believe knowledge brings closure, don't you? He said. You might incredulous or mocking. Victor isn't sure. Maybe it's something else entirely. The families deserve to know what happened. Do they? Yes, shoving back to the table, Edison starts pacing before a one-way mirror. Some of them have been waiting for decades to get a word of their loved ones. If they can just now that they can finally give up, her eyes track them back and forth from a small room. So you never heard? What? Whoever went missing, you never heard? Victor curses under his breath with a stricken face. Oh, the girl is good, he can admit that. Not that it was hard to irritate Edison, but it really got under his skin. Go see about getting some food delivered, he orders. Take a few minutes. The door slams behind Edison. Who was it? Asks Sonara. Do you really think it's any of your business? How much did what you asked me really any of yours? It's not the same, but they both know it. I don't believe the knowledge helps, Inara says after a moment. If my parents are alive, if they're dead, it doesn't change what happened way back then. It stopped hurting a long time ago, as soon as I accepted that they weren't coming back. Your parents chose to leave, he reminds her. None of you chose to be kidnapped. He looks down at the burned hands. I guess I don't see the difference. If one of Sophia's girls were kidnapped, do you think she ever rests until she knew? Inara blinks. But how does it help? To know that they've been dead for years. To know that they were raped and murdered, then violated further in death. Because then they no longer have to wonder. Don't you think the girls in the apartment worried about you? People leave, she says with a shrug. But you would have gone back if you could, he hazards. She doesn't answer. As if her to go back? That she could? She sighs and sighs tiredly at his face. He doesn't debate either of them can win. The door smacks against the wall and opens too quickly, and Edison stalks back in. Victor swears under his breath and starts to rise, but Edison shakes his head. Let me go, Vic. I know the line. Crossing that line in college got the FBI interested in hiring him. Crossing it a few times since has gotten him in trouble. Beneath the remnants of the red-faced fury, though, Victor can see calm determination. It's enough for Victor to sit back down, just in case he stays on the edge of his seat. Edison walks around the table and leans over Nara. As you like to say, there's a thing some people are missed. So I'm sorry that you have such a shitty family. I am. No child deserves to grow up the way you do, and I'm sorry no one missed you. But you don't decide for all those other girls no one's missing them. He sets a picture for her on the table. Victor doesn't help but look at the frame holds. This is my sister Faith, says Edison. She disappeared when she was 8. And no, we never heard. You don't know if she's alive or dead. 20 years my family's been searching and waiting word. Even if we found her body, at least we finally know. I'd stop looking at blondes in their late 20s and wondering if one of them is Faith. And if I'm walking by her and I don't know it, my mother could stop updating websites she hopes Faith will stumble across. My father would take a reward of information money he's been saving all these years and fix the house that's falling down around him. He could finally put my sister to rest and let her go. Not knowing is crippling. It would take a long time to get those girls out of the residence, even longer than positive IDs. Too long. You have the chance to give these families peace. You have the chance to let them finally grieve and move on their lives. You have a chance to give these girls back to their families. The little girl in the picture is wearing pink glitter tiara and a Ninja Turtle costume, usually with an eye mask and pea tutu, and holding a Wonder Woman pillowcase in one hand. Much younger Edison holds her other hand, smiling down at her. He's not in a costume, but the girl is grinning back at him, 2 bottom teeth missing. He doesn't seem to care. Anara touches the child's glass-covered smile. She touched Lionette's photo that way. He took pictures of us, she said eventually. Front and back. One of the tattoos were gone, but if he took them, he must have kept them. Not in this garden suite. I looked once, but Lionette thought he probably put them in some kind of book. He keeps them company when he had to go away from the garden. She studies the photo another moment and hands the frame back to them. Lot was nearly 8. I'll call CSU, Edison yells Victor. Have them check the house again. He carefully tucks the frame under one arm and leaves the room. The silence follows a broken, soft snort. I still don't like him. You're allowed, Victor says with a laugh. Didn't Desmond ever see his book? She shrugs. If he did, he never mentioned it. But some point he discovered the true nature of the garden? At some point. The first time Desmond used new codes was after midnight on a Thursday. Well, technically Friday. It was a week or so after his father finally programmed him into the security system. A week of visiting only with his father, of not asking questions even when his father had walked away. 3 weeks now he'd known of the garden, but not the real one. I'd spent most of the day secluded in Simone's room, helping her with old cloths and a glass of water. She suffered through constant nausea and vomiting. It was the 3rd day in the row, and we thus far managed to keep it from Lorraine, but I wasn't sure how long that could last. Between the nausea and some specific points of tenderness, I had a bad feeling Simone was pregnant. I bet happening sometimes, because no contraception was a completely full truth. But it always meant another filled display case and temporary empty room. Don't think Simone had realized her condition yet. She thought Avery had the flu back in the garden. She was finally asleep, one hand pressed against her stomach, and Daniel had promised to stay with her until the morning. The smell of sour, stale vomit clung to me, strong enough to make me semi-nauseated as well. It long since earned the privilege of turning my shower on whenever I wanted, but the idea of being stuck in another little room was almost physically painful. I stopped by the room just long enough to shove my dress and underwear down the laundry chute, far too narrow for a person to fit through, as Bliss had informed me, and went out into the garden itself. At night, the garden was a piece of the shadows and the moonlight, where you could more clearly hear all the illusions that went into making what it was. During the day, there was conversation and movement, sometimes games or songs, and a massive sound of the pipes feeding water and the nutrients through the beds. If the fans that circulated the air at night, the creature was the garden, peeled back its synthetic skin to show the skeleton beneath. I like the garden at night for some reason. I love the original fairy tales that what it was, nothing more, nothing less. Unless the gardener was visiting you, darkness in the garden was closest we got to truth. I stepped through the echoing cave into the falls, letting the water pour over me and wash away the sourness and sickness and coming death. It was strong enough to beat that muscle sore and tired from 3 days of bending over someone, of perching on an uncomfortable stool and accepting every second of Lorraine or the gardener to come to investigate. I let the water pound out of the way, then used the mist-dampening rocks to haul myself up to the top of the cliff, then the sun rock, wrung most of the water from my hair and laid back with closed eyes, followed intelligently over the rock as trace sun warmth left over the day. Breath by breath, I could feel my muscles slowly relax. Direct, but not very modest. I sat up so fast, something seized my back. I spent the next several minutes swearing at people who couldn't give proper warning. Desmond stood in the path 5 or 10 yards away, hands shoved deep in his pockets, craning his neck to stare at the glass tiles of the greenhouse roof. Good evening, I said sourly, rearranging myself even more comfortably on the rock. All my clothing was either in my room or waiting to be laundered. There wasn't much point in shrieking and finding something to cover myself with. Come and take in the view. Rather more of the view than I expected. I thought I was alone. Alone? He repeated, meeting my eyes very careful not looking any lower. In an entire garden full of other girls. Who are all others sleeping or occupying themselves in their rooms? I retorted. Ah, That was the last thing I said for some time. It was sure hell wasn't the job to supply conversation. I turned to the stone and looked out onto the garden, watching the surface of the pond ripple and sway, rather water emptied from the stream. Eventually, I heard his footsteps on the stone, then something dark hovered behind me. When I reached out to touch it, it dropped in my lap. His sweater. The color was hard and determined in the moonlight, maybe burgundy of some sort. It was a school crest sewn into one breast. It smelled like soap and aftershave and cedar. Something warm and masculine and mostly unfamiliar in the garden. I twisted my wet hair into a messy knot on top of my head and pulled a sweater. Then everything was covered. He sat next to me on the rock. I couldn't sleep, he said quietly. So you came out here? I just can't make sense of this place. Given that it doesn't make sense, that's understandable. So, you're not here by choice? I sighed and rolled my eyes. Stop looking for information you have no intention of actually using. How do you know I won't use it? Because you want him to be proud of you, I said sharply. And you know if you tell anyone about all this, he won't be. Given that, what does it matter whether we're here by choice or not? You must think I'm a despicable excuse for a human being. I think you have potential to be, I said, looked at his sad, earnest face, and decided to take a risk of pretty much the first time ever coming to the garden. I also think you have the potential to be better. He was silent for a long time, just a tiny snap, and a minuscule nudge that had already been seemed too big. He could have a parent have so much control over a child. Paternal pride meant more than it was right. Our choices make us who we are, he said eventually. It wasn't that I call a substantive response. What choices are you making, Desmond? I don't think I'm making any choices right now. Then you're automatically making the wrong ones, he straightened, mouth open to protest, but I held up my hand. I'm not making choice is a choice. Neutrally is a concept, not a fact. No one actually gets to live their lives that way. Seemed to work for Switzerland. As a nation, maybe. How do you think individuals felt when they learned the truth that their neutrality allowed to transpire? When they learned the camps and gas chambers and experimentation, do you think they were pleased with their neutrality then? Well, then why don't we just leave? He demanded. Rather than judge my father and giving you food and clothing and comfortable shelter, why don't you just go back out of there? You don't really think we have codes, do you? He deflated, the indignation fading quickly as he flared. He keeps you locked in? Collectors don't let butterflies fly free. It defeats the purpose. You could ask. It wasn't easy to ask him for anything, I said, parroting his words from weeks or so ago. He flinched. He was blind, and he wasn't stupid. That he chose to be ignorant really pissed me off. It shrugged, and his sweater dropped in his lap, sliding like a rock. Thank you for the conversation, I muttered. Walking quickly down the path that sloped to the main level from the far end of the cliff, I could hear him tripping and fumbling after me. Maya, wait, wait! His hand closed around my wrist and tugged back, nearly pulling me off my feet. I'm sorry. You're between me and food. Apologize for that, if you like, and get out of my way. He let go of my wrist, but kept following me across the garden. He got first across a small stream and reached down to the study from the other side, something I found both bizarre and charming. The main lights of the dining room and the attached open kitchen were dark, and dim light shone from above the stove, looking for a late-night snack. The light of the larger locked fridge momentarily distracted him. I had yanked open the door and a small one, studied the inside. I was genuinely hungry, but being around vomiting people doesn't do much for the appetite. Nothing seemed appealing. What is that on your back? I slammed the door shut, blocking out the light, but it was too late. He stepped closer behind me, walking us both over to the oven. In the dim glow of the stove light, he studied the wings in all their exquisite, excruciating detail. Under normal circumstances, I would have mostly forgotten what they looked like. He'd give us mirrors if we asked for them. I never had. Bliss, though, made it a point of showing everyone their wings on a regular basis, so we couldn't forget what we were. Butterflies are short-lived creatures, and that too was part of her reminder. This fingertips brushed against the darker veins of brown against the fawn-colored upper wing, stretching the line sprayed upward into the delicate chevrons. I stood perfectly still, despite the goosebumps that crawled down my spine in tentative exploration. He had an ass, but then he was his father's son, I suppose. My eyes closed, my hands scrolling to a fist at my sides. His fingers moved lower into my bottom wings in roses and purples. He didn't follow the lines down, but in toward my spine until he ran a thumb up my entire length of my back. Ink ran down the entire of my back. That's gorgeous, he whispered. Why a butterfly? Ask your father. Suddenly his hand was trembling against my skin, against the mark of his father's ownership. He didn't move it away, though. He did this to you? I didn't answer. How badly did it hurt? What hurt most was lying there, letting him do it. I didn't say that. I didn't say that it hurt so fucking badly to see those first lines appear to each girl's back. Didn't say that the skin that was so raw I hadn't slept on my back for weeks. Didn't say I couldn't sleep on my stomach because it made me reminded of his first rape on the tattoo bench. Then he drove himself into me and gave me a new name. I didn't say anything. Does he do this to all of you? He asked shakily. I nodded. Oh God. Run, I screamed silently. Run and tell the police, or open the doors and let us tell the police ourselves. Just do something, anything other than stand there. But he didn't. He stayed behind me, his hand against the map of ink scars, until the silence came, a living, gasping thing between us. So the one move away to open fridge again and pretend there was anything normal at this moment. I pulled out an orange, swung the door closed with my hip, leaned against the orange, swung the door against my hip, leaned against the part of the counter, and ran perpendicular to the rest. I wasn't quite an island, but it created a waist-high separation between the kitchen and the dining room. Desmond tried to join me there, but his legs gave out, and he slid onto the floor next to my feet. His back against the cabinets, his shoulder brushed against my knee, and methodically peeled the orange. I always try to get it off in one piece, the perfect spiral. So far, I never had. It always broke partway through. Why does he do it? Why do you think? Shit. He brought his knees and hunched over him, his arms across his back of the head. I freed the first wedge and sucked it dry, getting the seeds and the peel as I found them. And the silence grew. When the juice was gone on the wedge, I popped the whole thing in my mouth and chewed. I hope to tease me about how I ate oranges, saying I made boys very uncomfortable. I stuck my tongue out at her and told her boys she didn't have to watch. Desmond certainly wasn't watching anyway. I moved on the second wedge, and then the third and the fourth. "Still awake, Maya?" came the gardener's light voice from the doorway. "Are you feeling well?" Desmond looked up, his face pale and stricken. He didn't stand or say anything and announce his presence. Sitting on the floor against the cabinets, he would have been unless the gardener came all the way into the counter and looked straight down. The gardener never came into the kitchen himself. "I'm feeling fine," I answered. "Just decided to go get a snack after rinsing off in the falls." "And you didn't want to be bothered with clothing?" He laughed, and entered the dining room, sitting down in the large padded chair that was reserved for him. As far as I knew, he'd never seen through the rough crown. Melissa scratched into the back. It was vaguely throne-like. I'd given her that. It was the deep cushion of dark red velvet and nearly black polished wood, rinsing into ornate scrolls above his head. He pushed it back, one elbow resting on the edge of the table because the chair had no arms. I shrugged, picking another wedge off the orange. "It seems a little silly to worry." He looked strangely casual, sitting in the shadows, wearing nothing but a pair of silky pajama pants. His plain gold wedding band gleamed with the features of light in the stove. I could tell if he had been sleeping in the suite or if she'd been with one of the other girls, though he didn't generally sleep in our rooms, unless his wife was out of town. He usually spent the least part of the night with the house I'd never seen. Couldn't see, even from the tallest tree in the garden. "Come sit with me." At my feet, Desmond pressed a fist against his mouth with a pained look. Leaving the rest of the orange on the counter with the peel of the seeds, I immediately came around the corner, crossed to the shadows, and joined him on the table. I started to lower myself in the nearest bench, but he pulled me into his lap. One hand stroked along my back and hip, something he did without thinking, while the other clasped one hand against my thigh. How are the girls reacting to Desmond being here? If he had any idea of how here Desmond was, I doubted we'd been having this conversation. "They're wary," answered finally. "I think they're all waiting to see if he's more like you or Avery." "And hoping for?" I slanted him with a sideways look, and I actually laughed, pressing a kiss against my collarbone. "They're not afraid of him, surely. Desmond would never hurt anyone. I'm sure they'll all adjust to his being here. And you, Maya, what do you think of my younger son?" I almost looked toward the kitchen, but if he didn't want his father to know he was here, I wouldn't give him away. "I think he's confused. He doesn't really know how to make of this." I took a deep breath, gave myself a moment to convince myself the next question was for Desmond's sake, to give him another view of the reality of things. "Why the displays?" "What do you mean? After keeping us, why do you keep us?" He didn't answer for a time, his fingers tracing nonsense symbols before my skin. "My father collected butterflies," he said eventually. "He went hunting for them. If he couldn't capture them in good condition, he paid others for them. He pinned them into their display cases while they were still alive. Everyone had their velvet black background, a little bronze plaque giving its common and proper names, creating a veritable museum of shadow boxes and office walls. Sometimes he'd hang my mother's embroidery between the cases. Sometimes they were single butterflies, sometimes entire bouquets, picked out in beautiful colors on the cloth. His hand left my thigh and traveled up my back, tracing the wings. He didn't even have to look at them to know their shapes. He was happiest in the room, and once he retired and spent almost every day in there. But there was a small electrical fire in the section of the house, and all the butterflies were ruined. Every single one. The collection he'd spent decades acquiring and working on. He was never quite the same after that, and died not long after. I suppose he felt as long as the entire life had been burned away in that fire. The day after his funeral, Mother and I had attended the Independence Day Fair in town. They were presenting Mother with an award of charity work. She didn't want to disappoint anyone by not attending. I left her in the company of the sympathetic friends and wandered through the small fair, and then I saw her, a girl, wearing a butterfly mask made of feathers, passing out little feather silk rose-petal butterflies to the children who came through the silk maze. She was so vibrant and bright, so very alive. It was hard to believe that butterflies could never die. When I smiled at her and went to the maze, she followed me in. It wasn't hard to get her home from there. I kept her in the basement at first, not until I could build a garden to a proper home. I was in school, and I'd just taken over my father's business. Before too long, I was married, so I think she was very lonely. Well, even once I moved her into a garden, so I brought in Lorraine for her, and others, to be your friends. He was lost in memory, but for him it wasn't painful. For him, it only made sense. It was only right. Rather than bringing the Eve to the garden, he built one around her, and served as an angel with a flaming sword to keep her in. He rearranged me on his lap, tugging me against his chest, and he lay my head between his neck and shoulder. Her death was heartbreaking. I couldn't bear with that brief existence was all she ever have. I didn't want to forget her. As long as I could remember her, a part of her would still live. I built the cases, researched ways to preserve her against decay. The resin, I whispered, and he nodded. But first, the embalming. My company keeps formaldehyde and formaldehyde resins in hand and manufacturing division for clothing, if you can believe it. It's easy to order more than they need to bring the rest here. Placing the blood from the formaldehyde retards decay. Enough for the resin to preserve everything else. Even when you're gone, Maya, you will not be forgotten. The sick thing was, he genuinely meant it to be comforting. Unless an accident happened or I pissed him off in 3.5 years of run of formaldehyde through my veins, I knew it just enough to know that he would stay with me the entire time, maybe even brushing my hair and pinning it to the final arrangement. And when all my blood was gone, he'd place me in a glass case and pump it full of clear resin and give me second life no more near electrical fire could end. He would touch the glass and whisper my name every time he passed, and he would remember me. And sitting on his lap left no illusions as to how I felt about all that. He gently pushed me off his lap, spreading his legs to make kneel between them, one hand tangling my hair. Show me what you won't forget me, Maya. He pulled my head closer, other hand busy with the drawing string of his pants. Not even then. Not even when I was long dead and gone, was the sight of me would still make him hard. And I obeyed because I always obeyed, because I still wanted those 3.5 years, even if it meant man telling me he loved me. I obeyed the damn man near choked me, and I obeyed when he yanked me onto his lap, and obeyed when he told me I promised I would never forget him. And this time, instead of writing someone else's poems and stories inside of the skull, I wondered how about the boy on the other side of the kitchen counter, listening to it all. The thing that convinced me a long ago next door neighbor was a pedophile was more than the looks he gave me. It was the looks of the foster children gave each other, the bruised, sick knowledge they shared between them. All of them knew that what was happening, not just to themselves, but to each other. None of them would say a word. I saw those bruised looks, and I knew it would only matter of time before he put his hand up my dress, before he took a hand and put it in his lap and whispered about a present for me. The gardener kissed me when he was done and told me to make sure I got some rest. He was still pulling his pants back in place when he walked out of the dining room. I walked back to the other side of the counter, picked up the rest of my orange, and sat down next to Desmond, whose face was wet and shining with tears. He stared at me, dull eyes, bruised eyes. I ate the rest of the orange in time and took him to find something to say. Then he didn't say anything at all, just handed me a sweater. I put it on, he reached for my hand. I let him take it. He was never going to go to the police. We both knew it. All of the past half hour had changed that now he hated himself a little for it. You haven't asked who survived. You're not going to let me go see them until I've told you everything you want to know. True. So I'll find out when we're done. And when I actually spend time with them, my being there now can't change anything anyway. Suddenly, I can't believe you hadn't cried since you were 6. My faint smile flickers across her face. Fucking carousel, she agrees pleasantly. Bliss made a carousel. Did I mention that? She made a damn near anything out of polymer clay, baking sheet after sheet in the oven, and Lorraine scouring the entire time the supervision. She was the only one of us who oven privileges. She was also the only one who ever asked. The night before she died, in long hours, we spent curled together in their bed. Lionette told us stories about when she was younger. She didn't give us names or locations, but she told them just the same. And the one that made her smile, the one that she loved more than any of the others, was about a carousel. The night before she died, in those long hours we spent curled together in her bed, Lionette told us stories about when she was younger. She didn't give us names or locations, but she told them just the same. And the one that made her smile, the one that she loved more than any of the others, was about the carousel. Her father made figures of a lot of carousels, and sometimes little Cassidy Lawrence would draw some out, and her father would incorporate the designs into the next project. Let her choose the colors for the expression on the face. Once her father let her go with him to deliver the horses and sleighs in a traveling carnival. They placed the figures all around the disc, and she sat on the rail and watched as they ran and wiring through the golden poles, so the horses moved up and down. When everything was done, she ran around and around the carousel, petting the horses and whispering their names in their ears so they wouldn't forget. She knew every single one, and she loved them all. The gardener's traits don't exist in isolation, just in extremes. But the horses weren't hers, and when it came time to go home, she had to leave them all behind. Probably to never see them again. She couldn't cry because she promised her father she wouldn't. Promised she wouldn't make a scene when they had to go. That was when she made her first origami horse. On a cab on a truck on the way home. She made her first 2 dozen origami horses, using notebook paper and fast food receipts and practice until she could make them well. And when she got home, she graduated to using computer paper. She made horse after horse after horse and colored them all to match the ones she left behind, whispering their names as she did. And when she was done, she carefully painted thin towels and stuck them in the middles in a little bit of glue. She drew out the colored patterns on the floor and the paintings of a sloped ceiling. Even pictures framed the elaborate circular cues that were right along the base of the tent top. Her mother helped her put them all together. Her father even helped make a crank for the base, so the whole thing would slowly spin. Her parents were so proud of her. The morning of the day she was kidnapped, and when she left the house for school, the carousel was sitting in the pride and place of the mantel. After Lionette died, I had the nameless new girl to keep me occupied. Bliss on her had her polymer clay. She didn't show anyone what she was working on, and none of us asked, letting her work through the grief in her own way. She was usually focused on this project. Honestly, it was as long as it was an illustrious copper figurine, I wasn't too worried. She'd done that for a few of the other dead girls, and somehow I found those 2-inch tall butterflies more macabre and disturbing than the girls in the glass. But when the new girl's infection reached a critical point, her tattoo was never going to heal properly. Even when the infection didn't kill her, the wings were purposely flawed. And that was something the gardener couldn't accept, even when beauty was why she chose us. The doors had become dark at dark hours of the earliest morning, like they would have for a normal tattoo session. But when they came up, she wasn't in a tattoo room in her bed. She would never appear to display cases. There was no goodbye. There was just nothing. There's literally nothing left of her. Not even a name. Bliss was in my room, and I came back from looking, sitting cross-legged on my bed in wrapped skirt draped over the bundle in her lap. Dark shadows bruised the pale skin under her eyes, and I wondered how much she slept since Lionette had said goodbye to us. I sank down in her bed, and one leg curled under my body, and leaned my head against the wall. Is she dead? If not, she soon will be, I sighed. And when you sit in through another girl's arrival and tattoos, probably. Why? I wondered that myself for the past week or so, because Lionette thought it was important. She pulled the fabric away from her lap, and there was the carousel. Lionette had made another origami carousel when she came to the garden. It had been sitting on the shelf above Bliss's bed but since her death. She reproduced all the patterns and designs and colors, and so had Bliss in her own medium. The golden pose even had spiral ridges. I reached out and nudged the red pendant top, and the whole thing spun just a little. I had to make it, she whispered, but I can't keep it. Bliss broke into furious, heartbroken sobs on my bed. She didn't know about my carousel. She didn't know I had to sit back in black-red painted horse. I finally understood why my parents didn't love me, or at least didn't love me nearly enough. The day I finally understood and accepted that I wasn't wanted. I lifted it gently out of her nap and nudged her knee with my toe. Shower? She hiccuped and slid off the bed to obey. And while she washed away 2 weeks of grief and rage, I studied the horses to see if any of them matched the one I'd splashed with the last of my tears 10 years before. And the answer was almost. The horse had silver chasings instead of gold, instead of red ribbons tied into a black mane. But otherwise, they were very, very, very close. I shipped down to my knees and placed it on a shelf next to Simba, next to the origami lingerie and other polymer figures, next to the rocks Evita had painted in the poem. Danielle had written all the other things I somehow managed to accumulate after 6 months in the garden. I wonder if they would have Bliss make a tiny girl with dark hair and golden tin skin and sit on the black and red horse and spin and spin and spin and spin on a carousel and watch all the rest of the world walk away from her. But if I'd asked, she would have asked why, and that little girl didn't need sympathy so much as she needed to finally be forgotten. Bliss came out of the shower, body and hair wrapped in a violet rose towels. Finally slept curled against me like one of Sophia's girls. I slept one arm behind my head and stayed against the wall, and every now and then I reached down and gave the carousel a little nudge, so I could watch the black and red horse glide just a little farther away. He wishes he could let her have that distraction, let the conversation derail. He let her avoid the train wreck he has put her through. But Victor sits forward in his chair, clears his throat, and when she turns her miserable eyes on him, he nods slowly. She sighs and folds her hands on her lap. For the next week, Desmond stayed out of the garden completely. He didn't use his codes, he didn't come in with his father, he just stayed away. Bliss was the one to ask the gardener about it, in the usual appallingly blunt fashion, and he laughed and said not to worry, his son is just focusing on his upcoming finals. I was okay with that. Whether he was hiding, staying away, or just thinking through things, I didn't mind the absence of another male to entertain. I appreciated the space to think. Avery was back in the garden after all, which meant constant subtle interference that had been played to protect the more fragile girls from interest. Running it all the way to Simon's bedside just made it more difficult. She noticeably lost weight in the last past week and a half, unable to keep anything down longer than half an hour or so. During the days I stayed with her and during the nights when Danielle came to relieve me, I went into the garden and slept out in the sunrock, but where I could pretend the walls weren't closing in and time was running out. I liked Simone. She was very funny and weary, and never buying into the bullshit that was making the best of it anyway. I helped her get back into bed from another toilet drive. She clutched my hand. I'm gonna have to take a test, aren't I? Bliss said Lorraine and stayed for breakfast asking questions. Yes, I answered slowly. I think you will. I'll come up positive, won't it? I think so. She closed her eyes and one hand pulling away the sweat-damp hair from her forehead. Should have realized sooner. I saw both my mama and my older sister go through pregnancies. They're sick for 2 months solid. Want to pee on a stick? Want me to pee on a stick for you? What the hell is wrong with us? That is a declaration of love and friendship. She shook her head slowly. I don't want us both dead, which we both know would be the result. We sat in silence for a while, just because some things just don't have an answer. Can you do me a favor? She asked eventually. What do you need? If we have a book in the library, can you read it to me? When she told me that's what she wanted, I almost laughed. Almost. Not because it was funny, but because I was relieved that it was one thing I could do for her. I retrieved it from the library, set it on a page on the bed, and sat into mine, and opened the book at proper page so I could start to read. Most terribly cold it was. It snowed and nearly quite dark in evening, the last evening of the year. In this cold and darkness he went along the street, the poor little girl, bare-handed and with naked feet. What book is that? Part of a book, girl corrects. It's The Little Match Girl by Hans Christian Andersen. Victor can almost remember it. Something of the ballet his daughter Brittany did when she was younger. And almost lost memories. The Nutcracker and the Steadfast Tin Soldier. It was a kind story that makes more sense in the garden than in the real world. I went on to the other stores, just that one, but I fell silent when Lorraine walked in, just a tray of 2 lunches on it, sitting between the pregnancy test kit. I don't have to be here when you take it, she said. No shit. Sighing, Simone sat up against the headboard and reached for her glass of water, drowning it all in one go. I handed her another glass off the tray and just this one of fruit juice. She drank it all down as well. It made a good attempt for lunch, which was the soup and toast, but most of it went untouched. When the water finally got through her system, she grabbed the kit off the tray, stalked through the little toilet, and tugged the curtain to conceal herself. Lorraine hovered in the door like a vulture, her shoulders hunched and her eyes in the fabric screen. Someone leaned forward to catch my eye and then jerked her head toward the bitch in the doorway. Nodding, I took a deep breath and started reading The Steadfast Tin Soldier at the top of my lungs. It earned me a ferocious scowl on the cook nurse, but at least it let Simone piss in peace. We heard the flushing, and a moment later she came out behind the curtain and tossed the dipping stick in the plastic older woman. Have fun, go report, just get out. Don't you want to? No, get out. Simone threw herself into bed, draping her upper half over my lap. Will you keep reading? I laid my book across her back and hitting the dull brown wings of the Michel satire, and picked up back where we left off. She kept through much of the afternoon, waking up from time to time to hurl herself toward the toilet. Danielle joined us for a bit later, brushing Simone's dark brown fur with a elegant twist. Bliss brought us dinner, and pinned a small polymer larkspur blooms into a twist. And when I had eaten and Simone pushed her food around the plate, Bliss took the trays in the kitchen for Lorraine. As the deepening evening made the shadows shift in the hallway, the gardener appeared in the doorway, with a dress. It was multi-layered confection with sheer silks in shades of brown, and creams, all meant to echo her wings and flatter her dusty skin tone. And Simone looked up in sudden silence, saw the dress, and quickly turned her face before she could see her tears. Ladies? Blinking rapidly, Danielle kissed the curve on Simone's ear, closest to her face than she could reach, suddenly left the room. Simone slowly pushed herself up and sitting wrapped around her arms around me, burying her nose in my shoulder. I squeezed back as tightly as I could, feeling the tremor start. My name is Rachel, she whispered against my skin. Rachel Young, will you remember? I will. I kissed her cheek and reluctantly let her go. With the book Fairy Tales in my hand, I walked to the doorway where the gardener slightly kissed me. She won't be in pain, he murmured. She'll be dead. This is part of I was supposed to go back to my room or Bliss's room or Danielle's room. This is part where we were supposed to gather in small groups, pretending we're anything other than what we are. More than lots that actually happened next. This is where we were supposed to wait for Simone to die. And the first time I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. The lights flickered, our warning to get to our rooms before the walls came down over the doorways. I stepped out into the sand path, aware of the movement of the shadows on the far side of the garden. I wasn't sure if it was Avery, Desmond, or another girl of the girls. At the moment, I didn't care. Lights went out and the walls hissed behind me, settled into the groves and the heavy thumps that fell against the silence. And walking deeper into the garden, I stepped along the bank of the stream until I reached the waterfall, dropped the book on the rock in safe distance from the water, and sprayed, crossed my arms and crossed my stomach, clutching my elbows against the solid weight growing into my chest. A head lolled back on my neck, and, Leaning against the cliff, I stared up at the panes of glass overhead. Stars were wrinkling into the sight against the deepening night, some bright and silver, some pale and blue or yellow, and one lone red light that might have been a plane. A tiny flash of light streaked across the sky, even though I knew it was the science. I knew that it was just space debris, or just rock or metal or scrap from a satellite burning up the atmosphere. All I could think of was a stupid story. Someone is just dead, said the little girl for her old grandmother, the only person who had ever loved her, and who was now more had told her, when the star falls, a soul ascends to God. And that stupid little girl stood in the winter and kept lighting matches to catch glimpses of families that weren't, could never be, hers, and froze to death in those harsh moments in reality between matches, because even though the matches can burn, they're light, not heat. My breath caught against a solid, expanding weight and couldn't get past it. I couldn't breathe in and couldn't breathe out, and there was not a stale air choking me. Leaves and branches rattled in the distance. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath that couldn't come. I curled my hand into a fist and pounded at my chest, but aside from a second throbbing pain, nothing changed. Why couldn't I breathe? A hand touched my shoulder, whirled around, slapping it away. I fell back to uncoordinated movement. Desmond. I rolled onto my hands and knees, scrambled to my feet, and through the waterfall into the cave, but he followed me, catching me when I tried to dip at the floor, and he fell again. He lowered me gently on the ground and knelt in front of me. He studied my face as I struggled for air. I know you don't want any reason to trust me, but do it anyway, just for a minute. His hand came toward my face and slapped it away again. Shaking his hand, spun me quickly and pinned my arms to my side with one arm. This other had covered my nose and mouth. Breathe in, he whispered, against my ear. Doesn't matter if it's a full breath, you'll still need some air. Breathe in. I tried, and maybe he was right. Maybe there was some. I couldn't feel it. But I couldn't feel his hand between me and what I needed to live. All I'm doing is forcing you to breathe in high concentration of carbon dioxide, he continued calmly. Breathe in. The carbon dioxide attaches to your bloodstream in place of oxygen and slows your body's responses. Breathe in. Then your body gets to a critical point. When you're on the verge of passing out, your body's natural responses push past the psychological factors. Breathe in. Each time he gave me instruction, I tried to obey. I truly did. But there wasn't any air. I stopped struggling. My limbs leaden and heavy, sagged against his chest. His hand stayed sealed over my nose and mouth. With me, all of me so heavy, I could barely feel the weight in my chest, and slowly, periodically repeated the instruction. Air trickled in. My head swam in sudden lightheadedness. I was breathing. He moved his hand in my shoulder, rubbing it up and down my arm. He continued to whisper, breathe in. Eventually, it became a habit again. Something I didn't have to think about. I closed my eyes against a blinding sense of shame. I'd never had a panic attack before, though I'd seen plenty of others, and my own inability to do so sensible was mortifying. More so, having someone else witness it. When I was 50% sure I wouldn't fall flat on my face as if I stood, I tried to push my feet. Desmond's arms tightened around me. Not painfully, but enough that I know it wasn't going anywhere without a fight. I'm a coward, he said quietly. Worse than that, I think I may be my father's son, but if I can help you this way, please let me. If the little match girl had someone curled up around her like this, something warm, solid against her back, his own body wrapped around her, would she have survived, or would they have both frozen? Shifting until his back hit the wall, Desmond gently tugged at me until I was almost sideways between my legs. My cheek pressed against his upper chest. I could hear his heartbeat. I timed my still, shaky breath to that, feeling how it jumped and skipped whenever I moved. He didn't have a brother's stocky frame, an obvious thread of muscle, nor his father's weary strength. He was slender like a runner, and all lean angles and long planes. He hummed softly, something I didn't recognize, and he couldn't properly hear pressed against his chest, but his fingers brushed against my skin in shape of piano chords. He sat in the damp, dark cave, and clothing soaked in the waterfall, clinging to each other children against the nightmare. But when I fell asleep, the nightmare would still be there. When I woke up, the nightmare could be there. Every day for the 3.5 years, the nightmare would always be there. And there's no comfort against that. For a few hours, though, I could pretend. I could be a little match girl, strike my illusions against the wall, lost in warmth until the glow faded and left me back in the garden. They weren't fellow captives, were they? Victor asked, and giving her a moment to collect herself. They were your friends? Some of them were friends. All of them are family. I guess that's what just happens. Sometimes it's hard to make yourself get to know other people. It would just hurt more than they died. Hurt them when you died. Sometimes it was hard to believe it was worth the pain. At the heart of the garden, though, was loneliness, an ever-present threat of shattering, and connecting the others seemed to be safer of the two evils. Not the lesser, necessarily, but the safer. So I knew that Nazaria would be even more worried about forgetting than Bliss. She was an artist, and she filled sketchbook after sketchbook with her family and friends. She drew outfits she loved in her home and school. She left a little wing set in the city park where she had gotten her first kiss. She drew them over and over. I panicked of details and changed out or got fuzzy. There was Zara, the bitch, and when Bliss names you that, you know you're an unholy terror. Bliss was generally scathing and intolerant of bullshit. Zara's default setting was mean. And I appreciated that she didn't buy into the illusion, but she made things hell for those who needed to cling to it. Like Nazaria, who believed as long as she didn't forget anything from there, she'd see it all again. Not a week went by that I didn't break up a fight between them, usually by dragging Zarya to the stream and shoving her in until she cooled off. But she wasn't a friend. She did quiet moments. I liked her. She loved books like I did. Glennie's ran and ran and ran, endless laps around the halls, until the gardener ordered Lorraine to give her twice as much food as the rest of us. Lorena was one of the few of the MP3 player and speaker, and she danced for hours. Ballet, hip-hop, waltz, tap without shoes. All the classes she must have taken up for the years. If you didn't walk by her, she'd grab your arm and pull you in and dance with her. Haley loved doing everyone's hair. We could make the most fantastic arrangements, and Pia wanted to make sure you know how everything worked. And Marinka did gorgeous cross-stitch. She even did a tiny pair of super sharp embroidery scissors that Gardner required her to wear on a ribbon around her neck so no one could use them to hurt themselves. Adora wrote stories, and Elena painted, and sometimes Adria would ask Eleni or Nazaria to illustrate scenes for her. And there was Servette. Servette. She was hard to know. It wasn't just that she was standoffish, which she was, or quiet, which she was. It was that you never would have tell what the hell was going on when you come out of her mouth. She was Lorraine's final introduction. Lionette asked her about not to come help with that one, because Servette was just as strange. Neither Lionette nor I could guess my reaction would be. So the first time I met her was after her wings were done. She sprawled along the stream bank, facing the mud, with Lorraine staring at her in utter confusion. "What are you doing?" I asked. She didn't even look at me, half of her pale brown hair clumped with mud. You can die from water more ways than drowning in it. Drinking it too much is as lethal for it as not having any. I glanced over perplexed Lionette. Is she actually suicidal? I don't think so. She wasn't most of the time. She learned that was just Savat. She identified flowers she could theoretically eat to kill herself, but ate none herself. She knew 1,000 different ways a person could die, and had a fascination for the girls in the class that none of us wanted to understand. She visited them with almost as much as the gardener did. Savat was a queer duck, and honestly didn't spend much time with her. She didn't even seem to notice, much less mind. But now most of us knew each other, even though we chose not to share our lives with the garden. There was an intimacy in our company, or better for worse, almost always worse. We were butterflies, in irrevocable common ground. And you mourned each other? It isn't a question. Our mouth tilts. It wasn't a smile, it wasn't a grimace, just an acknowledgement, the kind of expression that would be there, always. You never had to wait for someone to show up in the glass. You mourned them every single day as they mourned you, because every day we were dying. Did Desmond get close to any of the other girls? Yes and no. In time, it was. She hesitates, eyes darting several times between Victor and her damaged hands, before sighing and clasping her hands at her lap, out of sight under the table. Well, you have to know it's complicated. He nods. What did his father think? The day after Father Simone went to the glass, not that she saw her with the walls still down, the gardener brought me back to the suite for a fancy private dinner. So far as I could tell about specifically asking, I was the only one he brought in there. I suppose it would have been right flattering if I only found it unsettling. The conversation stayed light. He didn't Simone at all. I didn't bring her up because I didn't want to know the worst of it. The only mystery this place had left was how he killed us. When dessert was finished, he told me to take a seat at the fresh glass of champagne and relax while we cleaned up. I chose a recliner rather than a couch, popping the footrest up and arranging my long skirt to cover between my feet. I could have presented at an award show in that dress, and I wondered just how much money he sank into the garden and our upkeep. He had something classical playing in the old-fashioned record player, so I closed my eyes and rested my head back against the deep padding. The thick carpeting in the suite muffled his footsteps, but I could still hear him return. He stood over me for a time, just watching. Knew he liked to watch us sleep sometimes, but it was somehow creepier when I was awake. Did Desmond upset you the other night? My eyes snapped open, and when he seemed to take his cue to perch on my arm of the chair. Upset me? I was looking over the footage and saw you pushing him away. He followed you in the cave where there was no cameras in there. Did he upset or hurt you? No. Maya. I managed a small style for the sake of my own. I wasn't sure. I was upset, yes, but before Desmond arrived, I had a panic attack. I never had one before, and I didn't know what to do, and I misconstructed a rival at first. He helped me through it. A panic attack? If after a year and a half of my strongest reaction, I didn't think it's particularly alarming, do you? He returned a smile, warm and sincere. And he helped you? Yes, and stayed with me until I was calm. He stayed with me through the night, even when he heard two isolated doors open, when he heard his father walk in the hallways with sobbing Simone. Sometimes he felt a final before killing a girl. Better than a room than those secret rooms, I guess. Dad stayed with me before the morning, when all the other doors lifted and the other girls filtered into the garden and clinging others against the painful loss. So you had to understand. Because he didn't know she was and would soon be dead. Did he think she was being kicked out or taken for an abortion? My younger son can be hard to know. Meaning you can't read his reaction to us? He laughed and nodded, lying next to me in a chair. One arm came across my shoulders, arranging my head against his chest. And for a moment he could have been any two people cuddling together for a movie. Except if we had been any two people, my skin probably would have been crawling. It certainly never crawled to Topher when we piled onto Jason's or Cake's couches, or any of the other boys from work. Intimacy with the gardener was as much of an illusion as the wings he carved into our backs. It didn't make anything real. He doesn't like talking about it with me. Given that we are sort of harem, I don't imagine most young men would be comfortable discussing this with their fathers. You might ask your parents for tips on how you approach someone, or what to do on the first dates, but the sex thing is usually verboten, even when there isn't a question of willingness. And it was another reminder that we aren't just any two people. All he did was laugh and turn my head and kiss me. It occurred to me that I couldn't do his private kitchen and suite and pick up my knife to drive it through his heart. I could have killed him then and there. But what stopped me was the thought that Avery would inherit the garden. Avery was all the excitement when I first introduced him to the garden. We talked about it whenever we were alone. Perhaps a father doesn't need to know many details about his son, but I could see that Desmond has done anything more than look around. Does that disappoint you? I asked neutrally. It puzzles me. His hand traveled up my arm and back to the neck. Then he nugged at the tie in my dress. The black silk pieces came loose in his fingers, and he watched them slither down the collarbones of my waist, leaving my breast bare. He lightly traced one nipple, and he spoke. He's a healthy young man, surrounded by beautiful women, and I know isn't a virgin. Yet he doesn't avail himself to the opportunities. Perhaps he's still adjusting. Perhaps. Or perhaps variety isn't what appeals to him. He lifted me slightly in the chair and he shifted under me, giving himself better access to my breast, pushing the dress over my hips and my thighs. He looks for you when he comes, and even if it doesn't find you. Apparently I'm a very direct sort of person, I said dryly, and he chuckled. Yes, I could see why he put his questions to you. What would you do if he came to you as I do? I assume that as with you and Avery, we would do whatever he asked of us. Is that incorrect? No, you would let him touch you? He bent his head to my breast, his lips moving against the sensitive skin. You let him take his pleasure with you? Desmond wasn't his father, but he was his father's son. But he was his father's son. Unless you tell me otherwise, I do what's asked of me. He groaned and tugged the dress completely off, dropping in a pool of black puddle in my chair, as if his massive hands turned to my body traitor. Not a word said except for my name, over and over, harsh cries against the silence. There are some qualities, some incorporate things, of double life. There's twofold silence, sea and shore, body and soul. One dwells in lonely places. He took me again and again that night, in a chair on the carpet in the king-size bed. I studied everything I could remember, even drink recipes. But long before the morning came, I ran out of words and felt the poison seep in the cracks of my soul. I had forgotten to use the sick feeling of letting the gardener fuck me, and I had never used to the nauseating pain that came with letting him believe he loved me. When he finally escorted me back to my room, he sat on the edge of my narrow bed and settled a blanket around me, stroking the hair behind my face and giving me a lingering kiss. Hope Desmond comes to realize the extraordinary young woman you are, he whispered against my lips. You could be so good for him. After he left, I got out of bed and stood in my shower, scrubbing the skin until it was raw because I wanted to pretend that I didn't slough through the feeling of his touch. Bliss found me there, and with unexpected tact, she didn't say a word. Helped me rinse off the last of the soap and conditioner, turn off the water, toweling my hair as I dried off the rest of me, and the hair was brushed or free, tangled, was banded my back in a neat braid. We could go under the blankets. For the first time, I understood why she think about jumping. For the first time, those extra years didn't seem so worth negligible as a possibility of escape. For the first time in a year and a half, I felt every drag of needle cross my skin as the prison was inked to my body. If I'd ever been much for hope, neither had I been much for despair, but I couldn't feel it choking me with every memory. I took a deep breath, listening to the echo of Desmond's voice in the cave, and let it remind me to keep breathing, so that even Bliss, who saw me through things the others have never even imagined I felt, would see me how fucking scared I was. In terror she spoke, letting sink her wings as they trailed in my dust. In agony sobbed, letting sink her plumes till they trailed in the dust, till they sorrow trailed in the dust. But my wings couldn't move and I couldn't fly, I couldn't even cry. All that was left of me was terror and agony and the sorrow. Victor leaves the room without a word. A moment later, Yvonne steps into the hall in the observation room, handing them 2 bottles of water. Ramirez called with an update, she reports. The girls in a delicate condition are stabilizing. They still want to talk to Maya before answering to any questions. Senator Kingsley is starting to lean on Ramirez to get to Maya. Shit. He scrubs his cheek. Can Ramirez keep her leashed in a hospital? For a little while. She's negotiating between a senator and her daughter. She figures she can get a few hours out of everything else going on. All right, thanks. Let us know when he gets back. Will do. Politicians are like child services, he thinks. Ultimately useful, with a pain in the ass all the way there. He returns to the interrogation room and hands Inara one of the bottles. She accepts it with a nod, unscrewing the cap with her teeth rather than her tender hands. Half the bottle disappears before she puts it down. Her eyes closed, one finger traces patterns on the metal surface of the table. She gathers herself in the next question. He watches the motion, his gut clenches. He realizes that he thought were nonsenses, but was true of the butterfly wings, traced again and again into the metal, like a reminder of what brought her here. I'm running out of time to protect you, he says finally. She just looks at him. Powerful people want to know what happened. They're not going to have my patience with you, Nara, and I've been very patient. I know. You need to stop dancing around this. Tell me what I need to know. For a while, the gardener just had to continue being baffled by the younger son. Desmond came in the garden regularly, but he didn't touch anyone and pass a hand to help him up. And he brought his textbooks. During the days, I stayed with the newest arrival, an exquisite creature of Japanese descent. During the nights, Danielle stayed with the sleeping girl, and I sat up on the cliffs, clinging to the illusion of space. Desmond frequently joined me there, and the first 2 times we sat in silence. Each of us lost our own reading. It had been a long time since I could sit with a male and not feel actively threatened, not safe, precisely, but not threatened. We talked about studies sometimes, never about the garden, never his father. I hated him, I think, for refusing to put the pieces together, but I didn't show it. The gardener was never going to let us go, and Avery was too dangerous to try to influence. I wasn't sure Desmond was hope, but he was the closest thing to it that I could see. I wanted to live, and I wanted the other girls to live, but for the first time I wanted that myth of the escaped butterfly to be true. I wanted to believe I could get out without ending up in a glass or a riverbank. Then one night Desmond brought his violin. The gardener had told me his son was a musician, and I had seen the way his fingers slightly played the chords against his books, against rocks or knees, or any available surface when he was thinking. It was like he translated his thoughts into music so they could make sense. I was lying stomach down on the rock with my book and an apple in front of me, keeping an eye on the 3 girls down in the main garden. They were neck deep in a small pond, splashing at each other with the best they could, and I knew the senses would have alerted the gardener that someone was in the water, but they had to play long enough for him to get comfortable and move on to something else. He wasn't present in the garden that night. He mentioned something about a charity function with his wife, and I came to escort the new girl back to her room after the first tattoo session. But I didn't doubt that he had his way of watching us if he wanted to. Eleni and Izara had been there 3 or 4 years, respectively, generally past the point of foolishness. But Adara had arrived only 2 months before me. She mostly held up well, but every now and then she would sink into severe bouts of depression, but they were nearly crippling. They're clinically based, and without her meds, I was surprised they weren't more frequent. But she tried to make sure she wasn't left alone during these episodes. She was mostly through the latest of them, but her moves still teetered. Desmond walked up the path, his case in his hand, stopped by the rock. Hi. Hello, I replied. Normal was a variable thing in the garden. I eyed the case in his hand. Would asking him to play me flatter his ego, or would it make him feel like I owed him a favor? I was skilled at reading a gardener and Avery. Desmond was more difficult. Unlike his father and brother, he didn't know what he wanted. I was good at escaping people, not manipulating them. This was a new ground. Play for me? I asked eventually. You wouldn't mind? I have a proficiency tomorrow, and I didn't want to wake up Mother. I was going to practice outside, but, he pointed up. I don't look, but there's a grain against the glass. I miss the feeling of grain. There was nearly always music playing in the apartment. Catherine liked classical, but Whitney liked Swedish rap, and Noemi liked bluegrass, whereas Amber liked country. And in the end, the most of the electric listening experience imaginable. There were some of the girls that had radios and players in their rooms. For most of us, music was a rare thing anymore. I closed the book and sat up with Desmond, rosined its bow, and stretched his fingers. I was fascinated to watch all the little rituals that went into warming up. But when he finally set the bow to strings to play for real, I realized why his father called him a musician. It was more than just playing, though. I was no expert. He seemed technically skilled, but he could make the notes weep or laugh across the strings. He infused each piece with emotion. Down to the pond. The trio stopped splashing, just floated so they could hear. I closed my eyes and let the music wrap around me. Sometimes when Catherine and I were sitting out on the fire escape or the roof at 3 or 4 in the morning after work, a guy from the next building would come over the roof and practice the violin. He'd fumble his fingering and his bow work wasn't always on tempo. But sitting in the semi-darkness, I was close to the true night as the city could get. It was the violin was his lover. He never seemed to realize he had an audience. Every time in him focused on the instrument, the sounds it made between them. It was pretty much the only thing Catherine and I routinely did together. Even if it was the night off, we made sure we were awake to go outside and listen to that boy play. Desmond was better. He swayed smoothly from song to song, and when he eventually let the bowstring to his side, the last notes hovered expectantly. I didn't know you have a problem passing your proficiency, I whispered. Thanks. He checked over the instrument, cradling it gently. And then he satisfied all it should be. He put it away in the velvet-lined case. When I was younger, I used to dream about being a professional musician. Used to? My father took me to New York and arranged for me to spend a few days with a professional violinist to see what it would be like. I hated it, and it felt, well, soulless, I guess. Like I actually did that for a living. I grew to hate music, and I told my father I'd rather do something that would let me love music. He said he was proud of me. He seems frequently proud of you, I murmured, and he gave me a queer look. He talks to you about me? A little. You're his son. He loves you. Yes, but it doesn't strike you a little weird that he talks about his son to his captives? I decided not to tell him the entirety of his father has said about him. More weird to him having captives at all, true. And there he was, finally able to call us captives, and unable to try anything to change that fact. The stream that concentrated the waterfall in the pond was barely 3 feet deep, but Alani managed to swim all the way up to the rocks before standing. Maya, we're going in now. Do you need anything? Not that I can think of, thanks. Desmond shook his head. Sometimes you seem like a house mother. What a twisted little serenity. Do you hate me? What, for being your father's son? I'm starting to realize just how much, he said quietly. He sat down next to me on the rock, draping his arms over her bent knees. One of the girls in my fruit and young class has a butterfly tattoo on her shoulder. It's ugly and badly drawn, one of those butterfly-type fairies with the face that looks like a melted doll. But she was wearing a tube dress, and I saw it, and all I could think was the rest of the class that was your wings and how beautiful they are. They're horrible, but they're beautiful too. That was pretty much how we look at it, I replied neutrally, curious to see where he was going with this. I doubt the sight of your wings gets you off. Oh? Yes, definitely, his father's sons. But unlike his father, ashamed of that fact. In one of my other classes, we were taking hoarders, and I thought of my father's story about his father's butterfly collection. But when, of course, I thought about my father's version of that, and suddenly I was thinking about you again, how you could be dignified and nothing but ink and scars, and most people can manage fully clothed. For weeks now, I've been having these dreams, and I wake up sweating and hard, and I don't know if these nightmares or not. He shoved his hair back from his face, hooking the hand behind his neck. I don't want to believe I'm the type of person who could do this. Maybe you're not. I shrugged a sideways look. Going along with it complicated, but you don't mean to ever do it yourself. It's still going along with it. Right and wrong doesn't mean there's any easy choice. Why don't you hate me? I've been thinking about that a lot the past few weeks, and I still wasn't sure I found the answer. Maybe you're just trapped here as we are, I said slowly, except I did hate him a bit. Just as much as, but I didn't, but in a different way than his father or brother. He turned that over in a while. In a flash of lightning, I tried to make out the emotions racing across his face. It had his father's eyes, but he was much more self-aware than the gardener ever would be. The gardener clung to his delusions. Desmond eventually confronted the hard truths, or at least the beginnings of them. He didn't know what to do with them. He didn't try to make them less than they were. Why don't you try to escape? Because girls before me did. Escaped? Tried. He winced. There is only one door that leads out of the space, and it's locked and coded at all times. You have to punch in your code at both entry and exit. When maintenance comes in and the rooms become soundproof, we could scream and pound all we want and no one would ever hear us. We could stay here and the walls came down maintenance. But someone tried about 10 years ago and nothing happened except that she disappeared and reappeared in a glass resin. But Desmond hadn't seen those butterflies. He seemed to forget that his father had said about keeping us after we die. I'm not sure if your father hires incurious people and we might have made it seem unexceptional, but where no one came to rescue. When it comes right down to it, though, we're afraid. Of freedom? Of what happens if we almost get there? I looked up at the night beyond the glass panes. Let's face it, he could kill all of us pretty quickly if he ever felt the need to. And if one of us made the attempt and failed, that's a way we wouldn't punish all of us for it. Or at least the one who made the attempt and me, because he thinks they'll tell me everything, and how would I know of such a plan? I'm sorry. And the asinine thing to say under the circumstances, I shook my head. I'm just sorry you never came here. The other sideways look, somewhere between hurt and amused. Completely sorry? He asked for a minute. I studied his face in the moonlight. Twice he'd helped me through my panic attacks, and even though he only knew about one, he was fragile in a way his father and brother weren't. Someone who wanted to be good, do good, and just didn't know how. No, I said eventually. Not completely. Not if I could figure out some way to lead him in usefulness. You're a very complicated person, and you're a complication. He laughed and held his hand out between us, palm up. I didn't hesitate to take it, lacing our fingers together. I leaned into him, resting my head on his shoulder, and found a comfortable silence between us. He reminded me of Topher a bit, more complex, and just for a little while I wanted to pretend this boy wasn't his father's son, and he was just my friend. I fell asleep that way, and when the morning sunlight struck my eyes, I slowly sat up and found that we curled together in the night, his hand on my hip and his other arm cushioning my cheek from the stone. The new girl wouldn't be awake for a few hours yet, but Desmond had classes at some point, a violin proficiency he'd passed without even trying. Hesitantly, I reached down and stroked the comb of his dark hair back from his forehead. He stirred and unconsciously followed the gesture, and I couldn't help but smile. Wake up! No, he mumbled, grabbed my hand to shield his eyes. You have classes. Skip 'em. You have a proficiency. Proficient. You have finals next week. He sighed and turning his face-splitting yawn. He grudgingly got up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. You're bossy, but nice to wake up to. I looked away because I wasn't sure it was showing on my face. His fingertips lightly calused the strings, touched my chin, and brought my face back to his. The only thing there was a soft smile. He leaned forward and then caught himself starting to pull back. I closed the distance between us, his lips soft against mine. The light touch of my chin moved back until his hand would cut my cheek, and he dipped into the kiss until my head was swimming. It had been so long since I actually kissed someone, rather than allow them to force a kiss on me. The gardener had thought his son could love me, and I thought he might be right. I also thought the love would prove a different motivation for the son than the father, I hoped. When Desmond moved away, he pressed a kiss against my cheek. Can I come see you after class? I nodded, even slightly acknowledged that my life had reached an entire new level of fucked up. And the gardener was happy about this? Actually, he was. I mean, I'm sure there was a certain degree of self-interest in it. After all, if Desmond was emotionally attached to one of more of us, it was unlikely to risk anything happening to us. That had to be part of it, but I think most of it was he genuinely enjoyed seeing his son happy. Victor sighs. Just when I think the story is going to get more twisted. It can always get more twisted, she smiles as she says it, but she knows better than to trust it. It's not just my smile, but not something that should be so easily displayed on a girl her age. That's life, right? No, Victor says quietly. It isn't. Or at least it shouldn't be. But that's not the same thing. Is and shouldn't are entirely different things. He started to think of Edison isn't coming back. He really can't blame him. If this is the twisted she's admitting to, how much worse is the twisted she's still hiding? How did things change after his finals? He was around more in the summer, except for an hour or so in the early afternoon when he walked with his parents to the outer greenhouse. If he came in the mornings, he stayed atop a cliff or in the library, respecting the privacy of my conversation with the other girls in the cave. Danielle had come to replace Lionette as my place in more delicate conversations, just as she started taking the night shift with our new arrivals. There wasn't much of the night shift, given that they were in a drugged sleep, but still, I appreciated being able to get some space. And despite the wings that spread across her cheeks and forehead, Danielle would be trusted as a sensible option. I'd grown used to her double set of red-spotted purples, with a contrast of deep, rich color and bright pattern breaks. I don't say it suited her any more than the ones on my back suited me, but she made them a part of her and learned the experience. She and Marenka were the last to receive the wings in their faces. After that, they had been talked to everyone else out of the sucking up to an extent. There had been some who came close, but they hadn't crossed the line yet. I looked the earliest conversation she traded me once the new girl showed the signs of waking. Danielle held back on actually meeting the new girls until they were more or less settled, just like the others with the wings on their faces did. After the first session, I was actually in the room whenever the gardener worked on the new girl's tattoo. She hated needles, but if I read to her and let her squeeze the ever-loving fuck out of my arm, she could lie still for it. It was the request that I was there, rather than the gardener's, though. I think he was pleased by it, and as it read aloud from the Count of the Monte Cristo, I wonder what counted irony. I watched the brilliant ice blue of the spring azure spread across their porcelain skin, broken by the occasional veins or fringes of silver white, and one narrow band midnight blue in the tips of her upper wings. Bliss brought an ice pack with an entrees to put on my now perpetually bruised arm. The gardener didn't touch me if Desmond was in the garden, but his son's interest in me roused a corresponding excitement in him. It was no secret among the girls that he liked me best, honestly. I think they were relieved, but he'd gone from coming to me 2 or 3 times a week to damn near every day. He still went to the other girls, of course, but when he was with no one else, he didn't care if his younger son was in the garden or not. And there was still Avery, with his fangs all mostly pulled to the destruction of the playroom, and the clear pride of his father had in Desmond. Was his younger brother a strong example of how their father wanted us treated? It was hard for him to give in to the things he enjoyed. I grew to hate lunch, because every single day when Desmond went to share the meal in the early afternoon with his mother, the gardener came to me with needs that make his hands shake. I started taking lunch in my room, so I just wouldn't have to suffer the indignity of him coming to the dining room and calling my name across the conversations. Even though she knew Desmond hadn't done any more than kiss me, he would thought of that what he would do make enough the gardener nearly mess his pants. And dear fucking Christ, the possibility that he scored the security footage hoping to see his son with me was enough to make my brain turn off completely. At least those visits had a specific time limit, because he had to be up at the house at 1:45 to meet his wife for their walk. While the family strolled along the square in the outer greenhouse, I spent an hour with the girl christened Teresa. He was just shy of 17, the daughter of 2 litigators, and almost never spoke above a whisper. When she did, it was important, like her asking me to read to her while the gardener inked her wings. She could also be drawn into conversation about music. She played piano. We learned and wanted to be a professional pianist. And she and Ravina would talk for hours about the ballet scores. She paid attention and noticed the undercurrents of any given circulation. She also seemed to understand the precarious existence even before I showed her display cases the first week. For her sake, so she'd been a way to keep herself grounded, I asked the gardener to give her a keyboard. She installed an upright piano in one of the empty rooms, replacing the bed with a beautiful instrument and the entire wall of filing cabinets of sheet music. Except for the meals, sleep, and putting her the visits from the gardener, numerous because she was new, she was in the room, playing piano until her hands cramped. Desmond met me in the hallway one afternoon, leaning against the garden side wall, his head tipped to one side as he listened. What happens if someone has a breakdown? He asked quietly. In what way? She nodded in the direction of the doorway. You can hear in the music. She's disintegrating. She isn't choppy, changing the tempos, pounding at the keys. Maybe she doesn't talk, but doesn't mean she's adapting. You never really forgot that she was a psych major. Well, she'll never either break or she won't. There's a limit to and what I can do to prevent that. But what happens if she does? You know what happens. You just don't want to admit it. He never asked why Simone hadn't returned. Teresa's arrival was agreed with a consultation, followed by an anxious, converted effort not to think about it too deeply. Desmond palled, but nodded to show he understood. When he promptly changed the subject, if you don't look at the bad thing can't see you, right? Bliss has some sort of project spread out over a rock, he told me. If I sat on top of the clay, she would shove it up my nose. What's she working on? I have no idea. She was still softening the clays. Summer afternoons were almost unbearably warm in the garden. The heat soaking through the glass. Most girls spend the afternoons in the water or shade to accept it, or in the rooms so they could actually feel the cooler air moving through the vents. I wasn't going to disturb Bliss as she was working on something, especially if she was doing it in the hottest part of the garden. So I took Desmond's hand and led him down the hall. It was cooler in the back corner, and the base of the cliff stood directly at the hall glass and blocked the sunlight. I turned into my room, and Desmond immediately began studying the shelf above my bed. He tapped the carousel to make it spin. For some reason, I really don't see you as a carousel person, he said, turning to me. I'm not. Then why? Someone else was. He looked back at the carousel and didn't say anything. He couldn't ask for more about hitting things if he tried not so hard not to think about it. The gifts we gave away as much about us as the gifts we get to keep, he murmured eventually. He punched the muzzle on the sad little dragon, which now had a tiny pajama-clad teddy bear to keep him company. Is it the things that were important or the people? I thought the classes were over this summer. He gave a sheepish grin. Habit? Right. My room had changed a bit for the first day. My sheets were deep rose and the blanket of rich, brilliant purple, with stacks of pillows in the pale fawn brown. My toilet and shower both concealed with drapes of matching brown, rose-purple sashes, hanging loose against the walls in the case I wanted to clip back from them any reason. There are two short bookcases along the wall and various books that the gardener had given me personally, rather than adding them to the library, and the knickknacks spilled over the shelves, and the most important, or at least the most personal, staying on the shelf above the bed. Other than the knickknacks, it was hard to say the room reflected anything about me. I hadn't chosen everything about it. Even the trinkets were part of pinned down, really. Vita was once painted me a lovely chrysanthemum on a rock, but that showed her sunny personality, not mine. By keeping it, it just meant she was important to me. And then there was things that made her conscious just to show not mine the space was. The blinky red camera light above the door. I sat on the bed and my back against the wall and watched him bend sideways and read the spines of the books. How many of these were my father's choice? Maybe half. The brothers Karamazov? No, that one was mine. Really? He grinned at me his shoulder. Dense, isn't it? On the surface, it's fun to discuss. I discussed a lot of books with Zara, but never the classics. That was something Noemi and I had done. Dissecting them, getting into debates about who would last for days or even weeks without being resolved. Rereading Dostoevsky kept Noemi fresh in my mind, and the day that wasn't a painful directly reminded myself of her when she had others in New York. There was a book for each of the girls from the apartment. It was subtler than Azaria's drawings or bliss figures, but the same impulse. Why am I not surprised that you like books with layers? He finished the pursuit and stood next to the bed, hands in his pockets. You could sit on the bed, you know. This is your space, he said awkwardly. I don't want to presume. You can sit on the bed, you know. He smiled at the time and toed off his shoes, sitting next to me on top of the blankets. We kissed a few times since that first one, well, each one tentative, just a little overwhelming. His father, and to a lesser extent his brother, hovered between us whenever it seemed might go a little further. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Actually, I wasn't sure about much of anything when it came to Desmond. We talked about his friends and his school, and even that his was hard sometimes. It had been in the garden long enough that the outside world somewhat surreal, like a half-believed legend. Eventually, it was time for dinner, time for him to go back to his house for a while so his mother didn't wonder where he was all the time. And when he walked down the hall hand in hand, if I walked him into the entrance, would he send me away before he punched his coat into the lock? I wondered whether the precaution was one his father drilled into him. If I ran through the door, would he take pity and let me go? Would I get to the police back there, the other girls, before anything happened to them? If I hadn't been absorbed with the problem of the door, I might have noticed right away that might have recognized how strange the silence was. but it took me a minute to realize he wouldn't have been hearing piano music down the eerie stretch of hallway. I dropped his hand, not caring if he followed, and ran to the music room, terrified of what I might see. Teresa was alive and uninjured, but broken. She sat on the piano bench. Everything was posture correct and perfect, but her hands weren't even on the keys. Arched and poised, she looked like she was about to burst into music at any point. Unless you looked at her face, tears tracked silently down her cheeks, at the absolutely vacant look in her eyes, and understand that whatever made Teresa wasn't there anymore. Sometimes it happened as quickly as a blink, as a heartbeat, as anything would have been normal in one to the next. I straddled the bench next to her, one hand against her neck, still staring straight ahead at nothing. She shuddered. "If you can come back, please try," I whispered. "I know it's bad, but after there's nothing, worse than nothing." "Do you think we could make it worse by trying something?" Desmond asked carefully. "Try what?" Here, come off the bench. I hold her in the very edge." He sat down at the very end and carefully scooted until we full range of the keys. Teresa didn't fight or struggle, even put her hands away. Desmond took a deep breath and started to play, something soft and gentle, full of pain. Teresa's breath hinched, only a sign that she heard. I closed my eyes as the song continued, my chest tightening with the tears. I didn't know how to shed. He didn't just play, he infused, and the more he went, the more Teresa shook her arms. Until finally she burst into heaving sobs and buried her face in my chest. Desmond kept playing, and now the song changed to something light and airy, not cheerful so much as comforting. Teresa wept, but she was there, still a little broken with the new essential pieces missing, but responsive. I hugged her tightly, and for an agonizing moment I wondered if it would have been kinder to let her stay shattered, or to let her die. When she didn't show up at dinner or send for trays, Lorraine told the gardener. We were still in the music room, coaxing Teresa to play something for us, and we appeared in the doorway. I noticed him. There was no spare so much thought, too intent on a girl who was still shaking like a leaf. Desmond kept his voice soft, made no sudden movement, and finally she put her hands back on the keys, depressing a single note. Desmond pressed a note lower down. Teresa hit another one, which he answered, and gradually the notes became chords and progressions, until they were a duet almost recognized. When it was done, she took a deep breath, slow breath, let it out, and then another. "You get used to it," she whispered almost inaudibly. I very carefully didn't look at the doorway. "Yes, you do." She nodded and used her skirt to wipe off her face and throat, and started singing another song. "Thank you." We listened to a couple songs until the gardener stepped into the room and get my attention. He crooked his finger and I bit back a sigh. Getting to my feet and joining him in the hallway, Desmond followed. Desmond had saved her, but wouldn't admit it to himself that he saved her from. "Lorraine said you skipped dinner," he said quietly. "Teresa was having a rough patch," I answered. "She was a little more important than dinner." "Will she be all right?" "She had to be, or she'd be in glass." I glanced at Desmond and looked at my hand in a right squeeze. "I don't think this will be the last rough patch you'll have, but I think this will be the worst. Delayed shock, I guess." Desmond got her playing again, though. "Yes, so that's a good sign." "Desmond," the gardener smiled. The concern replaced with pride, and he gripped his son's shoulder. "I'm glad to hear it. Is there anything I could do to help her?" But I bit my lip and he actually shook his finger at me. "Maya, the truth, now. It might be the best if you didn't have sex with her for a little while," I sighed. "Spend time with her, fine, but don't think sex is ask more of her than she give right now." He blinked at me, somewhat taken aback, but Desmond nodded. "And keep Avery away from her," he added, like he'd always liked breaking things. "How long?" "Couple weeks, maybe. Mostly we'll just keep an eye on her. How's she doing?" Too aware of his son to give in with his eyes, the gardener pressed a kiss against my forehead. "You take such good care of them, Maya. Thank you." I nodded because it seemed safer than talking. He moved past us into a room and Teresa's song filtered, but gained strength when he did all was put all out a chair in the corner and listened to her play. Desmond and I stood in a hallway for several seconds, waiting to see if the choppiness would return, but he sounded like it was a recital, all smooth grace and memorization. When there didn't seem to be an immediate threat of the new breakdown, he gently tugged on my hand and led me down the hall. "Are you hungry?" "I'm really not." His father would have insisted on eating anyway, but because skipping meals isn't healthy. His brother would have insisted on my eating because it would have amused him to watch me force food past my nausea. But Desmond simply said, "Okay," and led me to the cave. It was empty, everyone else was in the dining room, but he was in the center of the damp room. He stopped, turned, and put his arms around me, holding me close. "He's right about one thing," he said of my hair. "You do take good care of them." The only reason I knew it was because of the apartment, because Sophia mothered us all in a lightly warped way. In Lionette, Sophia took care of the girls, but Lionette taught me how to tend butterflies. "It must be hard to adjust this place like this. If you've been on the street," he said, "to be safe, but not allowed to leave." We weren't from the street, and we weren't safe. I just didn't know how to make him understand that. If the girls in glass hidden away, we eventually went into the kitchen. One of the panic receded enough that my appetite would make itself known. As we ate bananas and Nilla wafers, Adara popped her head in and promised to stay with Teresa through the nights. Adara's impression gave her a different perspective than the rest of us, and she had to carefully piece herself back together several times before. I kissed her cheek because I didn't have the words to thank her properly. Danielle volunteered her time to cause as well, inviting the gardener back into her room like she used to in the days when she'd earned the wings on her face. I don't think he was blind to the reason for it, but I think he was touched by it nonetheless, because even if it wasn't for his sake, it was at least for Teresa's. Doing a good thing for another butterfly was the same as doing for him. Desmond poured a glass of milk and perched it next to me on the counter, raising a glass between us. If I were to do something really pathetic, do you think you could pretend like it to humor my ego? I looked at him warily. I love to be supportive and say yes, but I can't promise that without knowing what it is. He drained that glass in one gulp. Come on, I'll show you. Isn't it a way of being supportive if I say I'm scared but will come along anyway? It'll do. He lifted me on the counter and took my hand as we walked to the kitchen and into the garden. There was a little bit of light out, the twilight painting across the sky. I watched the colors change. He ducked us behind the waterfall into the cave, let go of my hand. Wait here. He came less than a second later. Close your eyes. And then Desmond told me to do something, more to the point. When I actually did it, I didn't feel like I was merely obeying. I obeyed the gardener. I obeyed Avery. Desmond was more careful of what he asked me to do. The waterfall down the music, down his movements. But after a moment, I heard music. Music that I already recognized. Sway? It was Sophia's favorite song. The one she danced to with the girls at the end of every visit. And she didn't hear the last notes without crying. Desmond took my hands and placed them on his hip. I stepped in close. Open your eyes. As an iPod and speakers safely dry portion of the floor near the hallway, he smiled at me, a little bit nervously, and placed a lopsided shrug. Dance with me? I don't. I took a deep breath and somehow a nervous smile on my lips. I don't know how to dance. That's okay. All I can do is waltz. You can waltz? Mother's charity functions. Ah! He pulled me even closer until my cheek rested in his hands and shoulders. He swayed us back and forth. He held our joined hands against his chest. There was another hand sliding small on my back. Softly, almost inaudibly at first, he was starting to sing along. I let him lead, burying my face in his shoulder to hide whatever face I was showing. There's a moment when you know suddenly everything's changed. Most people in the moment many times in their lives. I had it when I was 3, and I realized my dad wasn't like the rest of his family. I was when I was 6, and I sat on a fucking carousel as everyone walked away. I had it when I had to take a taxi to my grand's when my grand died. When Noemi poured me the first drink at the apartment. I had it when I woke up in the garden, and I got a new name that was supposed to eradicate everything I had been before. And now, in the arms of a strange, unaccountable boy, I knew even if else changed, everything was different. And I couldn't change him, convinced the trick and manipulating to contribute to freedom I've wanted for all of us. But I wouldn't be without a price. Des. I could feel his grip against my temple, yes? Right now, I could hate you a little. And then he stopped dancing. His smile faded. Why? Because you were royally fucked up. I took a slow, deep breath and thought about to say next. And because you're going to break my heart. Does this mean you love me too? My mother taught me to make sure the man always says it first. He leaned it back a little, just enough to see my face. Did she really? Yes. I don't think he could tell if I was serious or not. The song ended, rolling over something I should really have recognized. You put some space between us. Who am I saying it to? Because you may answer to Maya, but it's not who you are. I shook my head. I can't think like that. Not when I don't have any chance to be that person again. His face fell, but honestly, what did you expect? He got down on one knee, holding my hands. He smiled up at me. I love you, man. I swear I'll never hurt you. I'd believed every part of it. I didn't want to feel guilty of it, but I did. He perched his knee and I kissed him, and he got involved in kissing me back, and it overbalanced, and we both fell into a damp stone. He laughed and kept kissing me, and I knew I could never believe the rest of it. Desmond wasn't good, no matter how much he wanted to, and better than his family just wasn't enough. Every day he helped keep us here. He hurt me. I didn't recite Poe that time, in case you were wondering. No, for that I'm sure you were paying full attention, Victor agrees dryly. So, were you serious? What, me and Des? Well, yes, but more specifically, what you said about your mother. Actually, yes. He ponders that for a moment, tries to make sense of it. He fails. Still want to find out who I am and where I came from? Yes. Why? He sighs and shakes his head. Because I can't put a fake person to a stand. I'm not a fake person. I'm carefully and genuinely handcrafted. He shouldn't laugh, but he really shouldn't laugh because he does, then he can't stop. He's leaning against the table trying to at least muffle the sound. When he finally looks up, she's smiling at him, the real one this time, and she answers gratefully. The real world intrudes, doesn't it? She asks gently, and his laughter fades. Keep me honest. It hurts you to ask, and it hurts you to listen. Even when so much of you heard it before. I like you, Special Agent Victor Hanoverin. Your girls are lucky to have you. The story's almost over anyway. Then it can't hurt for a little while. The end of the summer brought a shift to the garden. Desmond had spent so much time he had become a fixture, and even though I was only one he touched, I wasn't the only one who he got to know him. Teresa liked him more when he talked to me because music crossed the boundaries of our cage and made her forget. Even just for a while. Even Bliss seemed to like Desmond, though I wouldn't stake a wager on how much that was for my sake. Gradually the girl felt comfortable with him, in a way they never felt with father or brother, because he was never going to ask anything of them. Most of them had given up hope for trying to rescue, so there wasn't even much bitterness as to why he didn't report anything, and the gardener was over the moon. The first time we talked about Des, he said his mother's very proud of him. I had thought that meant that he wasn't, but I knew better now. He was always proud of Desmond, and when faced with the girl who knew only Avery, he had to acknowledge the son who openly shared the same fascination which keeping an unwilling harem. Now that Desmond was part of the garden, his father's happiness was complete. Teresa's breakdown was the only one that summer. There was no accidents, no 21st birthdays. Nothing to force us to remember that we wouldn't have a little bit of fun. Well, except for the gardener and Avery still raping at will. And that put a damper on things. But the gardener shifted how he treated me. After Desmond and I had sex, the gardener didn't touch me that way anymore. He treated me like, well, like a house mother, I guess, or a daughter. I wasn't like Lorraine. I wasn't being exiled for his affection, but somehow he decided I was Desmond's now. With Avery, he shared. With Desmond, he gave. Fuck up, no. Just for a while, I was willing to accept without question. If I was going to have any hope of moving Desmond, it couldn't be infatuation. I needed him to truly love me and willing to fight for me. That wasn't going to happen if he was still sharing me with his father and brother. The gardener even disabled a camera in my room because Des asked him to. He said it made him feel self-conscious. His father had watched him have sex, and it couldn't be trusted not to hurt me when he loved me so dearly. Okay, I'm sure the conversation was a bit more graceful and manly than that, but Bliss said the girl's in stitches in her version of it. Desmond was still his father's son, though. Whenever I tried to walk him to the door, he politely but firmly said me away, and I couldn't see him put in the code. It would destroy my mother, he said, when I finally mentioned it. Taking direct action against the father would be complicated. I got that, but why not give us a chance to rescue ourselves? My family's name, our reputation, our company. I can't be the one to destroy that, because the name means more than a life, than all of our lives. The weekend before the fall semester started, we had a concert in the garden. Desmond brought in better speakers to set him up the cliff. It was just the evening. The gardener gave us bright colors and treats, and it was pathetic how happy we were that evening. We were still captives. We still had death sitting in the shoulders and counting down the 21st birthdays. But that night was magical anyway. Everyone laughed and danced and sang, no matter how badly the gardener and Desmond danced with us. Avery sat off to one side and sulked, because the whole thing had been Desmond's idea. After we cleaned everything up and the girls split off in their rooms for the night, Des brought the smallest speaker back to my room, and we danced, swaying the buttons as we kissed. The intimacy in Des wasn't real, any more than his father. But he didn't realize that. He never said it, but he thought I loved him too. He thought this was happiness, that this was something healthy and stable, the kind of thing you build a life around. He never missed or glossed over my frequent reminders that caged things have shorter lives. Des wanted so badly to be good, to do good, but our circumstances hadn't changed, nor were they likely to. When we finally tumbled onto bed and almost dizzy from his kisses, he couldn't stop laughing. His hands were everywhere. He followed them with his mouth, his laughter tickling my skin. Sex with Des was an intimacy. It was fun. He drove me crazy with his teasing, until I finally rolled us over and pinned him, biting my lip and sank down onto him. He groaned and rolled his hips, and then laughed, and really inappropriate song started playing. When I slapped his stomach, he sat up to kiss me dizzy again, then pushed me onto my back at the foot of the bed. This is when I saw Avery standing in the doorway and scowling as he jacked himself off. I yelped, not proud of that, and Desmond looked up to see what alarmed me. Avery, get out! I have as much right as her to you as you do, Avery growled. Get out! There's a small part of me that was about to die laughing. Fortunately, the Bartley was mostly squished by a general sense of fury and mortification. I thought of reaching for a blanket, but Avery had seen all of me before, and Desmond, well, his bits weren't exactly showing at the moment. I closed my eyes and they argued overhead, because I didn't know how Avery still had himself hand in hand while he fought with his brother, because of the laughter was threatening to win. But after entered the gardener, because of course. What the hell is going on? Avery, put that away! I opened my eyes to see Avery fastening his pants and the gardener trying to button his shirt. Oh, look, the whole family except for Eleanor, swearing under his breath. Desmond pulled away from me and handed me a dress before reaching for his pants. Sometimes it's the little things. Would you care to explain why our argument is carrying over the entire garden? The gardener demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The brothers started talking over each other, but their father cut them off with a sharp gesture. Maya! Des and I were having sex, and Avery decided to invite himself to the party. He was just standing at the door and jacking it. After wince at the crudeness, the gardener stared at the firstborn. The gardener slowly joined in appalled horror. What were you thinking? Why does he get to have her? He never helped you bring any of them in. He's never gone out with you and find them. But you give her the whole fucking bride, and now I'm not even allowed to touch her. It took a minute for the gardener to find his voice. Maya, would you please excuse us? Of course, I answered politely, because his courtesy is as much bitch of his disdain. Would you like me to leave? No, this is your room, Desmond. Join us, please. Avery, come. I stayed on the bed until I could hear the footsteps anymore. When he pulled my dress and raced down the hall to Bliss's room, she sat on the floor with a stack of clay beside her and looked like a teddy bear mascara on cookie sheets in front of her. What was the fuss? I sprawled on the bed and told her. She giggled herself into hysterics. How long do you think until he bans Avery completely? I don't know if he would ever do that, I said regretfully. Avery is hard enough to control when he's here. How much harder is it out there? We'll never find out. That's true. He handed me a ball of clay to knead. Can I ask you something personal? Personal like that. Do you love him? I almost asked which him, especially we'd just been talking about Avery. But I realized that she meant half a second before I caught myself look like an idiot. I glanced up at the winking red light of the camera and slid off the bed and we're hunted together. No. Then why are you doing all this? But do you believe a butterfly escaped? No, maybe, sort of. Wait, well, suddenly the world makes sense again. Think it'll work? I don't know, I sighed, needing a ball of clay. He's horrified of being his father's son, but he's also proud. For the first time in his life, it's easy for him to see that his father is proud of him. That still means more to him than I do. He's too scared to think right or wrong. If there ever been a garden, if you met him in the library or something, do you think you'd love him? Honestly, I don't think I know what kind of love is. I've seen it in a few others, but for myself, maybe I'm just not capable of it. I can't decide if that's sad or safe. I can't think of any reason it can't be both. The couple across the street loved each other almost a distraction. The arrival of their baby somehow made them more complete, rather than detracting them from what was between them. Rebecca, the lead hostess of the Evening Star, deeply loved her husband, who happened to be the Gulliam's nephew, and sometimes seeing them together was sweet. We all melted a little, even as we teased them, of course. Taki and Karen had it, their daughter and their wife had it, but each time I saw it, I knew there was present in something extraordinary, something that not everyone found was capable of recognizing and sustaining. And I'm not the first person to admit I'm the one fucked up individual. That's fair and honest. He took a clay from me and handed me another, and then bright fuchsia left color streaked all over my skin. We never really thank you. What? You take care of us, she said quietly, her brilliant blue eyes locked in the teddy bear's form of her hands. It's not like you're maternal or anything, because really, fuck that. But you give a tough love, and you listen that there's interference that you run with the gardener in the private room of his. That's not something we need to talk about. All right, give me the clay and go wash your hands. Bemusedly I did as she said, grabbing the fuchsia streaks over my skin. She handed me a turquoise ball of clay. This time I sat down beside her. I actually looked at all the pieces. Half the scattered teddy bear parts, head, paws, and tails were black. The other half white. Some of them were actually been assembled in uniforms. The black shades of red and white and shades of blue. Half of each color were slightly larger and uniforms were more ornate, and several of them seemed to be paired. Are you making a chess set? Nazir's 20th birthday is in a couple of weeks, and my 18th birthday is just a few weeks after that. But birthdays weren't generally celebrated in the garden. It felt a little too much like mockery, like we were celebrating how much closer we are to death. Other people got to look at birthday and say, yay, 1 year older. We met our birthdays with 1 year less. It's not a birthday gift, Charlie. It's an I'm sorry your life sucks so fucking much gift. Good gift. It's a shitty timing, he agreed, and rolled into a tiny gold clay into a rope. He pinched it in half and twirled it together. The Red King got the shoulder braid in uniform. Do you hate him just a little too? More than a little. He would be going against his family, whereas he's just going against the common decency and the law. I sighed. I held out a softened clay and handed a ball of royal blue. And I knew better than to make one of the bears. My clay creation sucked. Bliss, I guarantee you there isn't a side of this I haven't turned over in my head. It stopped making sense a long time ago if it ever did. So just go with it and see what happens. Pretty much. He's coming. Footsteps down the hall and growing louder, and a moment later Desmond walked in and dropped to the floor beside me, handing each of us an orange. Is that a chess set? Bliss rolled her eyes and didn't answer. So while she made teddy bear soldiers, I needed clay, and Desmond played with his iPod and travel speaker to continue the concert. And that orange? First and only time I ever got the peel off in a perfect spiral. Edison finally returns holding 2 bags, one containing bottles of soda and water. The other approves of the meatball subs. When he gives one to the girl, he also pulls a small plastic bag from his pocket, sets it on the table for her. He picks up the bag and stares at the contents. My little blue dragon! I talked to the scene techs. They said your room is protected by the cliff. She sits down across the river, busying herself unwrapping a sub. Out of courtesy, Victor pretends not to see his blush. They'll box everything up for you once it's released, but they went ahead and gave me that one to pass on. She opens the bag and cradles a small clay creature in her hands. One thumb nudging me over the tiny pajama-clad teddy bear tucked in the crook of his arm. Thank you, she whispers. If you've been more than forthcoming, somewhat. He smiles. Vic, the scene techs are looking into the house. They'll let us know if they find the pictures. For a time, conversation stops as they eat. The other girl has to wrap her tender hands in the napkin and hold the hot sandwich. When the meal is done, the debris is thrown away. She picks up the sad little dragon and curls her hands around it. Victor says it's his turn to be brave. What happened to Avery? What do you mean? Did his father punish him? No. They just had a long talk about respecting each other's privacy, and that the butterflies were not possessions to be passed around, but individuals to be cherished. To hear Des tell it, there was also a pretty sharp reminder that Avery wasn't allowed to touch me anyway, given the whole rebranding thing. Well, given the prior incident, and Des had never asked about the scar on my hip. If you don't ask, you don't keep your head buried in the sand. So things went back to normal, such as it was, but something had to change. Something did. Its name was Keeley. Or more properly, his name was Avery, and the victim was Keeley. I saw a lot less of Desmond once the semester started. It was a senior year, and he was carrying a full course load. And he came in the evenings and brought the textbooks so he'd study. Just like I'd help Whitney, Amber, and Noemi study once upon a time in the apartment, I helped him, without booze. Bliss helped too, but making fun of him whenever he got something wrong. Or even just not completely right. Bliss seized the opportunity to make fun of him, really. Avery's mood went from foul to worse as he watched his brothers being part of the garden. Like I said, most of the butterflies liked Desmond. He didn't ask anything of them. Well, he asked them questions and left it to them whenever they're not to answer. He asked their names sometimes, but somehow code good tradition in the garden that you only give your name as goodbye. But we told him that Simone was once a Rachel Young, the Lionette had been Cassidy Lawrence. Any one of the ones we knew couldn't be hurt by the reminder. Desmond wasn't a threat to them. Avery, on the other hand, savaged Zaria so badly during that his father banned him for a full month. When that had drugged him into a void the hissy fit to try to follow, Zara could barely walk after that, and barely part of her was bruised. Someone stayed with her at all times to help her with basic functions like showering, getting to the toilet, and eating. Lorraine was a competent enough nurse, if hardly compassionate one, but she wasn't a miracle worker. Infection had set into Zara's hip. It was either take her to the hospital or put her in glass. Do you think you can safely guess which one the gardener chose? For the first time, she told us in the morning. She said we have a full day to make her with her to make our goodbyes. I gave him a sideways look as he told me that, which is met with a lopsided smile and a kiss in the temple. Even when it's just a swift embrace and stolen whisper, you share things with each other in those moments. If you can provide Zara and the rest of you any comfort, I'd like to see that you get it. I said thank you because it seemed expected, but a part of me wondered if it's better to just have it happen all at once rather than dragging out over the day. Before he left for class, Desmond brought a wheelbarrow so we could maneuver Zara through the garden. He smiled, and when he brought it, smiled as he kissed my cheek and left for school, and Bliss swore fluently as Tezer brushed. He doesn't know, does he? She planned to speak a language out of their obscenity. He really has no clue. He knows Zara is ill. He thinks he's doing something nice. Some things don't need a translator. That afternoon, while the gardener walked with his wife in that other greenhouse, which was much closer than it seemed, Zara pushed herself up and sitting on her bed. Sweat matted her fiery orange hair. Maya, Bliss, can you wheel me around for a bit? We folded a blanket into the wheelbarrow and arranged a few pillows around her. Stabilized her hip as much as possible. It was her only broken bone, but it was decidedly the most painful. It's just a lap around the hallway, she instructed. Just looking for real estate? Bliss asked, and Zara nodded. It was something you couldn't help but wonder about. When you died, which case would you be in? I was pretty sure I knew which one the gardener had picked out for me. It was right beside Lionette, and positioned in such a way that you could see it from the cave. Bliss thought she'd be on the other side, just the three of us, hanging out forever in the fucking wall for future generations of butterflies to wonder about in fear. We walked slowly through the hall, me pushing the barrel and Bliss doing her best to stabilize the front. Zara stopped us in front of the entrance, where the scent of the honeysuckles filled the air and mixed with more chemical smell from one of the rooms we never ever saw open, like a tattoo room, Lorraine's room, and Avery's former playroom. The walls were opaque and solid, just a punch pad beside the honest-to-God door. We weren't supposed to be here, and I'd still never seen Des put in the main door code. Do you think if I asked for this one, he'd give it to me? For the honeysuckle? No, because we all avoid this part. Well then, I wouldn't be seen as much. Ask him. Worst he could do is at this point is say no. If I asked him right now to kill me, would you? I studied the empty glass case because I didn't see if it was serious or not. Zara could be cruel, mocking the other girls until they cried, but she didn't have such a sense of humor. I guess I'm not that good of a friend, I said finally. Bliss said nothing. Do you think it hurts? She says it doesn't. And you believe him? No, I sighed, leaning against the door with a plant life. I don't think he knows one way or the other. I think he wants to believe there's no pain. What do you think she'll be like? Who? The next butterfly. She craned her head back to stare at me, her brown eyes fever bright. He hasn't gone hunting for a long time, not since Teresa. He's been so happy with Desmond here that he hasn't looked for anyone else. He might not go look, she snorted. And she didn't always, though. Sometimes the girls died and he didn't go hunting. Not until someone else died. Sometimes he brought back one girl, occasionally he brought back two. Though he hadn't done that during my time here. Trying to understand why the man did anything way he did was worthless endeavor. We were still standing when Lorraine came out of the room and started dinner. He seemed startled at first, with one hand flying in the dark chestnut hair, somewhat faded and heavily streaked with silver. That she wore long and up, as the gardener preferred. Even though she never looked at her, ever commented on it, she still wore it that way. She glanced at the bandaged Zara, now pale, except for two bright blotches of red on her cheek, with an empty case. Zara's eyes frowned. Wishing you were in there, Lorraine? I don't have to put up with you, the woman retorted. I know how you can be. Physician wear the hope-fading blue eyes. You do? Yeah, magically become 30 years younger. I'm sure he'd love to kill and display you then. Lorraine sniffed and walked past us, slapping Zara's ankle on the way. The movement jarred a broken, infected hip. She bit back a scream. Bliss' eyes followed the cook nurse. I'll send Danielle to help you back. Why? Where are you? I took a second longer expression. Right. Never mind, Danielle. The grasping Zara and I jogged away. do you suppose she's doing?" she asked after a minute. "I'm not asking. I don't want to know in advance," I said fervently. "Depending on what it is, I may not want to know after the fact either." A few minutes later, not just Danielle, but very confused Marinka walked down the hall to join us. "Should I ask what Bliss is doing?" "No," we answered together. "So I shouldn't ask why she borrowed my scissors?" murmured Marinka. A hand on her throat, the ribbon usually held her tiny embroidery scissors. "Right." Danielle thought about that, accepted it, and lightly touched the edge of the wheelbarrow. "Into the garden or back to your room?" "Room," groaned Zara. "I think I need to take another painkiller." Between us, Danielle, and Marinka, I got her settled back into bed with a glass of water and a happy pill. When Bliss walked in, hands held behind her back, and immediately satisfied look in her face. "Oh God, I didn't want to know." "I have a present for you, Zaria," she announced cheerfully. Avery's head on a platter. "Clothes?" She tossed something onto a coverlet. Zaria lifted up and stared at it, then blushed out laughing. It dangled from her hand, and slowly releasing her pattern, Lorraine's braid. "Enjoy. I think I could take it with me." Danielle rubbed the ends of her hair between her fingers. "We could probably rebraid part of it into a garter for you, or braid it into your hair like extensions. A crown, definitely." Everyone who came in through the afternoon and evening had another suggestion to make, and its indication of the universal concept for Lorraine. And no one expressed any sorrow or sympathy for the cook nurse. When it was time for dinner, we all took our trays and crowded into Zara's rooms, all 20 odd of us, knee to knee on the floor and even in the shower. Edward lifted up a glass of apple juice. To Zara, who could spit seeds farther than anyone else. We all laughed, even Zara, who raised a glass of water in return of the toast. Nazaria stood next, and I think we were all a little apprehensive about that one. Nariza and Zara got along as well as Avery and Desmond. To Zara, who might be a right bitch, but she's our bitch. Zara blew her a kiss. It was sick. I don't think there's a person who doubted that. It was sick and wrong and profoundly twisted, and yet somehow it made us feel a lot better. One by one, we all stood and made a toast to Zara, some mocking, some serious, and sure to be plenty of tears to be had, even if not by me. But maybe the gardener was right. Maybe this did help. When it was my turn, I stood and lifted my glass of water. To Zara, who's leaving us too soon, who we will remember in non-creepy fashion for the rest of our lives, however short they may be, added Bliss. How fucked up that we laughed. When everyone had taken their turns, Zara raised her glass once more. To Zara, she said quietly, because when she dies, Felicity Farrington will finally rest in peace. To Zara, we all murmured together and drained our glasses. When the gardener came, it was without a dress, but with Desmond. When he smiled to see us together, "It's time, ladies." Slowly, everyone kissed Zara, gathered their trays, and filed out into the room, the gardener kissing each and every one of them on the cheek. I went into the end, perching on the side of the bed so I could take her clammy hand. Lorraine's silver streaking braid as she pinned the cornet and the double twist. "Anything I could do?" I whispered. She dug under her pillow and gave me a battered, dog-eared highlighted, and noted half a deaf copy of the Midsummer's Night Dream. "I was only into theater in school," she said softly. "When I was taken from the park, I was supposed to be meeting my friends for a rehearsal. I spent 3 years writing notes for a production I'll never do. Do you think you and Bliss could put together a reading for everyone? Just something to remember me by?" I took the book and held it against my heart. "I promise. Take care of the next girl and try not to visit me too much, okay?" "Okay." She pulled me into the tight hug and her fingers digging into my shoulders. Despite how calm she seemed, I could see her shaking. I let her hold as long as she wanted. I finally took a deep breath and pulled away. I kissed her cheek. "I only just met you, Felicity Farrington, but I love you, and I will remember you. I guess that's as much as I can ask." She half hugged. "Thank you, really and truly, for everything. You made it a lot easier than it would have been. I wish I could have done more. You do what's yours to do. The rest belongs to them." She jerked her head in the men's doorway. "I guess you will see me in a couple of days. By the honeysuckle. So we'll almost never see you at all," I agreed. Almost inaudibly. I kissed her again and walked her to the room, holding a book so tightly my knuckles popped. The gardener glanced at the braid that very obviously wasn't Zara's, then back to me. "Lorraine's been crying," he murmured. "He says Bliss attacked her. It's just hair." I looked him square in the eyes. "It isn't you or your sons. We don't have to tolerate her hurting us. I'll speak with her." He kissed my cheek and went to Zara. But Desmond held back with a puzzled, slightly worried frown. "Is there something I'm missing?" he asked me quietly. "Too much. I know you'll miss her, but we'll get her taken care of. She'll be fine." "Don't. Maya. No, you don't know. You should. You've seen enough. Well, I do know. You don't get to tell me she'll be fine. Right now, you don't get to tell me anything. Avery is the gardener's firstborn, but in the ways that matter, Desmond was his heir. And before long, we find out just how much his father said he was." I looked back at Zara, but the gardener was in the way. Ignoring Desmond's hurt gaze, I walked away. Returning my tray to the kitchen and taking a spiteful glee in Lorraine's sniffles and her mere inch of half of ragged hair, I declined an offer of several of the girls to join them and went back to my room alone. After maybe half an hour, the walls came down. Zara was too injured for a final tryst. After all, Desmond was here with them. I curled up in my bed and play with the play, read all the notes in the margins, and got to know Felicity Farrington a little. Around 3 in the morning, the wall had blocked me from the hallway lifted. Only that wall, the ones on the other side, I looked at the display cases, and, if you squinted, into Marika's and Izara's rooms stayed in place. They had been there for weeks, and with strange breed of lovely and did not see dead bodies every time I opened my eyes. I closed on my finger, steeling myself to see the gardener in the doorway, one hand on his belt and his eyes full of excitement. But it was Desmond. His pale green eyes, haunted and bruised the way he hadn't seen in months. He clutched a glass wall to keep himself standing, his knees buckling and swaying with every attempt to support his weight. I closed the book properly, slid it onto a shelf, and sat up on the bed. He took a few wobbly steps into the room and fell hard on his knees. He buried his face in my hands and flinched violently, starting his hands like they'd somehow been separate from the rest of him. A sickly, sour chemical smell wafted around him, the same scent I noticed any time I was near the honeysuckles in the front door. His entire body shook as it doubled over, pressing the forehead against the cool metal floor. Almost 10 minutes passed before he said a word, and even this his voice is hoarse and broken. He promised he would take care of her. He did, but he put her out of pain and prevented her from decay, I said neutrally. Murdered her. Not entirely his father's son, then. I pulled off my clothing and knelt down in front of him, unbuttoning his shirt. He gave me a sick look and batted his hands away. I'm putting you in the shower. You reek. Formaldehyde, he uttered. This time he let me undress him, and stumbled along behind me as I pulled him across the room to sit in the shower. A twist of my wrist sent warm water pouring over him. There was nothing sexual about what happened next. It was like bathing Sophia's girls when they're half asleep. When I told him to lean forward and lift his arm or close his eyes, he obeyed, but numbly, like he didn't exactly make sense. My shampoo and body wash were both fruity as hell, but I washed him head to toe until the only remaining chemical smell was his clothing. I draped him in towels and used one of his shoes to pull his clothing into the hallway. They returned to dry both of us off. I had to keep wiping his face, unseen in the shower. A constant stream of tears ran down his cheeks. He ejected something to make her sleep, he whispered. I thought that we were going to carry her out of the car, but he opened the room I'd never seen before. He shut erect his body. Once she fell asleep, we put her in the orange-yellow dress and laid her out on the embalming table, and then he hooked up. Please don't tell me, I said quietly. No, I have to, because he's going to do that to you someday, isn't he? That's how he keeps you, by embalming you while you're still alive. Another shudder, a sob fractured his voice, but he continued. He stood there, explaining all the steps to me, so I could do it on my own someday, he said. Love was more than just pleasure, he said. He had to be willing to do hard things to do. He said, come on, you're still shivering. He let me lead him into the bed and pull the covers over him, and I sat beside him, atop a blanket, hands in my lap. He said if I really loved you, I wouldn't let any hand other than my own take care of you, Des. He showed me some of the others. I thought he just left them back on the streets. I didn't realize. He broke down completely, weeping in intensity, and damn near shook the bed. I rubbed circles of the back as he choked on sobs, unable to give him comfort than that because he didn't know the full truth. Zara had a bone infection, and he thought all the broken people killed themselves or let themselves go completely, that they died. He didn't know about attitudes and ages. In that moment, when he was so close to broken himself, I couldn't bring myself to tell him. I couldn't use him broken. I needed him brave. I didn't think he ever would be. He picked out her case, he managed a few minutes later. He made me carry her there, showed me how to pose her, how to close the glass completely, to pour resin in. Before he closed the glass, he kissed her goodbye. He gave her a jerky nod, hiccuping before force of his sobs. He told her he loved her. As he understands it, he does. How can you even stand to be around me? Sometimes I can, I admitted. I keep telling myself that you don't know the whole of it, and that you're ignorant of so much that your father and brother do, and some days, that's the only way I can even look at you. But you, please tell me. But you're a coward, I sighed. You know that keeping us here is wrong, but you know it's against the law, and you know he rapes us, and now he knows he kills us. And some of these girls might even have families looking for them. You know this is wrong, but you don't report it. You said you were going to learn how to be braver for me, but you haven't. And I honestly don't know if you can. Finding out about this, having it all come out, it would kill my mother, I shrugged. Give it enough time and it'll kill me too. Cowardice may be your natural state, but it's still a choice. Every day you know about the garden. Don't call the police or let us go. You're making the same choice again and again. It is what it is, Desmond. You're just not going to pretend anymore. He stared, weeping again. And maybe it was weeping still, all massive shock that compounding past his ability to bear it. He spent the rest of the dark morning lying slightly on my bed, and then sunlight came in the garden. He gathered up his formaldehyde-scented clothing and walked away. He didn't talk to me for weeks, and only came in the garden once, to see Zara, after the resin solidified and the wall came away from her case. All the walls lifted again, and the reality had blurred over the summer crashed out before the resounding force. We were butterflies, and our short lives would end in glass. Wait, I thought you said things changed with Keeley, Edison says. Oh, it did. I did, yes, I'm getting there. Oh? He rubs her thumbs against the blue dragon's neck. and keeps a deep breath. Keeley arrived 4 days ago. It took time to keep my promise to Zara. The gardener agreed to let us a full set of A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I told him that it was for, but he wanted the affair done right. He ordered up all sorts of costumes and gave Bliss blocks of clays that weighed as much as she did make us flower clowns. He assisted parts and coached girls to the language. Some of them had to read a play or two in English, but most didn't have much in the way of real exposure. I'd lived for almost 2 years with Noemi, who walked around with apartment in her underwear, reading around soliloquies, and she brushed her teeth. Yes, brushed her teeth, which for that very reason took for fucking ever. When the evening arrived, the gardener had Lorraine arrange a feast in the garden itself, spread both sides of the little stream. We made these strange chairs somewhere between ottoman and beanbag, all in bright colors, and each of us had semi-sheer silk gowns, and beautiful colors that for once had nothing to do with the wings inked on our backs. I was reading that Helena and Gardner had given me a gown of forest moss greens, and a single layer of deep rose. That was the color Bliss matched for my crown of clay roses. That most of us wore our hair down under the crowns, simply because that one night we could. There was sharp edge in the laughter we all prepared. We were doing this for Zara, but the gardener had made it into a fancy, even knowing our reason for it. I'm sure he was convinced that it was measure of how happy we were under his living care as we wanted to put on entertainment for him. That man had an astonishing talent for seeing what he wanted to see. He hadn't even noticed that Lorena brought the wig so she could still seem to have long, well-maintained hair for him and want to play with the sick bitch. He persuaded Desmond to attend. He was thrown, I think, by his son's reaction to Zara's death. Des was his father's son, but he didn't have to be perspective. Desmond couldn't see it as anything but murder. Yet, it didn't push him into action. At the end of the first week of silence and absence from his son, the gardener came to my room before breakfast. Desmond seems very out of sorts, he announced as soon as marginally awake. Did you two argue? I yawned. He's having trouble processing what's happening to Zara. But Zara's fine. She's out of pain. He honestly seemed confused. When you said you were going to take care of her, you thought you meant take her to a hospital. That'd have been foolish. There would have been questions asked. All I'm doing is translating. Yes, of course. Thank you, Maya. I'm sure there are a number of father-son conversations in the intervening weeks to which I wasn't privy. But Desmond showed up for the reading. It didn't look like he slept for shit. He must have had a presentation in class that day because he was wearing a dress shirt and a tie and khakis. Granted, the shirt was open as the collar, the tie loose, and the sleeves rolled back. It was still dressier than usual. I was somewhat disgusted with myself for the fleeting thought that the seafoam green shirt looked really good with his eyes. It was a hard time looking directly at any of us, especially me. I told Bliss the gist of our last discussion over the night, making fake chocolate chip cookies with which to trick Lorraine. He shrugged and said I was kinder than she would have been. Seeing as the clay cookies were her idea, I didn't argue. The reading started really well, until Zara's notes. I've never paid much attention to the words. Once you hear to be or not to be. Mango by toothpaste. It gets a little hard to care. But this is really funny play, and we amped it up whenever we could. Bliss played Hermia, and during one of the scenes we argued, she actually pounced on me across the stream, starting a belly laugh from the gardener. In the middle of one of Marenka's speeches as Puck, the front door slammed open the frame. Avery, a tiny bundle over one shoulder. Marenka stopped, looked at me, and her eyes wide within her mask of white peacock. I stood and went to her side, watching Avery jog into the garden. After a moment, the gardener and Desmond stood beside us. I brought us a new one, Avery announced. His face wreathed with smiles. He shrugged off his burden, letting it drop to sand. I found her. I got her. Look, father, see what I found for us? The gardener was too busy with staring at his older son, so I knelt down and twitched beside the wrapped blanket and shaking hands. A few girls screamed, "Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fucking shit." The girl inside wasn't even hit puberty yet. Blood crusted one side of her face and streaks at her temple. The fair skin was already starting to bruise, and the other bruises, scratches, impressions she could have been through tears, clothing. As they pulled away the rest of the blanket, more blood soaked her thighs and fabric around it. Shit. Her underwear was covered in pink and purple cursive Saturdays, and the kind of thing you don't know they don't make in big girl sizes. A really inappropriate part of my brain noted that it was only Thursday. She was small, with gangly limbs and impression of growth. Like suddenly she'd shoot up, pretty in preteen kind of way. With a ruined ponytail and almost up copper hair, very, very young. I wrapped the blanket back around her, hide the blood, and hold her close, utterly speechless. Avery, whispered the shocked gardener. What the hell have you done? I absolutely did not want to be a part of that conversation. Danielle helped me stand the girl with my arm, supporting her head. Bliss, your dress with the back. Can we have that? She nodded and raced away to her room. Danielle and I walked quickly into my room, where we stripped the new girl. Threw her ruined clothing in the laundry chute, watched her, and I watched the blood from her thighs gently squirt more water into her flushed fluids and bits of torn tissue. Danielle was busy retching into the toilet. She came back, wiping shaping hand across her face. She doesn't even have any hair down there yet, she whispered. No hair on her crotch or underarms, no breasts, no hips. It was definitely still a child. Danielle held her up so I could wash her hair. By then, Bliss was there with her dress. Only thing that was likely to fit her to keep her fully covered. Even it was a bit loose, so we got her dried off, clothed, and tucked into my bed. But now that she's here, do you think... Not even Bliss could finish that thought. I shook my head, inspecting the girl's hand where the several nails had torn short. She must have thought, they're not touching her. Maya, they're not touching her. A pained bellow ripped through the garden and we flinched. But it wasn't a female, so we didn't move. Other girls fled the sound, crowding into my room, until I finally told most of them to leave. I had no idea when the child was going to wake up. She was going to be terrified and in pain and really didn't have 20-something people staring at her. Only Danielle and Bliss stayed. Danielle kept herself behind the girl so her face wouldn't have seen it right away. Except for a bookshelf on my right wall didn't entirely hide Lionette. Bliss tugged the curtain from my toilet as far as she could go, lifting the bottom and tucking it between several of the books and anchoring it. If you knew something was there, you could still see her hair, the curve of her spine, but not a casual glance. And we waited. Bliss made a quick errand of fresh bottles of water, as well as bullying a few aspirin out of the cowed Lorraine. Aspirin wasn't going to do much for the long run, but it was great against headaches and from the drugs, but that wasn't what she had. But it was something anyway. And the gardener appeared in my doorway. She glanced at the wall and the arrangement of curtain, then the girl on the bed, and nodded, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a small control, and after a minute of fiddling with it, the walls came down on either side, leaving the front open. How is she? Unconscious, I said shortly. She's been raped, and she's been hit very hard on the head, and she'll have a world of other hurts. Was there anything to show her name, or where she came from? No. I gave her hand to Bliss, and I could walk in the room, standing right in the pale, suddenly worn-looking man. No one touches her. Maya. No one touches her. No wings, no sex, nothing. She is a child. To my shock, he actually nodded. I'm giving her to your care. Daniel cleared her throat. Sir? She isn't actually woken up yet. Shouldn't we be taken anywhere? Left at the hospital or something? She wouldn't know anything. I can't trust that she didn't see Avery, he said angrily. She has to stay. Daniel bit her lip and looked away, her hand stroking the girl's hair. I think it's the best you leave, I told him evenly. We don't know when she's going to wake up. It could be best not to have any males present. Of course, yes. You tell me if she needs anything. She needs her mother and her virginity, snapped Bliss. She needs to be safely at home. Bliss. She snorted, but fell silent at the warning tone. You'll tell me, he said again, and I nodded. I didn't bother to watch him leave. He was gone long before Desmond came, that bruised even stronger in his eyes. Will she be all right? No, I said stiffly, but I think she'll live. What? That yell. Father canned Avery. Yes, because that will make her feel so much better, Bliss snarled. Go fuck yourself. What did he do to her? What do you think he did to her? Shook her hand? Desmond. I didn't continue until he was finally looking at me, meeting my eye. This is what your brother is. This is what all three of you do. So right now you need to not be here. I know you're full of self-pity and loathing right now, but I will not have any males around this child. You need to go. I'm not the one who hurt her. Yes, you are, snapped. You could have prevented this. If you just gone to the police or let any of us go so we could go to the police, everyone would have been free to kidnap her or savage her or rape her. Bring her here, all happen again and again and again until she's dead too young. You allowed this to happen, Desmond. Actively allowed it. So yes, you are the one who hurt her. If you're going to do anything to help her, you need to get the hell away from her. He stared at me, his face pale and shocked, when he turned and walked away. How could a child be worth less than a name? How could all our lives be worth less than a reputation? Bliss looked after him, then reached out and touched my hand. Do you think he'll come back? I don't care. And when mostly true, I was even tired in a way that went deeper into my bones. I simply did not have the energy to think of Desmond's continued unuselessness. The girl finally regained consciousness around 2 in the morning, groaning as she started to feel various aches and pains. I sat in bed and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Keep your eyes closed, I said, softly, pitching the voice low and comforting as Lionette had taught me to. I pretty much never done it before, but this girl needed me softer to her, fiercer for her. Sophia, I thought, would have recognized that distinction. I'm going to put a damp cloth over your face to help take away from that pain. Danielle wrung a washcloth and handed it to me. Where? What? We'll get to that bit, I promise. Can you swallow pills? She started crying. Please don't drug me. I'll be good. I promise. I won't fight anymore. It's aspirin, nothing more. I promise you that. It's only help a pain a little. She will She let me sit her up enough to put the pills in her tongue and drink some water. Who are you? My name is Maya, but I'm taken by some people who took you. But I'm not going to let them hurt you anymore. They won't be able to touch you. I want to go home. I know, I whispered, adjusting the cloth of her eyes. I know you do. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be blind anymore. Please let me see. I shielded her eyes and slid her away the cloth, watching her blink against the much light. Her eyes were different colors, one blue and one gray. The blue had two freckles and iris. I angled my hand to see if my face without staring directly into overhead light. Better? I hurt, she whimpered. Tears spilled over the corner of her eyes and hair. I know you do, sweetheart, I know. She rolled over and pressed her face into my lap, her skinny arms wrapping around my lips. I want my mom. I know, sweetheart. I curled her over, my hair spilling at her, and any kind of shield. I felt her tightly as I could without causing pain. I'm sorry. Sophia's Jilly would have 11 by now. This girl seemed about the same age, maybe a year older, but thinking of Jilly hurt just then. The child looked so young, that fragile, so broken. I didn't want to think of bold little Jilly like that. She cried herself back to sleep, and then when she woke up a few hours later, Briss brought us all fruit. Lorraine didn't make breakfast. She whispered to me and Danielle. She'd been sitting in the kitchen staring at the wall all night, according to Zulema and Wilna. I nodded and took one of the bananas, taking my seat next to the child. Here, you must be hungry. Not really, she said miserably. Part of that is shock, but you try to eat anyway. The potassium will help your muscles, help them not be so tight and painful. She gave a quivering sigh and took the banana and bit into it. This is Bliss, I said, pointing at my tiny friend. And this is Danielle. Can you tell us your name? Keely Rudolph, she answered. I live in Sharpsburg, Maryland. Forever and a half ago, Gullion would have made something about Maryland. Keely, do you think you will be brave for me? Tears wept in her eyes, but God love her, she nodded. Keely, this place is called the Garden. There's a man and his two sons to keep us here. They make sure we have food and clothing, and we have what we need. But they don't let us go. I'm so sorry that you were kidnapped and brought here, but I can change that. I can't promise that you'll ever see your home or family again. She sniffled, and I slid my arm under her shoulders, hugging her against my side. I know it's hard, but I'm not saying that. I really do know. But I promise that I'll take care of you. I won't let them hurt you. Those two of us who kept here are kind of a family. We argue from time to time, but we don't really like each other. But we're family, and family looks out for each other. Bliss gave me a crooked smile, even though she didn't know much. She knew that wasn't how I'd been raised. But I'd gotten a taste of that in the apartments. I learned the best of it here, and we're a fucked up family, but that family nonetheless. Keely looked at Danielle and shrank against me. Why does he have a tattoo on her face? She whispered. Danielle knelt down in front of the bed, taking both Keely's hands in hers. There's another thing you have to be brave for, she said gently. Do you want to hear it now, or do you want to wait for a little bit? Biting her lip, the child gave me an uncertain look. It's your choice, I told her. Now or later, you can choose. If it makes it easier, I promise that it's not going to happen to you. With a deep, shaky breath, she nodded. Now then. Man who keeps us, we call him the gardener, Danielle said simply. He likes to think of us as butterflies in his garden, and he tattoos wings on our back to help him pretend. When I was first brought here, I thought if I made him like me more than anyone else, he'd let me go and I could go home. I was wrong, but I didn't learn that quickly enough, and he did the wings on my face to show others that he thought I was happy with what he did. He looked at my face. You have wings too? On my back, yes. Her eyes flickered over to Bliss, who nodded. But you won't let him do that to me? I won't let him touch you at all. He took her out in the garden in the early afternoon. Bliss going ahead of us and warned the other girls. Normally, most of the others stayed away from the new girl until she was settled. Keely was different. Singly or in pairs and non-threateningly as possible, every girl at Servat came to say hello, to introduce herself, and maybe just importantly, to promise that they'd help protect her. I was okay with Servat absenting herself from that. Marinka knelt down and let Keely trace the white browns and blacks of the wings on her face as if she was scared anymore. I'm going to move my things so you'll be right next to Maya, he told her. That way, if you get scared and don't want to be alone, you won't have to worry about getting lost. You'll be right next to her. Thank you, she managed. Lorraine roused herself up and put together the cold lunch for us. Though she was crying the entire time, I want to believe that maybe she realized that the gardener was. She was horrified that the child so young had been taken, and then was mortified over how she'd been mooning and jealous of dead girls. I really wanted to believe the little good of her. I didn't, though. I didn't know why she was so shocked and upset, but I didn't think of anyone's situation but hers. Maybe buying a wig, or more likely, Bliss not getting in trouble for the attack, maybe made her realize that the gardener was never going to love her again. We took lunches up to the cliff, where the sun was warm and the space around us open. Keely still didn't have much of an appetite, but she ate to humor us. When she saw Desmond walk up the path and she bared herself against me, Bliss and Danielle moved in close, as well protecting her on all sides. Desmond wasn't a threat, but he was a male. I understood the impulse. He stopped a safe distances away, kneeling down on the rock, spreading his arms wide. I'm not gonna hurt you, he said quietly. I'm not gonna touch you, or even come any closer than this. I shook my head. Why are you here? To ask her name and where she came from, and so I could do what's right. I started to scoot off the rock, but Keely's arms tightened around my waist. It's okay, I whispered, hugging her close. I'm just gonna go talk to him. You can stay right here with Bliss and Danielle. What if he hurts you? She whimpered. He won't. This one doesn't. I'll be right back. You'll see me the whole time. She slowly released to transfer her grip to Danielle. Bliss was soft and curvy, but she was not cuddly. I walked past Desmond to the very edge of the cliff, and after a moment he followed me. He stood a foot away, shoving his hands in his pockets. What are you doing? That's right, he answered. I'm calling the police, and I need to know her name. There's got to be an Amber Alert out for her. Why now? We've chosen the gardener for 6 months now. How old is she? I glanced back over my shoulder. She and her friends were hanging out at the mall to celebrate her 12th birthday. She swore and studied his feet, the toes in his shoes a little over the edge of the rock. I've been trying so hard to convince myself that my father is telling me the truth, that even if you're not here by choice, you at least came from something to rescue her from. And still, in the face of a 12-year-old girl, he was deluding himself. The streets may be for bad families, he continued. Something that was made this a little bit better, but I can't. I know this is Avery who took her, not father. So this has to stop. You're right. I am a coward. I'm selfish because I don't want to hurt my family, and I don't want to go to jail. But that girl is. He stopped, bending the force of the words and tangle emotion behind him. I kept telling myself I needed to learn to be braver, and Jesus, what a stupid thing to think. You don't learn to be brave. You just have to do what's right. And if it scares you, I'm going to call the police with as many names as I'm going to tell them about the garden. You're really calling? I asked. He flashed me an angry look. Yes, I'm asking. Because can't go and tell that girl that help is on the way if you're going to back out or bury your head back in the sand. Are you really doing this? He took a deep breath. Yes, I'm really doing this. I reached out and lightly touched his cheek to bring his eyes to mine. Her name is Keely Rudolph, and she lives in Sharpsburg. Thank you. He turned to walk away and then stopped, walked back and pulled me into a searing kiss, and then walked away without another word. I returned to the rock. We need to stay in my room for the rest of today, I told the girls. Go ahead without me. I'm just going to tell everyone else. Do you really think she's going to do it? Bliss asked. I think he's really going to try, and God help him if he doesn't work. Go, quickly. It was the ultimate game of hide and seek, tracking down each girl, telling her to stay in her room. I didn't care if they were in our rooms, just that they were out of the garden proper. Just as soon as the gardener learned about the calls and the walls were coming down, I didn't even want to think about what would happen to any girl found outside of them. Every word of the whispered because it didn't know how strong the mics were, and didn't know if the gardener already heard of was son intended. I found Eleni and Azora in the cave, Teresa in the music room, Marinka in the room would no longer be hers, and Ravina and Naziri helping her pack all their embroidery stuff. Wilna and Zulma were in the kitchen, watching Lorraine cry hard enough to set her wig askew. Pia was a pond studying the sensors of the water level. By one, I found them and passed the news along, and they walked quickly away. Servat was the last one I found, her entire front pressed against the glass of Zara's display case. Intricate black and white, orange yellow with the wings of a pearl crescent filled her back, and her eyes were closed and stood motionless. Servat, what the fuck are you doing? She opened her eye and looked at me, trying to imagine what it's like in there. Seeing that she's dead, I don't think she can help you with that. She doesn't know either. Can you smell it? The honeysuckle? She took her head and backed away with the glass. The formaldehyde. My biology teacher used to preserve specimens for dissection. They must have a ton of it in that room, because the smell is so strong here. It was where he prepares for us in cases, I sighed. Servat, we need to stay in the room. The shit's hitting the fan. Because of Keely and Desmond. She touched the locked door, protecting it by a locked code. We always had to be really careful for formaldehyde. Even diluted alcohol was not always stable. I never felt bad for not getting close to Servat. She's a strange duck. But she let me pull her away and toss her into her room. I ran back up into a cliff and one of the trees and tried to see if anything was going on. But I couldn't see the house, much less the front property. The gardener had plenty of money and plenty of space. Bad combination when it comes to psychopathic tendencies. A light flickers violently and hurled himself over the edge of the cliff, scraping the banging as I clambered around through the rough holds and through the waterfall and left my room before the walls came down. Bliss handed me a towel. It occurs to me, half an hour too late, that we might been better off all getting together in one place at the garden. If Desmond calls the cops and we're in the inner greenhouse, they insist on checking it out, right? If we're out here, they'd see us. Believe it or not, I thought of that. I stripped away my soaked dress and pulled the dress I'd been given Desmond's arrival, the one with the back. I wasn't one of the gardener's favorites because it obscured the wings, but at the moment I didn't care. I just wanted to be running, to be fighting, doing almost anything but sit in that tiny room and wait. If he's able to talk the police out of investigation, or if he was able to convince Desmond not to make the call, what do you suppose he'll do with nobody who disobeyed the room call? Damn it. Bliss, I'm scared, I whispered. I sank down in the bed and watched Keeley's hand. He took it and curled it into me, seeking comfort. I hate not being able to hear anything. Marinka and I once experimented with shrieking at the top of our lungs during a maintenance session. Our rooms were right next to each other, and we couldn't hear a thing, even when the vents closed and the walls came down. Hours passed before the walls went up. We stayed in our rooms first, too scared to move. We all hated sitting still. We wouldn't stand it anymore. Walked out in the garden and see how our world had changed. Maybe finally it was for the better. Was it? Edison asked when it was clear she was not going to continue. No. Part 3. Or 3. Inara rubs her thumbs against the sad little dragon, one of her scabs sketching through the brow ridge, tearing away. Victor trades a look at the partner. Grab the coat, he says, pushing back on the table. What? We're going to take a little ride. We're doing what? Edison mutters. The girl doesn't ask any questions, simply takes his jacket, shrugs into it. The little blue dragon stays in one hand. He leads them down into a garage, opening the front passenger door for the girl. He looks at the car for a moment, her mouth crooked, an expression that he can't really call a smile. Something wrong? Except for coming here in the hospital and presumably from New York or Garden. I haven't been in a car since the taxi to my grand's. Well, then you'll understand if I don't offer to let you drive. Her lips twitch. An easy laughter and comfortable atmosphere they'd finally achieved the room is gone. A vanish in the face of what they've been working toward all along. Is there a reason I have to sit in the back? Edison complains. Would you like me to invent one? Fine, but I get to pick music. No. The girl arches an eyebrow and Victor grimaces. He likes country. Don't let him pick. Please don't let him pick, she says pleasantly as she slides in the seat. Chuckling, he waits for her legs to clear before he closes the door. Where are you going on our little field trip? Edison asks as the men cross to the other side of the car. First stop is coffee, and then we're going to the hospital, so she can check on the girls? That too. Rolling his eyes, Edison lets go and settles into the back seat. When they arrive at the hospital, coffee in hand, tea for Nara, the entire building is surrounded with news vans and gawkers. Part of them that was known to do their job for too long wonders if every parent who's ever lost a girl between 16 and 18 is out there with a candle and blown up picture, hoping for the best, or maybe even hoping for the worst so long as the nightmare is not knowing is finally over. Some stare at the cell phones waiting for a call that, or many will never come. Are the rooms blocked off for the girls? She asked, angling her face away from the passenger window and letting her hair fall forward to hide her further. Yes, with the guards at the door. She squints ahead of the emergency entrance to see if they can get away with bringing her through there. Before ambulances still the bay and the flurry of activity around them. I can walk past a few reporters if I need to. They can't honestly expect me to talk about it. Did you ever watch the news in the city? We caught it every now and then with Takis at Takis and when we were getting food, she answers with a shrug. We didn't have a TV, and most of the people who hung out with only had their sets hooked into game platforms or DVD players. Why? Because they do expect you to talk about it, even when they know you're not allowed to. But they will shove their microphones in your face and ask you personal questions with no sensitivity, and they'll share your answers with anyone who cares to listen. So, they're like the FBI. First Hitler, now reporters, Edison says. I'm thrilled you have such a high opinion of us. I clearly don't know enough about reporters to find them offensive, so I don't know it's too terrible. If you don't mind wadding through them, we can head in, Victor says. Before either of them had anything else, he parks her car and walks around the open of her door. If they're going to be yelling, he cautions her, they'll be loud and in your face, and there will be cameras flashing everywhere. There will be parents asking questions about the girls, wanting to know if you've seen them. And there will be people insulting you. Insulting me? There's always some people who feel that the victim must have deserved it, he explains. They're idiots, but they're often vocal. Of course, you don't deserve it. No one deserves to get kidnapped or raped or murdered. But they all say it anyway because they believe it is because they want a few seconds of attention. And because we protect free speech, we can't do anything about it. I guess I grew so used to the horrors of the garden, I forgot how awful outside could be. He'd give anything to tell her that it wasn't true. But it is, so he says silent. They walk out to the garage in the main entrance, the agent flanking the girl protectively, and the lights and sounds rise in fever pitch. The girl ignores them with a grave dignity, staring straight ahead, refusing to even listen to the questions, much less answer them. There are barricades to keep everyone back from the path of the hospital, with the local police manning them. There are almost doors, and an unenterprising woman crawls under the barricade between the officer's legs, her microphone cord trailing behind her. What is your name? Are you one of the victims? She demands, waving her mic in front of her. The girl doesn't answer. She doesn't even look at her. Victor signals for the officer to take the woman away. With a tragedy such as this, you owe the public a full story. Her thumb still rubs thoughtfully against the little blue dragon, as she turns to look at the reporter who struggles against the officer's grip on her arms. I think you actually knew anything about the case you were planning to report, she says softly. You had better sense than to suggest I owe anyone a thing. He nods to the officer and resumes her progress to the sliding doors. Cries follow her. Those closest to the door asking the missing girls, but everything fades, the dull roar, and the door shut behind them. Edison finally grins at the girl. I was expecting you to tell her to fuck off. I thought about it, she admits, and I remember that you two are likely to be in the frame. I didn't want to head over his mother to wash her ears out hearing such filthy language. Yeah, come on, children. For the hospital, there's significant police presence, even in the main lobby. FBI, local police, representatives of other police departments, child services, all of them talking on the phones and clicking away on laptops or tablets. Those not tied onto the technology are dealing with something far more difficult, the families. As Edson drops their empty cups into the bin in the doors, Victor waves the third member of their team. She's beside a couple in the mid-30s. Ramirez nods and doesn't take her arm around his shoulders, asks the woman next to her. Inara, this is Agent Ramirez, Inara finishes for them. We've met before I was taken away. She promised to keep the doctors from being assholes. Victor winces. Ramirez smiles. Overbearing, she corrects. I promised to try to keep them from being overbearing. Though, I think they were Maya then. Am, she shakes her head. It's complicated. These are Keely's parents, says Ramira, gesturing to the couple. She keeps asking for you, says Keely's father. She keeps asking for you, says Keely's father. He's pale and red-eyed, but offers a hand to shake. He holds up her burned, gashed hands in silent apology. I understand you helped protect her once she was there. I tried, she edges. But not that she's lucky to have been there, but it's fortunate she wasn't there long. We were going to have her moved to a private room, his wife adds through a sniffle. She clutches a Hello Kitty backpack and a handful of tissues. She's so young, and the questions the doctors are asking are so personal. She trails off into tissues, and her husband picks up a thread. She panicked. Said if she wouldn't have you, she'd want to stay with Danielle and Bliss. Yes, I don't understand why she would. It's an awful lot to take in, Inara tells him gently. It's frightening. Keely wasn't there long, but for a couple of days. She wasn't alone. The three of us were the entire time, and often some of the other girls as well. It's comforting with the people who know exactly what they've gone through. It'll get better. She glances down at the dragon in her hand. It's not that she's not over the moon to see you. She is. She's missed you terribly, but being alone in the room right now is likely to cause her panic. Just be patient with her. Why did they do to our little girl? She'll tell you what she can. Just be patient with her, she repeats. And I'm sorry, I know I must have a million questions and concerns, but I really need to go check on the others, including Keely. Right, of course. Keely's father clears his throat several times. Thank you for helping her. His wife stands and embraces the startled girl, who throws a wary look in the grinning Victor. When he makes no move to help, she grimaces and gently pulls away from the woman's arms. How many other parents are there? She mutters when they walk away. About half of the survivors, with a few more on the way, Ramirez answers. Jogging to catch up with them in the elevators. They haven't notified any of the parents of the dead girls yet. They want to be absolutely sure it's them. That would be good, yes. Agent Ramirez calls a strident voice, followed by swift clicks of heels on tile. Victor groans, and they are close to passing unnoticed. But he turns, along with his partners, to face the approaching woman, and Nara just keeps looking at the screen above the elevator, watching the numbers descend. Senator Kingsley is an elegant woman in her 50s. Her black hair arranged in her face to give an impression of softness that her severe expression counteracts. She still looks fresh despite having been at the hospital since last night. Her crisp red suit striking against her dark skin, the small American flag pin on her lapel nearly drowned the color. Is this her then? She demands, stopping in front of them. Is this the girl you've been hiding? We've been interviewing her, Senator, not hiding her, Victor says mildly. He reaches out to grip Inara's shoulders, gently but firmly turning her around. Inara's eyes flick over the woman. She musters a smile so obviously fake it makes him wince. You must be Ravina's mother. Her name, the senator says tightly, is Patrice. It is, Inara agrees, and that will be. Right now, it's still Ravina. Outside isn't real yet. And what the hell does that mean? The smile disappears. Inara's thumb rubs against the sad dragon. After a moment, she straightens to look in the woman's eyes. It means you're too real for her to handle yet. The past 2 days have been too much. She's spent so long living someone else's terrible fantasy that we don't know how to be real anymore. It'll come in time, but your real is very... She glances at the knot of aides and staff members hovering a respectful distance away. Very public, she says finally. If you could get rid of the entourage, maybe it'll be easy for her. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this. Isn't that the FBI's job? The senator stares at her. She's my daughter. I'm not going to sit by and watch like every other parent. Victor winces again. You stand for the law, Senator. Sometimes that means standing back and let it work. The senator spins... Edison pins and hits the call button for the elevator again. Victor can see his shoulders shaking, but Inara isn't done yet. Sometimes it means being mother or senator, not both. I think she'd like to see her mother, but with what she's been through, the adjustments she'll have to make. I don't think she can handle a senator. Now, if you'll please excuse us, we need to check in on Ravina and the others. The elevator dings and steps through the room as the door opens. Ramirez and Edison joins her. Victor waves him up. The senator may be speechless for a moment, but that never seems to last long, and it doesn't. I've been informed that the woman, Lorraine, was complicit in what she's done to my daughter. I promise you, Agent, if I hear of your slightest hint of that girl as part of this, I will bring the full weight. Senator, let us do our jobs. If you want to know what happened to your daughter, if you want to get the truth, you have to let us do our job. She reaches and touches her elbow. I have a daughter only a little younger than Patrice. I promise you, this is something I'd take lightly. You're an incredibly strong young woman who have been through hell, and I'll honor them by giving them my best. But you have to take a step away. Could you? She asked shrewdly. I hope I never find out. God help you, Agent, if this blows up in your face. Victor watches her walk away and then hits the up button. As he waits for the elevator, he can see the rejoinder knot of people, giving orders and asking questions. Their younger staff members scrambling to respond. The older ones are steadier, less overwhelmed. He rides up the fourth floor and steps out in the noticeable hush. So different from the cramped and frantic lobby. The others have waited for him, the cluster of doctors and nurses, and talk about the nurses' station. But the presence of the armed guards at the doors keep the volume down. One of the nurses waves at Ramirez. Need to talk to the girls again? We have someone who else needs to see them. He points at the girl, and the nurse follows her gesture, easy smile. Ah, yes, I remember you. How are your hands doing? She holds them up for the nurse's inspection. The stitches are clean, and there's no swelling, she murmurs. That's a good thing. Are you picking the scabs for small wounds? A little. Well, don't do it anymore. We want these to heal. Get some bandages on these, just in case. Within minutes, her hands are once again wrapped in gauze and carefully taped around fingers that allow her mobility. As long as the nurse is stationary anyway, she does a quick check of the smaller injuries on her side and arm. You look good, sweetie, the woman concludes, one hand on her shoulder. Agent, you can take her now. The girl salutes, making the nurse wave her off with a smile. As they come to the first of the doors, Inara takes a slow breath, pulling the little blue dragon out of the comfort. I can guess the dynamic is going to be, she confesses. Victor pats her shoulder. Go and find out. The local officer standing guard awkwardly shifts his weight. They're all 2 doors down. All? Edison asked sharply. They insisted. They being traumatized young women. Yes, sir. He pulls off the hat, scratches his flyaway blonde hair. One of them taught me a few phrases I've never even heard on a drug bus. Probably Bliss, murmurs the girl. Rather than argue with the man, he simply walks down the other 2 doors. Follow obediently the trio of agents and nods the officer of the post. May I go in? He glances at the agents who all nod. Yes, ma'am. Though individual words and voices are indistinct, they hear the sound of conversation through the wall. It stops as soon as the door swings open. The peaks of the inhabitants of the room see the girl. Maya! A black and white bass blur flies in the room and into the girl's arms. Where the fuck have you been? Hello, Bliss. Patting the small girl's messy black curls, she looks around the room. Somehow the 2-bedroom has 4 beds in it. All of the walking wounded and clustered on the beds were more seriously injured, holding hands and sitting with arms around the shoulders and waist. A few of the braver parents sit on the hard chairs beside the beds, but most of them are clustered against the far wall amongst themselves, while keeping an eye on their daughters. Victor leans against the wall with a smile, watching the smallest shadow creep behind the 2 of the beds and work their way between the 2 young women. It's a joy to see the girl's gentle smile, how tightly she holds the child's answer. Hello, Keeley, I met your parents. I think I hurt them, whispers Keeley, but Inara shakes her head. They're just scared. Be patient with them. Be patient with yourself. Victor and his partners hover near the doors in nearly an hour, watching the young woman laugh and toss jokes and insults back and forth. As they comfort the occasional breakdown or tears, despite their obvious distaste for it, the girl allows themselves to introduce their parents. She listens for them patiently and tell her about the searches for their daughters, and how they never gave up hope, and the only sign of their cynicism is a cocked eyebrow and sends Danielle into giggles strong enough to set her off her heart monitor. Ravina, she can identify. She looks like a younger version of her mother, and when she watches the short conversation intently, wishing she could hear any of it, the senator's daughter was bandages wrapped around most of one leg. Ravina is a dancer, she remembers. As Inara gently touches the bandages, he wonders how this will affect that. You can name some of the other butterflies from her stories. For others, she had to listen to the names and toss around. They tried to pin them to their owners, with the exception of Keeley, never renamed. None of them were original names, which is the names of the garden on their tongues, on the minds, and she could see the parents cringe every time. Inara said that sometimes it was easier to forget for the first time. He wonders if any of them did, or perhaps she's right, and they're not ready for this to be real yet. It's tempting to stay there longer, to bask at the sight of the pushbacks and horrors of the past few days, but Victor can't relax into it completely. There's more he has to see, and more she has yet to tell him, more they need to know. He lifts the wrist to check the watch, and immediately Inara's eyes are on them. A question that doesn't need words. She nods. She sighs, closing her eyes for a moment to collect herself, then starts the process, reassuring everyone she'll be back. She's almost back at the door, and Bliss catches his hand. How much have you told them? She asks bluntly. Most of what's important. And what have they told you? Avery's dead. The gardener is likely to survive to stand trial. So we all have to talk? It's time. And look at it this way. Maybe the FBI will be easier to tell than your parents. Bliss grimaces. Her parents are on their way, Ramirez whispers to the Victor, flying over the Atlantic on their father's new teaching position in Paris. It's hard to tell whether they gave up looking for her or they simply had to do what was best for the children they still had. From her expression, it's clear Bliss wasn't inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt, It was a last hug for Keeley. Inara leaves the room with Victor Edison. Ramirez remains behind to talk to the parents. They pass a string of empty rooms and guards on the doors. All the rooms that the girls are supposed to be in, but aren't. Then run to the unoccupied rooms that have been buffered between the girls and the rooms that far into the hall with their own guards. Then when they stop, Edison glances at the door, very small window, points to the partner, curious look. Victor simply nods. I'll wait out here, the younger man says. Victor opens the door, ushers the girls through, and closes it carefully behind them. The man on the bed is hooked to an unbelievable array of machines, all beeping softly with their own sounds and rhythms. A nasal cannula feeds oxygen to the system, but inhibition kit stands nearby, real possibility of being needed. Dressing obscure, much of the blanket doesn't cover. Some of the bandages, some of them glistening salves and synthetic materials to draw the heat out of the buns and prevent infection. The burns extend in one side of the scalp, bubbling mess of discolored, blistered skin. The girl stares in wide eyes, her feet rooted barely a yard up inside of them. His name is Jeffrey McIntosh, Victor yells gently. He isn't the gardener anymore. He has a name and most of the disfiguring injuries, and he isn't the god of the garden anymore. He will never be again. His name is Jeffrey McIntosh, and he'll be brought to trial for everything he's done. This man cannot hurt you anymore. What about Eleanor, his wife, she whispers. She's in the next room. They can monitor her heart. She collapsed at the house. As far as we can tell, she never knew about any of this. And Lorraine? A few doors down. She's being questioned to determine the extent of which she can charge for part in all this. There will be a number of psychological evaluations before that's decided. He can see the name take shape on her lips, but she doesn't ask. She sinks down to one of the hard chairs against the wall, leaning forward. Against her knees, the steady unconscious man in the hospital bed. None of us had ever seen him so angry, she said in a tiny voice. Not even of all the harm he's ever caused. He was furious. He offers his hand and tries to hide the surprise when she actually takes it, the gauze rubbing against his skin. None of us had ever seen him like that. The three of them stood at the far end of the garden, closest to the door, and the gardener had clearly flipped his shit. He was screaming at Desmond, and there was Avery, looking smug as hell. I guess he figured his father wasn't too upset about Keeley anymore. Rather than move closer, I inspected to see the garden. There were people there, that much was clear. Boot prints were visible in the sand, some of the plants were trampled. Someone must have left a gum wrapper in the stream bank. Had the officers just been incurious? Had the gardener given them an explanation that made sense? The dimensions, whispered Bliss. If we brought down all the walls, they may not have realized we were hallways. There were tracks on both sides of the main doorway. So maybe they had looked and couldn't find us. But Desmond actually made the call. My heart hurt because I wanted to be proud of him, but really all I could think about fucking time. Knowing that we were kidnapped, violated, murdered, displayed wasn't enough. But at least raped and brutalized 12-year-old finally was. This is wrong, he cried when the father finally took his breath. Taking him is wrong, keeping them is wrong, and killing them is wrong. This is not your decision to make. Yes, it is, because it's against the law. His father slapped him so hard, stumbled back and fell. This is my home and my garden. Here, I am the law, and you went against that. Laughing like a little boy at Christmas, Avery disappeared and came back only moments later with a bamboo cane. Probably the same one that had been used on him the day before. Seriously, a cane? Who the canes their own children? Seriously, actually, who canes their children at any age? But Avery handed them a cane to a father attacked to his young brother, tearing his clothes until his back was part of his ass was bare. This is for your own good, Desmond, the gardener said as he rolled up the sleeves. Desmond struggled, but Avery tucked him into a headlock. With Keeley's face pressed into his stomach, he couldn't see. He stood, watching as the gardener beat his son with the cane. It left red marks that quickly swelled and welts, and Avery, the sick, cheered at every impact. Desmond continued to struggle, but didn't cry out. Despite how much it had hurt, the gardener counted them out, and after 20 blows, he tossed the bamboo away from him. Avery cheers stopped. That's it, he demanded. You gave me that many for branding the bitch. He pressed the hand against the hip and felt a thick scar tissue left from the band. Were 20 blows of cane equivalent? Avery, stay out of this. No, he could have put us both in prison, on death row even, and you let him get off with 20? He dropped his brother and sandy path and he left his feet. He nearly destroyed everything you've been working for 30 years. You've been turned his back on what it means to be your son. He turned his back on you. Avery, I told you. Avery pulled something in the back of his belt. It suddenly didn't matter what father told her. Avery had the room. A gun will do that. You gave him everything, he yelled, pointing a gun at his brother. Your precious Desmond, who never did a thing to help you stock the garden. They're so damn proud of him. The butterflies like him. He doesn't hurt them. He understands them better. Who gives a shit? I'm your son, your firstborn. I'm the one you're supposed to be proud of. His father held up his hands, staring at the gun. Avery, I was always proud of you. No! You were scared of me. Even I know the difference in that, father. Avery, please put the gun down. There's no place for that here. There's no place for what? For that here? He echoed with a sneer. That's what you've always said about anything I wanted. With a deep pained groan, Desmond rolled on his back and propped himself up with his elbows. The gun went off. Desmond fell back in the path of cry, blood blooming across his breast of his tattered shirt. The gardener lurched forward with a sob, and the gun went off again. The gardener fell to his knees, clutched at his side. I thrust Keeley at Danielle and shoved them both behind the boulder. Stay here, I hissed. Bliss grabbed my hand. Is he worth it? Probably not, I admitted, but he did call. With a sad shake of her head, he let go. I raced forward to the clutch of the girls. I had almost to Desmond, and Avery grabbed me by the hair and yanked me off my feet. And here's the bitch herself, the little queen of garden. She pistol whipped me so hard my ears rang, and part of the gun sliced my cheek with the impact. Dropping the gun, he kicked me into my knees and fumbled at his belt. Well, I'm the king of the garden now, so you better learn to show me some respect. You put that near my mouth and I'll bite it off, I snarled, and from his shoulder Bliss cheered. She hit me again and again, and raised his hand to do once more. Then Nazir's voice stopped him. I can hear sirens! I couldn't hear anything but bells going off inside my skull, but some of the other girls only hear them too. I wasn't sure if they were trying to distract him or the sirens were real. Avery dropped me off and ran through the garden to take a path up the cliff to see for himself. I crawled to Desmond, who was trying to keep pressure on his chest in one hand. I moved my hands and did it myself. His blood warm and sticky as it pumped against my palm. Please don't die, I whispered. He weakly squeezed my hand, otherwise didn't try to answer. The gardener groaned and pulled himself to the other side. Desmond, answer me. The pale green eyes, his father eyes, fluttered open. The only way to protect them from him is to let him go, he panted. Sweat beat his face. He'll kill them all, and there'll be a pain in every moment. Just stay awake, Desmond, his father pleaded. We'll get you to the hospital. Figure this out. Maya, keep pressure on it. I hadn't stopped. As now I could hear sirens. Avery jumped and swore atop the cliff, and the girls raced forward and surrounded us, probably figuring the gardener and Desmond were safe from Avery deep off the deep end. Even Lorraine was clustered with us. No one had tried to brush her away. Bliss picked up the gun and with shaking hands and kept her eyes trained on Avery, and the sirens got louder. I can't figure out a way that they came back, she whispers, clutching his hand for dear life. They didn't find anything the first time, right? Or the gardener would have lifted the walls. One of the officers who stayed at the station ran the names Desmond gave her on the phone. Keeley's name was recognized because she was recently missing, but then ran some others. FBI flags came up in the search. His supervisor contacted us when he met him out there. Cassidy Lawrence, for example. She went missing almost 7 years ago in Connecticut. There's one reason to say her name was Keeley unless there's actually a connection between them. So Lionette was part of why we were finally found, she asked with a faint smile. Yes, she was. They sat in silence for a few minutes, watching the man on the bed breathe in and out. And Nara, rest of it. Nara, hopefully this is the last difficult thing I have to ask of you. Until you ask me to take the stand, she sighs. I'm sorry, I truly am, but what happened next? Fucking Svet. The gardener pulled the remote control thing out of his pocket and punched a series of numbers and tiny pad in it. Servat, please go into the room and right under the door and get some towels, rubber tubing. The one, Zara? She asked. Yes, that's the one. The slow smile spread across her face. She sped away with a laugh. Servat had been there a year and a half, and as long as I'd known her, she'd been solitary and just odd. The gardener adjusted his belt and pushed pressure on the wound in his side and stroked his son's hair, telling him to stay awake, asking him questions and begging him to respond. Des squeezed his hand in response. Some things are still breathing, but didn't try to talk. When I thought would probably be for the better. When I got the towels and tied to him, will you let us take him out of the front? I asked. The gardener just looked at me, nearly through me, seemingly weighing the butterflies against the sun. Even now, finally he nodded, and I smelled it and froze. Danielle was set next to smell it, her nose wrinkling. What is that? Formaldehyde, I hissed. We need to get away from that room. What room? The gardener paled even more. No questions now, ladies. Come. We had to drag Desmond across the sand, the gardener stumbling and swaying after us. He splashed through the waterfall. Anyone who tried to go behind it stayed dry or got pushed in by Bliss and crowded into the cave. Over the sound of the waterfall, we heard Servat laughing, and then she shakes her head. I don't know how to describe the explosion, she tells him. It was massive, all around in heat. A few of the rocks came down on top of the cliff, and the cave didn't collapse, like I was half afraid it would. There were flames and glass everywhere, and these stupid little sprinklers misting through the steam. Air poured in, and a shattered roof, and the flames heaped toward them. Smoke poured, along with real butterflies, and even with that, the smoke was so thick it barely breathed. We had to get out of there. You went through the stream until we reached the pond. Our feet caught up pretty badly from the glass, but the flames were spreading and the water seemed a better option. The front half of the garden was still a huge blaze. I asked the gardener. He swallows hard, looks at the man in bed. I asked Mr. McIntosh if there were any emergency exit or any other way to get out, but he said he never thought anything would happen. She twisted her hand in his grip until her other hand had reached underneath the bandages and touched the scabs. He gently pushes it away. The flames were spreading so fast, planes of glass shattered overhead, raining down on us chunks and shards. Willow dodged one, but stepped directly into another, cut her head almost in half. We could see the flames beyond the glass, eating into our outer greenhouse. The gardener shook his head, leaning in Haley for support. If it reaches the room with fertilizers, there will be a second explosion, he said, coughing. By now, most of the girls were crying. I tried to think of any possible way trapped and fucked. But the cliff, I said. If we break some glass on the wall, we can get out into the roof of the halls. And what, slide down breaking and broken panes of glass of the outer greenhouse, muttered Bliss. It would probably break ankles. Legs, spines when we land. Fine, your turn. No fucking clue, your turn. Desmond chuckled, then groaned. Bea screamed as we spun around and see Ava behind her. This burned, blistered forearm across her throat. A chunk of glass quivered on his shoulder, soot and ashes breaking on his streaks. He laughed a bit in her neck as he struggled against them. Avery, let her go, the gardener moaned. Despite the roar of flames, we heard her neck snap. He threw her body to the side and jerked back the sharp crack. Turned to see Bliss with a gun up, her feet planted, and she shot him again. He bellowed in pain and threw himself forward as he seized off 2 more shots until he finally fell face first in the flowers. When the larger trees, all the branches of flame snapped near its roots, crashing the wall with a terrific groan. The glass shattered, metal panes snapping under its weight, and black roof ran between the 2 sections of the greenhouse collapsed beneath it. We could see the outer greenhouse through the dancing flames. I still have nothing, Bliss said, and choked in the smoke. Really, it's your turn to think of something. Fuck off, I muttered, and she gave me a weak grin. I hooked my ankle around the Ravina's knee and pulled her to take my place, pressing against Desmond's chest. But how much were we moving him? I don't think would need to do any good. But I couldn't bear not to at least try. He tried, even if it wasn't a succeed. He could try, but I didn't want him to die. Not when he'd finally given us a chance to live. I ran to the fallen tree, tugged away in the larger chunks of glass and more jagged branches. Pain seared through my hands, but if there was even a chance of being a way out, I had to try. When Glennies and Marenka were helping me, and Izora joins us, we tried to dig away around the trunk. They were able to clear one side of it, and with all 4 of us pushing and straining the other side, we managed to push the trunk far enough out into the outer greenhouse. Marenka tugged a piece of glass from my arm and flicked it away. I think I know a way to carry him through. Let's try it. She lifted Desmond by the shoulders, hooking her hands under his armpits. I stood between his legs and hooked his hands under his knees. It wasn't graceful, and not certainly wasn't easy, but we were more than less single file. Bliss led the way through, Danielle kneeling close behind her. Izor stayed back, pushing aside more debris as it fell, and the gardener beside her, not helping because he couldn't, really, but getting the more frightened of frozen girls to follow us. The smoke was getting worse, thinning thicker. We were all choking on it. Figures moved beyond the outer greenhouse, and suddenly a great crack ran along the 6-foot panes that butted the floor. Someone was swinging an axe at it. We held back, waiting to see if they would get through, but after a few more hits, the center of the pane shattered. Using an axe head, the fireman knocked the rest of the glass out of the pane and threw out a heavy folded tarp of the chunks. Come on, she yelled through the mask. Another fireman followed, and 2 of them took Desmond from us. It wasn't particularly fresh, but when we got free air, we had in forever. And the few girls who weren't crying already started as they stepped into crisp autumn grass and felt the cold air wrap around us. Some of them fell to their knees in shock as we dragged away. I was trying to count heads after they took Desmond. I could see Izra doing the same thing in the outer greenhouse. Both of us trying to figure out how many we lost before we reached this point. Then there was this whump, and another explosion billowed out from one of the rooms last I saw of Izra. She went flying sideways in a ball of fire. 3 of the others still clinging to her. The gardener on the ground with flames dancing over him. I tried to run to the girls, but one of the firemen grabbed my wrist and yanked me away. And then the ambulance at the hospital in the room where I met you, she sighs, and that's it. The whole story. Not quite. She closed her eyes, bringing the hand of blue dragon on her cheek. My name. The gardener has his name now. Is yours really so terrible? She doesn't answer. She stands and brings her feet. Come on, one more thing to see. She follows him out the door, passing by a frowning Edison talking to a scene tech and windbreaker. Into the door closed the hall. This time he breaks her all the way and beside her before she could do it. And when she does, her breath hitches. Desmond's eyes open slowly, unfocused from the drugs. But then he sees her, faint smile curves her lips. Hey, he whispers. She has shape words several times before her voice catches up to an impulse. Hey, I'm sorry. No, you did the right thing. But I should have done it a lot sooner. His hand moves the top of the blanket, plastic tubing curling under the tape, feeling a needle under his skin. He moves as if to take his hand, but her fingers clutch into a fist before they touch him. He stares at him, mouth slightly open, her lower lip quivering in shock. His eyes slowly close as he falls still. Sleep or conscience, if anyone's guess. He's still weak, Victor says quietly. He has a long recovery ahead of him, but the doctor said he'd probably be out of the woods. Is he gonna make it? She whispers, his eye gleam wearily, but no tears fall. Clutching the little blue dragon in one hand, she folds her arms across her stomach, a sense of protection she wouldn't need anymore. He will be tried as complicit, she says eventually. If this isn't up to us, there may be a deal of sort of him, but he should have called 6 months earlier, and soon everyone will know it. Victor scratches his scalp. I admit, I thought you'd be more relieved to see him alive. I am, it's just complicated. She nods. It might have been kinder to leave him without the consequences of his cowardice. It's far too little and far too late, but he finally did the right thing, and now he'll be punished for taking so long. Maybe he could have died brave, but he'll live a coward. So, it never became real? Real enough to leave scars, so not very real at all. How could it have been more? He'll very likely stand trial to some degree. You'll probably call her to testify against him. Still looking at the young man in bed, she doesn't answer. She's not sure with anything to say. Inara! Inara! Calls a female voice in the hall. Yes, I see your badge, you arrogant bastard. That's my family in there. Inara! There was a sound of scuttle, and the door slammed in a frame of a woman of average height, maybe 30 years old or so, faded auburn hair, threatening to tumble forward a scraped together bun. Inara freezes part way through the turning of the intruder, her eyes impossibly wide. Her voice creeps out a little with more breath. Sophia? Sophia runs into the room, but Inara meets her halfway, and the two of them cling together in white-knuckled grips. They say from one side the force of the embrace. The Sophia? The apartment mother? How did she even know Inara was here? A thunder-faced Edison walks into her room, glaring at the woman as she passes. He thrusts a plain black scrapbook thick of pages into Victor's hands. It was in a locked hidden drawer on his office desk. The texts were running the names, and they found something interesting. Victor almost doesn't know this, but this is his job. Tearing his eye away from the two women, he sees a green sticky note fluttering from the edge of the two-thirds of the way through. He opens a few pages before it. A young woman with terrified, tearful eyes stares back at him from the photo. Shoulders hunched and hands partly raised to be caught in the process of trying to hide her naked breasts on the camera. Beside it, a picture of behind, showing fresh wings. Beneath it, those same wings in a fresh display case. The crisp edges of the winging blurred in the glass, and colorless resin. In an empty space, there are two names, Lydia Anderson, on top of and below, Sibutton, and a firm masculine hand, followed by Golf Fritillary, and dates of 4 years apart. The next page is a different girl, and one and another. The one with sticky has only two pictures, and only one date. Beneath the picture, auburn hair, with very hazel eyes. The writing says, Sophia Madison, Victor reads out loud, stunned. The woman looks over him, Nara's shoulder. He says next to the line, Lara, how? No one would have talked off a butterfly escaping one of, if one ever had, and Nara snuggled Sophia's hair. It would have hurt too badly. The escape was real. You escaped? They both nod. Edison scowls. The tech analyst typed in the name and hit different against our listed Evening Star employees. They sent someone to the restaurant and both listed residents, but she wasn't there. Of course it wasn't. Of course I wasn't, retorts Sophia. How could I be there when I was already on my way here? She pulls back from Nara. Doesn't let go. Just steps into enough to take in here all of it. Sophia's shirt is worn and overlarge, a gaping neck sliding down one shoulder reveal a bra strap and face the edge of wing trap, stretched and gained weight. Taki saw you on the news, being brought into a hospital, and he ran to the apartment to get everyone. They called me, and Nara squeezes in Sophia's renewed embrace, but doesn't ask her to let go. You're all right, Sophia? Asks Sophia. I will be, Nara replies quietly, almost shyly. My hands are the worst, but if I'm careful, they should heal. That's not all I'm asking. I am asking. I have my own place now. I could break the apartment rules. And Nara's face lights up, all the uncertainty, shock vanishing. You got your girls back? I did, and they'll be glad to see you. They've missed you as much as the rest of us. They say no one reads to them as well as you do. Edison doesn't quite manage to turn on his laugh into a cough, and Nara gives him a sour look. For this part, Victor only relieved to see her sidestep more probing question. At least it does it with everyone. He clears his throat and let her attention. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to insist on the explanation. He usually does, Nara mutters. Sophia just smiles. I'm pretty much his job, but perhaps. She's glanced over the boy in the bed. Victor's eyes falling. Desmond doesn't so much as twitch in all the noise. Elsewhere? Victor nods and leads him to the room. In the hallway, he can see Senator Kingsley standing alone in the front of the door of the butterflies room, taking deep breaths. She could look softer in the blouse and skirt. Instead, she looks scared. Victor wonders if her suit was like Nara's lip gloss, a way to armor her up against the rest of the world. Do you think she'll go in? Nara asks. Eventually, he answers. Once she realizes this isn't something she could be ready for. He takes them into a room in a buffer zone between the butterflies and the McIntosh family. It's private, at any rate, and one of the guards shifts down to make sure they're not disturbed. And Nara and Sophie settle side by side on one of the stripped beds, facing the door, and anyone who might try to enter, Victor sits on the opposite bed. He's unsurprised that Edison decides to pace rather than sit. Miss Madsen, Victor prompts, if you please. You would like to get right down to it, don't you? Sophia shakes her head. I'm sorry, but no, not yet. I've been waiting longer than you have. Victor blinks but nods. Taking Nara's hand, Sophia wraps both of hers around it, holding tight. We thought something from before had caught up with you, she says. We thought you ran. It was a logical assumption, Nara tells her gently. But all your clothes are just clothes. And Nara shakes her head. If you're going to run, you would have taken your money. Whitney and I started an account for you, by the way. We didn't feel comfortable with that much cash sitting around. Sophia, if you're trying to find a way somehow, this is somehow your fault, you're going to find it from me. We're all running from the same thing. We all knew that. We all knew not to question it if someone disappeared. We should have, and the timing, there was no easy way to know. The timing, Victor asked. The event of the gardener, Mr. McIntosh. Sophia gave a startled laugh. He has a name. I mean, of course he does, but how bizarre. The event of the evening star, Nara continues. I didn't say anything about Mr. McIntosh being creepy. It was just a run-in with Avery. But then we came home and all the costume butterfly wings. I drank myself damn near insensible, Sophia says grimly. It was like being back in hell. I took her out of the fire escape for the fresh air, and she ended up telling me all about the garden. I had never really told anyone before. Why not? Victor asked. In the corner of his eye, he sees Edison's pacing stop. At first, there didn't seem to be anything to say. I didn't know his name. I didn't been panicked on leaving. I didn't pay any attention to what was around me. I didn't know what the estate was. All I had was a tattoo and a growing fetus and a crazy story. I thought if I went to the police, they'd been like my parents and assume I was drunk or high or screwing around, lying to avoid consequences. You went back to your parents? He makes a face. They kicked me out. Said I had embarrassment. I didn't have anywhere to go. I was 19 and pregnant, and I didn't have anyone to help me. Edison perches at the very end of Victor's bed. So Jilly is the gardener's? Jilly is mine, she retorts, baring her teeth at him. Edison holds up both hands, placing gesture. But he is the father. Sophia deflates, and Inara leans in to comfort. There was the other reason not to say anything. If he'd found out about her, I would have lost her. No court in the world would have let her stay with a heroin addict hooked and then she could live with a wealthy, well-respected family. At least, when social services took my girl, I could work to get them back. If he'd taken Jilly, I would have never seen her again, and I don't think Lottie would have ever gotten to it. They're my girls, and I had to protect them. Victor looks at Inara. Isn't that what Desmond was doing? Protecting his family? You didn't think very well of him for it. It's not the same, isn't it? I know it isn't, she says dryly. Sophia was protecting her children. Innocent children who didn't deserve to suffer for what happened. Desmond was protecting criminals, murderers. How did you escape? Asked Edison. I was going to have take a pregnancy test, Sophia replies. I've been gaining weight, and I was sick sometimes after lunch. Laura, or our nurse, brought the test to me, but I got called away to deal with an injury before she could watch me take it. I just panicked, ran around looking for a way out that I might have missed in the past 2.5 years, and I saw Avery. Avery was already in the garden? And he discovered it a few weeks before. His father gave him a code, but he had trouble remembering it. He was very slow when he put it in. That day I hid in the honeysuckle and watched him fumble through it. He even said the numbers while he pushed the buttons. I waited for a bit, then punched it in myself. I'd almost forgotten that the doors could open normally. Victor rubs his cheek. Did you tell any of the others? She started to bristle, then her shoulders slumped. I guess I can see that's a question, she admits. After all, by not getting to the police, I left them there to die, didn't I? But I did try. She meets his eyes for I swear to you, I did try. They were just too scared to go. I was too scared to stay. Scared? That's what happens when you only almost escape, and asked Inara, but it feels more like a reminder of the question. It had been less than a month since a girl named Emmeline stayed out during maintenance, Sophia says. She tried to tell the gardener what was going on, but the gardener almost smoothed it over somehow. The next time we saw her, she was in glass. Escape is a hard thing to attempt when she's being punished like that, but do you believe me for leaving them behind? No, Victor shakes his head. You gave them a chance. You can't save someone against their will. Speaking of which, Lorraine is here. Sophia turns away to Nara in dismay. So, no, still? And Nara nods. That poor woman, she murmurs. And Nara gives her a sideways look, but says nothing. I was on the street with other whores longer than I was in the garden, but I've never seen a woman so thoroughly broken as Lorraine. She loved her. But then he didn't, and it was never any fault of hers. Hate her if you have to, but feel sorry for her, more than the rest of us. Maybe she never had a chance. She's never going to be in glass now. She was never going to be in glass back when I knew her. Does that change anything? And Nara. They all turned to Edison. As far as Victor can remember, it's the first time Edison had called the girl by name. Did you get kidnapped on purpose? Is that what you've been hiding? On purpose? Gasped Sophia, shoving off the bed. No, You did this on purpose? No, Victor tunes out Sophia's rather impressive lecture, turning a sideways to partner. How did you get from the complicit to getting caught on purpose? He asked, minds racing. If Edison was right, this could change everything. There'd be no saving her from the senator or the courts. Go to such lengths without going to the police, to be deliberate in the middle of such dangers in one thing, but to choose to go there, to knowingly endanger herself and perhaps those other girls. If she wasn't hiding what she was part of it, what is she hiding? I was hiding Sophia, snaps Inara, grabbing her friend's arm and tugging tightly, and it started oomph. Sophia falls back into bed. On purpose, really? Do I look that stupid? Do you want me to answer that? Edison asked with a grin. She glowers at him. I was hiding Sophia, Nara repeats more softly. She glances at Victor. I appreciate that my word may not be worth particularly much, but I swear to you, that's the truth. If I knew if Sophia's name came up, so would the truth about Jillian. I couldn't. Sophia worked so hard to get her life back together. I couldn't just let the thing get like that turned upside down. How can it be the reason she lost her girls? I needed time to think. About what? Victor asked. She shrugs. I needed to see if there was a way to avoid trying her back to the garden. Hiding the book would have been the easiest, but that, well. So then I thought, if I could just delay long enough, I could call her, warn her, but you didn't expect her to come. Inara shakes her head. But you knew about the garden, Edison insists. Not that it was them, and cradles the sad little dragon in both hands. When her memories of the garden started bleeding, it was at the sight of the costume wings, nothing more. None of us who worked at night said what the clouds looked like, but why would we? If they're functioning in Madame Butterfly, the theme made sense. I didn't know. Victor nodded slowly. You knew about the garden, though, so when you woke up there, you didn't panic. Exactly. I tried to watch for Avery's codes, but he was more careful. Well, it was been 10 years after all. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find another way out. I even tried breaking the glass up of the trees. They didn't crack. And then Desmond? Desmond? Asked Sophia. The gardener's younger son. I tried. Anara shakes her head, shoving her hair in her face. You know how Hope can get the guys she's fucking into to do anything for her? Like they'd walk through the burning building if she mentioned her favorite necklaces in there. Yes? I tried that. Oh dear. Sophia bumps her shoulder into Anara's, a smile widening up her tired features. You being you, I can't imagine that going well. It really didn't. You didn't make the call, Victor reminds her. I don't think that was because of anything I did, she confesses. I think that was mostly Avery. Wait, what, how? What now? Couldn't coexist in the garden. Maybe not ever, but especially not there. And not with their father's pride at stake. They were competing for his love. Avery did something drastic, and Desmond did something drastic in response. They both lost. But you won. I don't think anyone won, she says. 2 days ago, there were 23 of us, including Keeley. Now there's 13. How many do you think can actually adjust to the outside? You think there will be suicides? I think the trauma doesn't stop just because you've been rescued. Edison stands and takes a scrapbook from Victor. I need to get back to scene sex, he tells him. I need anything while I'm out there? Check to see if there's anyone gotten in touch with the McIntosh family lawyer. Jeffrey and Desmond aren't in a condition to need one yet, but Eleanor would have counsel. Check on Lorraine too. See if the psychologists have a preliminary determination. Roger. He nods to Anara and leaves the room. Anara quirks her eyebrow. You know, a few more days of being trapped in a tiny room with him, I might start to even think of him as a friend. She smiles at Victor. Sweet. It's somewhat insecure, but still real. It quickly fades. So what happens next? There'll be more interviews. Many, many more interviews. You'll be included in those, Miss Madden. I figured. I brought a suitcase for each of us. Suitcase? Echoes Anara. It's in the trunk. I borrowed Gillian's car. He smiles and gives Anara a small shake. Did you think I was going to give up on you? We kept all your things and your bed is still there. I told you, Whitney, and I started an account. A ridiculous amount of money you've been lying around. It would have decent interest in it. And Gillian says you're welcome back in the restaurant. You kept my stuff? She asks weakly. Sophia gently tweaks Anara's nose. You're one of my girls, too. Anara blinks rapidly, her eyes bright, and then tears spill over her lashes down her cheeks. She touches her fingertip at the damp skin of astonishment. Victor clears his throat. The carousel's over now, she tells her quietly. It's time your family is waiting for you. Anara sucks in deep, shuddering breath, trying to collect herself, but Sophia's arms wrap around her, carefully easing her down into a lap. She dissolves into silent weeping, only tremors breaking her body, and uneven breathing gave her away. Sophia didn't stroke the dark glossy hair that was much like the gardener, Victor imagines. Instead, she runs one finger along the curve of Anara's ear over and over again until Anara gives a watery laugh and pushes herself back into sitting. Victor holds a handkerchief across the space between the beds. He takes it and mops her face. People come back, he suggests. Her face is soft in wonder, and other people expect them to. You don't know. There's one more thing. He rubs her thumb against her sad little blue dragon. You have to understand, she isn't real. She never was. A boy wasn't a real person until I became Anara. And Anara can be a real person. You're 18 now, if you're telling the truth. He gives him a wide look, and then he smiles and continues. You can legally change your name to Anara Morisi, but only if we have your current legal name. You survived the gardener and his son, Sophia points out. Even if your parents do come calling, you don't owe them anything. Your family is here in the hospital in New York. Your parents are nothing. The girl takes a slow breath and lets it out even more slowly. Then it does it again. Samira, he says eventually before her voice shaking. The name of my birth certificate was Samira Grantier. He extends his hand. She looks at it for a moment, then rests a clay dragon on her thigh, and she can lean and accept the grip. Sophia on her other hand. Thank you, Samira Grantier. Thank you for telling us the truth. Thank you for giving us taking care of those girls. Thank you for being incredibly brave and incredibly stubborn, asked Sophia. The girl laughs, her bright face bright and open and tears streaked, and Victor decides it was a good day. He was not naive enough to think it was all as well, but with pain and trauma, all the wounds and investigation and trial, there are dead girls to mourn, living girls who could struggle for years to adjust to life outside the garden, if they even can. He still counts this as a good day.